And since I know it's all,
I'd like to
everything's
come in
always
for
being
4 hours
recorded,
a day, thanks. 2 hours. Is that negotiable? Is 9? I know about this, but I haven't heard it. Like, I know that there was some problem going on between the two of them.
And then I'm there to write the things you want me to write, and it's cool, it's fine. But it was always, for somebody who always uses the term moving the goalpost, that's all it became. So we began touring together, and yes, it was very good money, and I paid Matt very well. But it always became something where nothing feels good, even if you're making money, if you're being treated like you don't deserve it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Interesting.
So the whole time it felt like this is everything that I have and it's being given to you. So even the whole tour, you just feel kind of like shit. And it doesn't really matter. You know, you just kind of, you're like, I'd rather just go back to clubs. I don't care.
Can you pause for a second?
We go on.
I'm like the dude watching his chick that like ran off with some other dude, and now she's just shit talking him. And I'm like, yeah, fuck that guy.
And he like talks about you awesomely, like
Does
5 or
he?
6 times. Where like, Anthony would plug my gigs so much, I wouldn't even have to plug my gigs.
Oh my goodness, what a guy that Anthony.
Exactly.
let me listen a little more. I'm loving
This is July 2022, and we got a new showrunner who was doing our tour at the time named Jeff, a good guy. And I get back from break, and at this time, I wouldn't go into anything about Steven's family, and I wouldn't want him to go anything about mine either, obviously. But somebody in my family was very, very sick and had been battling something for a while, seriously. And he knew that. And I came back, and he gave
they had
me
an ugly, talentless family member.
Yes, and it was
Who's
just
probably a lesbian.
it's me, and I'll tell you, no matter how much work is done on this face,
this mug.
yeah, God has cursed me. That's why they wanted to change Mug Club. It was just any association, and so I get back, and the first thing I do is I get brought to lunch, and I get presented with this option with a new contract.
Now, Dave, before you talk about your contract,
I wanted to change Mug Club. It was
Oh,
just any
He's doing a
association.
read. Patriot Gold, never heard of it. I don't condone it.
So
Fuck
I
that.
Fuck Patriot Gold.
Noble gold. It's your only gold.
My old contract is terminated.
Okay, officially.
It's officially terminated as of August 2022.
Terminated.
And my new choice is I have to be there Monday through Friday. I gotta probably look at the stipulations if you want me to pull it up real quick.
Yeah, pull it up.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's going
send them
fucking
to you.
full
It's,
bore. Full bore, fuck him. Showing
But
the
it was,
contract and everything.
Pulls up text messages and all that shit.
I love this. This is my whole show today.
And I can even just read
It's a
it.
fucking
It's just-
stipulation.
and this was sent to my agent, and it's like, this is just simply the contract. It was
Sent to my
William,
agent.
just need a yes.
Oh, agent.
I agree on all the revised items from Dave, and this is what Jeff showed me at lunch. And it was, once I get with our legal team on the revised contract below, it stays on salary, so no extra money. Moves to Texas, moves his family to Texas by the new year, first week.
Wait,
of
so you are,
January.
I'm sorry, part of your contract, a proposed contract, was that your family has to be moved across state lines,
Correct.
including your kid. You have a son. How
You
old
will
is your son?
all be
Eight.
kept together in the family camp. Get on the boxcar. You will all be kept together, and your possessions will be returned to you when you get to the family camp. Holy shit, move your whole family. Like, Dave is a guy that can absolutely work out of anywhere. He's a national guy as far as his stand-up goes, and he was totally fine. His family lived in Detroit, and he would do the show here every day. Like, he lived here. Yeah. He knew how to do that. On weekends, he'd go back. There was no reason to have your whole family pick up and move. But yeah, why would that be a stipulation?
Okay, so pull him out of school during the school year, and he's coming to Texas. Okay.
Yeah. Dave is here every week unless he notifies us well in advance for a show, just like a doctor's appointment. Can't be gone any more than every third weekend.
No, wait. So let's break this down also. Steven has started touring as a comedian.
Yes.
Steven is no dummy. Steven is very well aware that you and every comic, weekends are when you tour, hit the road, you make the money. So he is very clearly taking that secondary or even primary, possibly at this point, source of income from you, because you're just going to be sitting
food out of my kid's
in
mouth.
Dallas for no reason, because it's not like you're doing shows on the weekends with Crowder.
Right. And gone every other third weekends means every 6 weeks.
Okay.
And then writes for show every day.
I'm sorry. I just want to break this down. Was it ever said to you or intimated to you that your touring is affecting somehow your performance or writing for the main show?
Good question, Michael. Good question.
Oh, my writing? No.
Remember, you're under oath.
They felt
Dave.
that I had not off a few times, which really only happened maybe once or twice on a Monday because of like a delayed flight. But tough shit. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't care. Like, like Anthony never would have cared. Anthony was so full of, like Anthony would promote my stand-up where I don't even think I would really have to.
Okay.
That's how, even when you look back at the Opie and Anthony days, that's how everybody was making money.
But
Ladies
at the same
and gentlemen, I implore you. I love it. Oh, that was fucking close. Almost capping the gap. Wow. Dave Landau with the propellers, giving me some propellers. I appreciate it. He didn't have to, if he fucking nodded off, it didn't matter to me. I would just go, yeah, the guy's probably fucking tired. He flew in from Detroit and his arms are killing him. I like Dave. I always have. Now, did Crowder get mad at him because he was going off to do someone else's show? Because I might not agree with that part. If Dave went off and did another show and became a co-host on another show, I could see Crowder getting a little mad at that and maybe, having some issues. That would be hard for Dave to explain, especially to me. But no, I fucking love Dave. And I think Dave is very fucking funny. Is there more? Please. Please.
It's also like if you're going to be up at 7 or what o'clock, you have to be there at 7. You're not exactly going to be all chipper.
What's that?
No, and I'm writing on the plane too.
Yeah,
and so I'm always working. Like
4
there's
o'clock.
not one assignment that
that's the time you had to be
and
here.
I have every screen.
Not even 4:15.
Like
me, I get it.
And in fact, you're writing a lot of sketches that just didn't even get greenlit, so you're doing extra work in addition to what did get greenlit.
Oh yeah, that's the next part, which is writes for show every day in the form of sketches, in studio bits, pulling from previous sketches, previous show ideas, and that can be turned into sketches. So that's just busy work.
Wow, could you that? No, I have to agree with this too, because I was just a slave driver making Dave write bits and segments for the show. Oh, remember, Dave? What are you bringing to the show? Where's the sketch you promised me? Look, I know Crowder's good. Like, his show is very popular. People like it. I've seen some of his bits. They're very hit or miss, mostly miss. I've seen some funny ones, though. I have. But I just, everyone knows me. I am not a scripted fucking radio guy. Never was. And for the almost 10 years I've been doing Compound Media, never. The only scripted thing I've ever done on this network was Eastside Dave's Star Wars recreation. Remember that? It was awesome, by the way, too. Awesome. Written by Dave Landau, by the way. That whole thing was Dave Lucas Landau. No, I'm kidding, of course. That was George Lucas and Eastside Dave McDonald. But that's busy work, like you said. You shouldn't be forced to write things every day. I mean, as an exercise for a young, upcoming writer or comic, of course, do something like that. It's training, it's practice, it's whatever. But to tell the guy that is kind of a sidekick that's there to, because he's funny naturally, because he has the ability to snap a line out very quickly about whatever topic you're talking about, that's his job. Not to sit with pen and paper and come up with some wacky bit because, I don't know, someone needs the justification of paying him money. I thought Dave's job was to be Dave. A stand-up, a funny guy to have in the room with you while you're discussing shit that might need a unique, funny angle to it. But, yeah, to have him write and if Dave wants to write something, then I'm sure it would have been welcome with Crowder. Go, oh, yeah, hey, Steven, I wrote this last night. Oh, cool. What do you got? But you will write every day? All right, teach. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Crowder. Can I use the fucking toilet? All right.
More that I did every day, just for the sake of busy work, which I'll be honest, I hate. It seems so pointless for a show to do, but it's his show. But it's like, why don't we make the best show we can do? Instead, that's why I think SNL just comes off like it's written by the CIA, because you're just throwing 5 billion things at the wall instead of going, let's take these 7 things and master it.
Yeah.
You know, I just feel like whenever we would do that, like whenever I would host the show and we would put together a sketch that morning, it would look really good, at least for what I wanted, because we were focusing on one thing, not trying to make 3,000 things and then going, well, this half-ass one should work.
Yeah.
Now, man, granted, he has millions and millions of followers, but his show was once that first idea, not just throwing everything just to have busy work, to look like a hard worker.
Yeah.
He was a hard worker. Now it's an illusion, you know? The next thing is he's ready to start his own show by his own Friday show by October 14th. So now I have a show every Friday for no extra money. So I can't tour on Fridays.
Let's break this down. So you are going to have your own show, which is a plus.
Yes.
But you're not getting paid a single dime to host.
Give him $100 a week at least.
Platform.
You give him a show, give him $100 a week.
It's
What's wrong with you? You fuck
money.
Hey, fuck.
Because now you can't be out, doing 2 shows a Friday night.
Friday nights when you do your
show. Some other city.
Oh, boy.
Right.
Okay.
So then,
I've never heard of that. I'm sorry.
That's mental.
I've never heard of someone saying, I'm giving you your own show. You're not getting paid for it. I don't understand that.
right.
Congratulations. You got a promotion. It's just in name only, because that's like happened in so many movies and TV shows where it's like, yeah, hey, dude, got your own show. Oh, cool. Yeah, there won't be any more compensation for it. That happened in Seinfeld, I think, when George.
That happened to me. It's serious.
Yeah, it's serious.
I was always a board op, and I'm like, why am I still a board op? I'm a producer. And then they were like, finally, we're making you producer. And then I got my first paycheck, and it wasn't any more money. And I'm like, it says assistant producer. And they're like, oh, sorry, yeah, it was only assistant producer. I'm like, but you said it was producer. And like,
well, that would
sorry.
have been more money, and we can't do that. So if you were a board op, why didn't you find something exciting while you were opping? Fuck yeah. I'm home run. I'm a fucking excited op. I'm an interested op. Oh, God, this is great. This is great stuff. I didn't see this. Fucking amazing. Let me see.
Well, and that was kind of what bothered me. It was the I own you aspect. And then
I own you, yeah.
The hours.
But that's the thing. If you're doing your own show, they're making money from ad sales or at the very least adding value to the network.
Give me another job, George.
Content.
Of course, it's more responsibility, and there won't be any extra money.
And that's
what happened in Costanza with George Steinbrenner. A lot more responsibility, George. No more money. And George just doing that thing where he backs out of the office. Yeah, that's supposed to be funny. It's not something that's supposed to be in a fucking contract. Here you go. You got your own show. No extra money. All right.
Well, it was before where we're going to sweeten the pot, and that didn't happen.
420 pot.
But it did happen in the sense of road dates.
Okay, right.
So I didn't complain, but then
Right.
I can't do road dates unless he's on them now.
Right.
Oh, what?
So basically, I have to give up my stand-up career.
Right.
Wait,
so then the next thing,
he said that he couldn't do road dates without.
He could only go out like every third weekend of the month or something like that.
Why? Like, I don't see the why you would do something like that. I see why you'd want him to have his own show and not pay him more. Like, that makes sense. It's another show on your fucking platform with Dave Landau hosting it. So you want that, and you don't want to pay him more money. So I get that. But why would you tell a guy that he can't do something on the weekends that are his fucking weekends?
It sounds like one time Dave like missed a flight or a flight got delayed and he was really and fell asleep one time, and Crowder just holding this above his head and is like, if you're out on the weekends and you come back late, you're sleeping on the show.
All right, Dad.
Yeah.
I got you, Dad. Cool. Huh. All right. See more.
is hours Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then Friday.
Here's the thing.
What? Hold on. I need my fingers.
That's 8.
All right. I got to be honest here. Why would you get into this line of work to work 8 hours? Like, you get a job. You get a fucking job if you want to work 8 hours a day, fucking 5 days a week with restrictions on your weekends. That's called a real job. And by the way, that didn't include his Friday show. It was Monday through Friday. Then when's he supposed to do his Friday show?
Or the show's over and then you have to use the bits created in that show, ideas created in that show, and write stuff for tomorrow when you get home.
Dude, I'm having anxiety
I know.
just thinking of having this job. This is a terrible job. Holy shit, Dave. Wow. Wow. Oh. And he made me dress up in cute little outfits when his friends came over, and they were mean to me and smacked me on the ass, and I'm sitting there going, yeah, good. I'm kidding, Dave. Come on. Dave will see this.
We skipped over the part where Dave filmed this special, and then Crowder was like, oh, I'll join you. So they made it 2 shows, and he sold out. And then when Dave filmed it, Crowder was like, I own that special. He's like, what? He's like, no. So then he couldn't put it out because Crowder's like, I own you. And he texted him and wrote him this or called him, and it's like, I own you, and that's my special. So that's why this whole new contract came up. Because then Crowder was like, the guy that opens for us, Matt McClowry,
Yeah.
he's a little too dirty. He can't do his closing bit, or then he can't open during your special for us. And Dave was like, what the
This is
like
insane.
Yeah.
This is like a power fucking. Holy shit. I would set up a table outside Crowder's house with a sign on it that said, I am my own person. You don't own me. Prove me wrong. I sit there with a cup of coffee. Wow. This is the Thug Club. Fuck the Mug Club. This is the Thug Club. Holy shit. He's like a mafiosa.
It's like Suge Crowder.
Suge Crowder, right. Holy shit.
And Dave, in the beginning, announced he has a new show on Blaze with Quarter Black Garrett, who left Crowder while Dave was
Right,
there.
I remember him.
So you know they must have like just couldn't stand Crowder and were like, oh, once he's gone or once we get rid of him, we're gonna team up again.
Yes. Okay. So Landau has a show on Blaze.
Yeah.
All right. So obviously Crowder was the problem with Blaze.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Oh, I love this. I love when it all fucking spews out like vomit, like a Technicolor yawn. Yeah. Let me hear more, please.
I also want you to give up your stand-up career, but I'm actually prepared to pay you like a substantial amount of money because I just think it's for the greater good.
I know, but we both know it's not.
Fucking Malice. He's such a prick.
All right.
How much we talking?
For the
No,
greater
I'll sell.
good.
Just let me know. Like I'm a whore. You'd be surprised how little I go for. I actually, you wouldn't be. You'd be like, that seems too much.
Yeah.
So
I can get you a plastic cup with some Dr. Pepper remnants.
well, if as long as there's a dirty nickel in it, you've got yourself a deal. We also then it's hours Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m.
Oh,
to
okay,
3
Monday
p.m.
through Thursday.
Okay.
But
Friday 9 to 5.
Okay.
What?
Like you do your own show, you can't go home after
You
it.
can't go home. You have to hang out. What a way to make a living. Why the fuck would you? Again, that's a real job. That's a real job. Oh boy. Oh, I get to sleep in on Friday. I don't have to be there at 7 a.m. I get to be there at 9. Oh, what am I going to do with all those morning hours that I fucking... Like last night, I think I went to bed at 7 a.m. After the video games, and then I'm on the phone, like I'm just scrolling through Twitter and I'm tweeting, and then Instagram, I'm looking at fucking chicks dancing. Yeah, and then I look and it's light out, and I look at the clock, it's 7, and there's Crowder. Where are you? Yeah, Anthony, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and come on in at 7. If you could do that. Wow, that is a boss. That is office space. That is you work in a cubicle. You fucking it takes. I don't think people understand. This is why artistes don't work a lot of hours. It's not conducive to creativity to have to be somewhere, to be forced to be somewhere and forced to be creative. It just doesn't work. Like, I know I have to be in here at somewhere around 4. Somewhere around 4. And that's the most regimented thing about this show, that I get in here around 4 p.m. Anything else, any mandatory things, especially daily, it's kryptonite for creativity. You just that sense of obligation and responsibility, just fucking, it's all engulfing, and creativity just can't get its fucking self out. Sorry, it's just the way fucking artists are. So I know Dave. I fucking had Dave on this show for years. He lived at my house during COVID. And he's an awesome guy, funny to hang out with, and I know him as well as anybody, and he don't like that shit. He did not like that shit. So, yeah, I get it. I fucking get it.
Okay.
Which is so I can never catch a plane out of town on a Friday to even do a Saturday. Then I have to be back on Sunday, making it impossible to see my child or do stand-up.
Well, they're supposed to move to Texas.
And then the next thing is comedy special releases through Louder with Crowder, because he always felt that he owned my special, even though, because he let me keep the door that night.
Okay.
But I don't.
What about a
sign
window?
anything that
I'd make
said,
him throw
"Oh,
in
you're
a
letting me
window."
keep the door, so now you own my
Well, I don't know.
comedy.
Wait, let's well, hold on. Let's slow down.
Look at Malice, can't even believe
people
it.
like Tim Dillon and Andrew, the aforementioned Andrew Schultz, and Lucy Case, another one. They've done Gangbusters by Dave Smith, Libertas, with hit number 1.
Yes.
They do great numbers and make bank by putting out their special themselves, cutting out the middleman. People are more than happy to toss 10 or 12, 20 bucks. I don't know how much it costs, but it's like, hey, listen, if I don't support this artist, he's not going to be able to pay the rent. I'm more than happy to chip in because I'm getting content that I enjoy. He's making me laugh. This is fair. So his point was this comedy special, which wasn't have anything to do with him. It's your comedy, your stand-up.
Yep.
It's can only be. He's now just, even though for the same money, he's now going to kind of subsume that into his portfolio.
Yeah.
Yes. It's all inclusive.
Wow. Okay.
And that's a non-negotiable term.
Okay. How were you told? They were told you this is non-negotiable?
Like anything else is negotiable?
And since I know it's all,
I like to
everything's
come in
always
for
being
4 hours
recorded,
a day, thanks. 2 hours. Is that negotiable? Is 9 to 5 negotiable? Let's make it 3 to 5. There. I negotiated. We're negotiating.
I was like, you know what? I'll just go ahead and record this too.
Okay.
And I took a screenshot, and then I was either that or I was 1099'd. And and that would be for lower money. And it was these parameters that, and I'll send you that because I think it's only fair. That included.
Well, why don't you read them? You don't need me to send them.
You don't have to send them. I don't want this evidence.
Please post. Away. It's fine.
You want me to post them? I'll tell the staff to post them.
Wow, Dave wants
Just on
this
this.
out.
I mean, if you do a screenshot
I'll
of the
have
first,
them
I just
posted,
don't want
yeah.
people to think that it's
Yeah.
some made up thing, because I just want people to know honestly why I left, and this is simply between. You know, I'm not going into a lot of things that are behind closed doors, but I'm just, this is the reason I left.
Yeah, he's talking mostly the business angle of it. I get it.
A few of the things that went in, goes into the back and forth. Studio Monday through Friday, 7:45 to 3:45. So now
7:45?
again, the times have changed.
Okay.
Just in a day. You know, so it's again, company will enforce a strict 5-minute tardy policy.
Okay, that whole thing. Hold on a second. Let me. I'm going to forward this right now before I forget.
These are funny people that don't like tardy policies. If they come in late, whatever they're bringing 5-10 minutes late is better than anything you're going to get from somebody that can be on time. Again, artistes, they're not the most prompt individuals. The creative process uses a lot of energy, and especially when you're out at night and you're hanging out and you're garnering stories and other things that that influence your creativity. I'd rather have someone hilariously funny that's late than someone that's prompt every day and might not, you know, cut it as far as being funny goes. Artie Lang, hilariously funny. And there were days he never showed up at all. Tardy? How about absent? He was tardy and then he was tardy again, so it made him retardy. Retardy.
Fuck yeah.
Thank you. Dave, he got the joke. All right.
With is this the thing with the yellow?
No, the yellow was the last one. This one is just the first page of the independent contractor.
With everything and all the things handwritten, you want me to include that as well?
Yes, this was what was eventually sent to me.
Okay,
and
I'm going to send it right now to my producer so he'll put it up on the screen.
Wow.
And this eventually showed up on October 2022 after I refused to sign anything starting when I returned in August, because I just wouldn't sign anything and I just kept showing up to work like Costanza.
And they kept paying you.
Again,
Yeah, they kept paying me forever.
Okay.
And I took the
What's
money.
Landau
because
doing here?
I
Didn't you quit
earned it.
yesterday? Quit, please. Come on. This is a Seinfeld fucking episode. I just kept showing up. Sometimes that's good. When you're not under contract, your contract runs out, and you just keep showing up, and they're like, okay, I don't know. I guess we'll sign it at some point, but I guess we're still going off the last contract. Yeah, so Dave, he's really barbecuing this. Talk about burning bridges. This is, you know, pretty much flame on.
Yes.
Right, but I'm just saying it wasn't like, what are you doing here? They did keep paying you.
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm looking at right here, and we're going to have it on the screen. Oh, you're a third chair personality. You weren't the second chair?
No, I was third chair.
Okay. But the thing
Was he always third chair?
I guess so. It's kind of hard to tell.
Why would you leave here to be third chair? That's the chair that doesn't have a seat on it. It's just got a big stem in the middle. They took the seat on like a bicycle without a seat. You got to sit on that fucking big thing goes in your asshole. I had to make it very graphic. All right.
The thing that I'm seeing is company will enforce a strict 5-minute tardy policy. Contractor agrees that if he
Contractor.
arrives to work
That's
more
a
than
funny
5 minutes
word.
late, he's in breach of Section 1, must leave company premises, and will not be compensated for the day the breach occurred. Contractor's breach of Section, and you can't seek reimbursement for the days the breach occurred. So I don't think they even have this at McDonald's, to be honest. Like,
That's insane. You're 5 minutes late. Turn around, go home, no pay for the day. 5 minutes late, you're in breach. The contractor is in breach of. That sounds good. That's a nice handshake, kind of fun. Hey, I'd like to work with you, man. You're a funny guy. Yeah, let's hang out. I'm sure we could do some funny shit together. And, you know, people like it. All right. You are the contractor, by the way. And if you're 5 minutes tardy, contractor is in breach of Section DICK-BAG. And you must leave the premises. The premises. Oh, God. The legal language it's so unfunny. It's not an atmosphere of funny guys being creative and fun. That's something that you sign when you're contracted to put a pool in or something. That's like a contractor. You know, it's our standard contract. If any of our employees are late, they will be sent home, and you will not be liable to pay that person, but we will send somebody to get the work done, man. Oh, God. I knew Crowder was kind of, you know, like this. And I think what Dave was saying, he wasn't always like this. And even when he initially went over there, I'm sure they had some personality conflict. But I don't know where this shit's coming from. I don't know Crowder that well, so maybe he's always been like this, but he hid it very well until you see someone like Dave pull out the actual paperwork. And look, I'll tell you, I love Nick DiPaolo. Love him. Hilarious guy. Love Nick. If anyone thinks Nick will put up with any bit of this shit, you got another. It's just not gonna happen. It just ain't happening. I've seen Nick blow shit up over a lot less. Lot less. Anyway, I wish them obviously the best. Nick is very good, and we'll see how it works out with Crowder. But again, if Steven tries to pull anything with Nick like this, oh boy, oh boy, oh, the fuck is going on?
Our allies are being attacked.
Hey, a little more Dave Landau.
5 minutes late, like pack your crap and go home. How would that even be addressed on the air? Like, where's Dave? Oh, Dave was 5 minutes late?
Yeah.
Yeah, they go, how can you prove that? Well, our watches are different. Yeah, it's...
Synchronize your watches,
This
sir.
is when I had to now start dumping money into entertainment lawyers. So a lot of the money that I even made on tour, why?
Right.
So, you know, that became another issue.
So promotion, it says that they agree to promote your stand-up once a week at a time and in a
Confidentiality.
medium of their discretion. So it
Correct.
could just be some random post somewhere that no one sees.
Correct. And that was because they had not been promoting me.
Okay.
And I
was the
put
beef?
that I would, and it's in writing, and what I gave them was I would actually give them a commission of my sold out shows.
Okay.
What?
And a commission of the shows with an, if they were willing to actually promote my shows.
So you
Because
said
it had-
not your handwriting that I'm
Can
looking
you
at?
pause this?
Yes.
Because this is something, I mean, oh my God. When you have a person on board your show, a paid employee, or even a guest on the show that's a comic, this is such known you just plug their gigs. That's their life's blood, is the gig. Now, if Crowder said, I'll give you such a fuckload of money, you won't have to gig anymore. You won't have to, whatever it is. You're not working 8 hours a day like you're working at fucking IBM. That's one thing. But as a comic on a show, plugging gigs is just what you do. It's commonplace. It's been done forever. Jackie the Joke Man Marling, ladies and gentlemen, who's going to be at the Chuckle Hut. Like, it's been done forever. And Dave actually had to say, I'll give you a percentage of what I make out on the road, like a common hooah. Steven Crowder,
Mineral field
pimp.
depleted.
He's a pimp at this point. He's pimping out a comic. Go ahead, sweetheart. Get on stage and shake that little ass. And you better come back with my money, bitch. What the fuck? No plugs for you. No plugs for you, hooah. Oh. I'm beside myself.
Looking at.
Yes, it is.
Oh, so you said,
Because-
okay, I'll give you guys 5% of the door if I sell out.
5% in general and 10% if I sell out.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
Just because I was,
It's an
where
agent.
else am I going to go to promote? I'm not on any other shows.
Right,
And I
right.
don't have time to go to other shows because I
Right.
write for him. And at
Right.
this point, I'm now desperate to promote my shows because
course.
he won't do it.
Okay.
So you have me
Catch
and Matt
22.
McCloud. He's got a new daughter. We're going around the country, and I'm watching ticket sales slide. And it's funny. Like I'm literally in malls. Like for example, doing like a funny bone, and I'm in like a comic book store, and Matt and I are standing there, and the guy would go, "Hey, you're Dave Landau," and I go, "Yeah." And he'd be like, "What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "I'm performing at the Funny Bone upstairs," and he'd be like, "Really? You should mention your dates on your show." I'm like, yeah, I should. You're right.
Wow. That must have
And
been like
that
a knife
happened-
in the heart.
It would hurt, yeah, but I wouldn't tell
Send the
them.
dates to me, Dave. I'd have plugged them. I'm a good guy. I'd have plugged them. This is tragic.
Them. I wouldn't go like, oh, it's because
I'm not
you know,
allowed
I
because
got
the lights
yeah,
on.
yeah. And at that point, I had already had my contract terminated. I could have said the truth, but I never.
Was it
did.
terminated or did it resolve? Was it like had a fixed date?
No, it never had a fixed date. It was just
It
they
was
had
when
said that was done, and
You were
I had
informed, either verbally or in writing, that your contract
Yes.
is hereby done. Okay.
Yes, and it was I had to choose either a 1099 or this new policy.
I work at
And when
Cyberdyne
Jeff
from
asked
9
me
to
the
5.
choice, we were
I've
Buffalo
been
Wild Wings,
terminated.
and I said, I guess whichever one fits up his ass better. Would you like? Because I was pretty fucking
You
pissed.
said that?
Yep.
I gotta tell you, like I know you fairly well at this point. We've hung out one-on-one on more than one occasion. You're not someone who's got a temper, to put it mildly.
Nope.
You're very open about your past with recovery.
You're not
I
big
know a
dick,
lot of people
Dev.
who are addicts. Bridget Fettisy's husband, Jaron, just stayed with me. They're moving here.
He will
he's in
lunge at a
recovery.
shiny object without
and
really thinking about
as is she.
some
And
of the
one of the things
consequences.
that's
It's something
commendable.
sparkly in front of him. He'll just lunge at it and then go, oh, no, what did I do? I lunged at the shiny object. Let me see if the other object I left is, oh, that's gone now. And the shiny object wasn't really shiny. It was just tinfoil. Yeah. Oh. I love you, Dave. Don't worry. It's all going to work out. We're going to get through this together. Keep your nose up. What did I get?
About addicts is addicts realize I should be in a coffin or I should be in a gutter. So it takes a lot for it to be like, you know what, this is unfair, this sucks, because you guys have been through rock bottom. Isn't like, you know what, I got drunk and I was hungover. That's not rock bottom. That's the penthouse. You know what I mean? Like, that's paradise to someone who's an addict. Oh no, I was just hungover. Poor me. Rock bottom is like, I'm crying at grandma's crying at Thanksgiving
Malice
dinner,
doesn't
and
drink,
I don't
right?
care because I'm too
He does?
messed up to realize.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, rock bottom is in an X position, handcuffed to a bed.
But I am
while
rock
they're
bottom.
dumping cold on your throat, and your mother's crying.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's not even rock bottom, because once you get out, you still drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Terrible.
and that's the part that I don't think he ever grasped was I was very, and I'm still very forgiving of it. Because whatever he has and whatever he's going through, I just think he was bullied at some point in his
Dave
life.
Landau's like Jesus.
And he has become the bully, and he doesn't realize.
His
And
contract
that's what
was
sucks
terminated
is-
for our sins. He's Jesus. Jesus Landau.
He's got a lot of
Dave
guys
would be
around
laughing at
him,
all
and I
this, by the
really do love his staff, and I love working with them. But I think that they are kind of just a little bit intimidated at this point. to
Where's
keep their own job.
he's making a good point about when somebody gets a little bit tyrannical as the leader of whatever entity they're the leader of. Book Dave on the show. I'd love to fucking sit and talk to Dave like he's, you know, talking to Michael about this shit. Because I know this stuff. And again, working with Greg Opie Hughes, there's a similar dynamic there. Thank God we, as a team, and having Jimmy there also, and E-Rock and Travis and all the people that were involved in the O&A show, it was a lot harder for him to exercise that power over it, and he tried. And in a lot of cases, he did succeed in fucking with people, but that unity we all had kind of kept him in check a little. It seems to me like Crowder wields an iron fist for some fucking maniacal reason. And like Dave just said, the staff is intimidated by him. And they you know, they're probably at the point where they don't look him in the eye and, yes, sir, I hear you, sir. No, sir. Yeah. So anyway, E-Rock, wherever you are, put down whatever you're eating and book, because I have to assume he's eating, and book Dave Landau on this very program. Steve's laughing. He's laughing. All right, let me see a little more, please.
I know I was, so I don't blame him. But it's just there's just something there that I just don't grasp, because there is part of him that I know is good. I've met that person.
Oh.
But then he does stuff that's behind your back that's like this, and you're like, why are you doing this for
Could
power?
you pause?
And
so he knows he's a good person. He likes him, and he knows that guy. But then he does something behind your back that you just don't understand. Huh? What do you think if I know anyone that's done something like that?
Our allies are being attacked. There's no more gas with this one. Your forces are under attack.
All right, I gotta admit, I am relishing in this a bit. I really am kind of enjoying this. I gotta be honest. I'm a human fucking being. So I'm kind of enjoying the turmoil, the upendedness of people's lives, and all the fucking bullshit that is going along with this. But again, I love Dave, and I want to have him on the show.
it's very, and it's just not worth it to me. And at this point in my life, I have hit rock bottom enough, and I have been left with nothing enough that I'm just going to go, all right, well, that's enough. Go fuck
Yeah,
yourself.
I know what it's like to have nothing and be destitute, and I can do it. I've done it before.
Yeah, I can move on. I can go, and you can.
Let me just throw something in there. I cannot. I've had nothing. I've been destitute. It's been quite some time since I've been in that boat. At this point in my life, I cannot. I cannot be destitute again and have nothing. That would be a terrible nightmare. I have those nightmares, as a matter of fact. And I really don't want that. So, hence my my Jewish accountant, who for the past 20 years, over 20 years now, has made sure that I never have to be a Walmart greeter, even though I lost 20% of my money in the S&P 500 because I didn't go with Noble Gold in 2022. Happens. It's coming back, though. I just checked my statement the other day. The little line went like this. A little uptick. I was feeling good about that. And now I'm feeling good about this.
He can claim martyr and make stuff up and say I did whatever, and I know the truth, and I know the people around me that know the truth, and that's just. And I'm being very, very generous here.
What happened when you said that line about you could shove it up your ass?
Jeff said, I figured it would go probably something like this.
Take this job and shove it, boom, boom.
Jeff
I ain't working.
specifically to me, he goes, I don't understand why he's so high-strung like this, because you're not doing anything wrong. He just made me watch a full tape where he said he fell asleep, and I'm like, he didn't, because he was always looking for that. And he said, I don't understand, because you're turning in everything he's asking you to turn in. He was kind of confused by it because he knew that it was this constant, like.
But let me ask that tardy clause. How often were you late to work?
Oh, like to the actual show, being started once.
Okay.
I don't believe
He had me get an iPhone, and I got rid of my Android because of I do stupid shit sometimes. I set it for PM and not AM, and I was late to the show. But a lot of the times when I was supposed to be there at like 8, I'd be there at 8:15, or I'd be there at 7:30, I'd be there at 7:50. But it was, again,
was
because
not
I
the
was
snooze.
writing, and then I had to get
was the
ready
second
to be
volume
on
knob,
camera.
Jerry.
It wasn't because of any
you
other
never-
reason.
You were never late on camera,
No,
other
never.
than once. Okay. Well,
No,
you,
only once.
okay. Wow. Okay, because if you have a clause like that, it's kind of, it would imply to me that this is an ongoing problem, and we need to nip it
Like
in the
Anthony
bud.
Cumia.
Wait, so
Yeah.
this so-called tardy policy.
I'm going to
do
put
you
that.
know
Could you
if
pause
this-
for a minute? I'm going to write a contract for me that says if I'm 5 minutes late, I have to just turn around and go home. I'm doing that. Yes. I'm going to start getting tough with myself. Could I do it from home? Could I just not show up 5 minutes late and then you tell me I'm not allowed to be here? And I'll just be like, oh, okay. Beef, come here, beef. Oh, shut up. Teasing, of course.
This is something that other people had to deal with, or was this something exclusive to your contract, to your best of your knowledge?
Oh, good question.
Oh no, it was just me.
Oh.
I mean, it was just me. It was odd because I wasn't allowed in rehearsal. So there would be a rehearsal. and,
Okay,
like, it would
okay.
go-
Hold on. I thought we were the only the only show
The
that
only
did
show
rehearsals.
that did rehearsals. Yep.
Yeah. We're in here all morning just running through the show to make it seem like this slipshod, fucking skin of your teeth, winging it kind of thing. But that takes like rehearsal over and over and over again. This is the part where I pick the paper up. We practice this.
Yep. Yeah.
Rehearsal. What the fuck are you, The Tonight Show? Rehearsal? What is this, a high school play? Rehearsal? I would be so happy if I wasn't allowed at rehearsal, by the way. I'd be like, oh, thank God I don't have to. Rehearsal? Ugh, okay.
It sounds like the show is scripted almost.
Yeah, like completely. Like every second is accounted for and written.
That would make, because the few times I'd watch it, it'd be like the guy in the booth would talk, and the second he talked, it'd be cut to him. Like they knew he was going to talk and stuff. Like
They
and
probably
now
have like storyboard. They probably storyboard the show for the day. And it's like, okay, now board 1, board 2, board 3. Okay, cut to camera 3. Now he'll talk.
Yeah.
And now back to Crowder. And like a director doing all that shit like in the truck at a football game.
Meanwhile, he's just sitting there with his holster on, talking into the camera for half an hour.
But it's rehearsed. Yes. Rehearsal.
You're gonna need it.
I don't know.
go over everything, but I wasn't allowed in it. So I would have to sit in a separate boardroom with John, who works there, and just wait for 45 minutes, kind of arbitrarily.
Every day?
While they did rehearsal for no reason, just because it was sort of an aspect of control while they did a rehearsal.
Sort of.
And I wasn't allowed in the room. And my agent did fight, Steven's agent did fight to kind of, get me in the room. Still
Why
never
would you
happened.
not
And
want him in the? Well, I know that's probably why what Michael's ready to ask. But I'm just going to ask it. Why the fuck wouldn't you want your third chair, your comedy guy, to know what the fuck, unless you want some element of spontaneity, but it certainly doesn't seem like anything on this show is spontaneous. And it doesn't seem like Crowder is a spontaneity kind of guy. So what would be the purpose of not having him in there? What was Dave told when he went, oh, rehearsal, let me come in, and they go, hey, Dave, you stay out here. We're going to rehearse. Like, what's the reason for that? And I'm sure Michael will ask that.
Wait, what's the upside of not having the co-host during the rehearsals to make his comments fresher?
Thank you, Mr. Mellis.
yeah, I think so. He knew the jokes and where he could go quicker, with it.
Wait, but why wouldn't you want the co-host to also know the jokes so you could have to go I don't understand this. I'm
I
trying to
guess
look
you
at
would
from
seem
his perspective.
funnier because you knew the topics better. I mean, even though I did know the topics because I was writing them
Okay,
into the
it's
show.
exactly like I said. He wanted to make it look like he was coming up with these funny lines about what they were talking about off the cuff, very spontaneous. Meanwhile, it's rehearsed, and he didn't want Dave knowing the topics because Dave, without knowing the topics, is faster than Steven would be knowing the topics. So Dave probably got all the good, quick lines, but that was his job. That's what he does. That's what he does.
Doing all the work Opie never did
Yeah.
to seem like as funny in the room.
Right. He just is a funny guy.
Opie just needed rehearsals.
Remember when I would hide my notes here from Dave? I'd be like this. I had a music stand, and I'd have it up so he couldn't see. And I made sure you guys used double paper so he couldn't read backwards through the sheet because I wanted the funny lines. Holy mother of fuck. This is really... Look, I knew Crowder had some issues, but this is bizarre, man. This is fucking bizarre. All right.
Joe?
Okay.
But I guess it was just I don't know. I just was not allowed in the room.
You were never given reason, is my point.
Not really, no.
Okay.
So I would have to rush there to do nothing. So I would be playing with
don't be
his
late
dog.
To do nothing.
Well, they did that.
Every day.
Unless we had to film something or I was to write something last minute,
Oh,
which
I'm getting anxiety
wasn't
again.
very often
Real job.
Okay.
because I had already written it the night before or that morning.
Okay. So this was what, August, you said?
If only the AI thing was really had taken off before he left, I would just put a topic in AI and have it print out Crowder's bits.
It would be so easy.
Hey, I got a new bit for the day. I got another one. Here's 5. I wrote them just last night. It's amazing. They're hilarious. Fucking great. AI.
Well, August and then October was when this other contract came in. I said I'm not just going to have some deal where it's, you know, a
Not my deal rate.
not a non-disclosure, but a non-negotiable thing. I'm like, that's just sorry, no. So I got the entertainment lawyer, filled it out like I said through this.
I don't understand that whole thing about telling you where your family has to live.
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah,
kind of
no.
really that to me sounds really egregious.
Yeah.
Well, especially when one's sick and needs their own insurance and might have a job that covers that.
Just leave.
Did you feel that was just like a twisting of the knife thing?
Yeah.
That just okay.
I felt it was very personal.
Okay.
I mean, that's why it's like hard to even get into, like, when you still seem like a little jovial, because it's like, yeah, it's pretty shitty.
Yeah.
Because it's like you're giving me one contract of like, you have to be here 7 days a week, except for possibly a Saturday every 6. And I would say that. I would go, you said I could leave one Saturday every 6 weeks. And it's like, where does it say that day? It's like, just because you change the verbiage doesn't mean it doesn't say
It's still math. It's just math at that point.
Yeah, and it's had you been okay? Let's look at it this way: had you been promising him that you're going to move your family to Dallas?
If things had, and that never happened.
If things had run, you broke up a bit. If things had
worked out,
okay.
I said that there could be an opportunity for that.
Okay.
And if things in, you know, it would be in my personal life and whatever. But no, that was that would have never been.
Did
my
Crowder
choice.
ever put Dave in the hot box? Wasn't that in the contract that if he mouthed off, he'd have to lay in the hot box for a few days in Candyland? Holy shit! Does Dave have whip marks on his back? Is he whipped?
Our allies are being attacked.
Did Steven put a big collar around Dave's neck so it wouldn't fit through the door? Big spike collar, and he tried to leave before 9 o'clock at night, and oh my God! I just remember like Dave's attitude, and not like a bad attitude, his whole demeanor, and at the house, and you know, ordering Chick-fil-A at the end of the show and hanging out, watching TV and stuff. And this format is just not for Dave. This constant, you know, that you need to do this, you're obligated, sign this, you're a contractor, this is your job. I just, that's what's really getting me, is because I know Dave so well that he's not that guy. He just ain't that guy, as much as I'm not that guy. That's why listening to this, I'm getting anxiety just thinking of that being presented to me at some point and going like, oh no, I'm fucked here. This is fucked.
Well, it's not his business.
No.
Quite literally. It's not like your wife or your kid or whoever, your uncle or your grandpa, are helping you, driving you to work or writing skits with you. I've
Any
seen some of your
dead
kids' comedy
relatives must
skits,
be
they're not
dug
funny.
up
Like,
and replanted in the
Try,
great
like,
state of
not
Texas.
Not everything's a knock
He
knock joke.
has a hook, Mike.
Hip or a hand.
There's,
A hook. Holy
yeah, there's the. But like with Anthony, I was with Anthony for 3 years.
Yeah.
There was never even a mention.
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
when Anthony, people can say whatever the hell they want about him. If there was any issue with my family, it wasn't even
Father,
with any
forgive
family
him,
member. It
for he
wasn't
knows
even
not what he's
discussed in
doing.
a way of like, well, let's talk about.
Of Jesus.
Can you stay
Jesus
here
Christ.
until 10 p.m. and
Jesus
then
two shirts, they
maybe
call
take
me.
a red eye to the funeral? It was always like, go. Why are you here? Like
Yeah.
it wasn't. There wasn't even. There was never even a thought in Anthony's head that anything
Exactly.
should be more important.
And I'm still that way. Not a thought in my head.
Yeah. Okay. So, when did the whole thing with Daily Wire happen, and what was your reaction?
Oh, right. Well, I want to hear
That's
what he thought
kind
about
of what
that
happened
deal.
with me was just
$50
before the
million.
break.
What was the break?
The break was winter break,
Okay.
right after he does his
Research complete.
like Santa thing,
Okay.
He's cringing.
where
His
like we
Santa
went out
thing.
for a minute, like I was dressed as an elf, and I felt a bit degraded.
Ah, yeah,
and,
yeah.
So I only,
Wouldn't they
like,
dress like
I
women?
think
Like,
we
Crowder
filmed a
would
couple
make-
things.
Crowder would make them dress up like girls. Like he'd have them dress like women in the studio, and it's like, yeah, I don't really like this. Oh, Dave. Oh, Dave.
Things like we had some Visa cards, and I was asking people questions, and then I just started handing them to people that didn't speak the language, and then because I figured he'd never show that. So I right before the break, I was in his office, and it was me, him, and John, and he had a conversation with me that he wanted to put out my special, and he was mad that I came to him because I had edited the special, and I wanted to put it out.
So you filmed it without him in the interim.
I filmed a new one later without him
Okay.
because he wanted this one, and I didn't want him to put it out.
The one that became a Prison 10.
Yes. So the
Okay.
original one was in Dallas, and I didn't want him to put it out because he just thought it was his.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. This is my life story.
Yeah, now
there's
Barry
stuff
can
in
just
there
tape
about,
another
you know,
special.
my
Fuck
dad's
it.
death, my mom's suicide. Like there's stuff in there that's so personal to me. So it's like, this isn't yours. So he brought me into his office, and he said how he wished that he made the amount of money that I did last year and all this other stuff. And
Wait,
it was
what?
very,
He said that, or intimated to that?
Beat him.
yes.
Wait, he was implying that you made more money than him, or significantly more money than him.
Way more money than him, yeah.
Okay.
And I sat there like, and I believed it for a minute. I was like, I don't know what this guy
I
must be
believed it.
paying these employees, or what do you know.
A lot of overhead.
And I kind of
Hey, those
sat
mugs
there.
are not cheap.
No, they're not. China's very expensive
get
for
it.
the American Patriot
Holy
mug.
crap.
And
The money I waste on Gino Bisconti.
he told
Jesus
me-
Christ.
you saying that to me, and I kind of sat there like thinking like I mean I did well, but it's like, let's be real here, like it's not like that. And but it was really odd because it was like John was next to me, he's telling me that, like, I wish I made the amount of money
You made closer to fuck me money than fuck you money.
yes. And I kept thinking, like, it's like you did make 70% of the tour, but you know, somehow that adds into me making more. But you know, and I didn't know even the kind of money that came in. I didn't know the real YouTube thing. I didn't realize.
Nor was it your business, right? That's fair.
No, I never asked.
Yeah,
It was
paid
none of my
employee.
business.
There you
Yeah,
go.
it's a
And,
show, yeah.
and look, he created that empire. It's his
Yes.
money. It's his show. I never, and everything that I agreed to. That's
Yes.
the truth. So I never complained because that's what I agreed to.
But if he wasn't
Right.
making as much as Dave was making, wouldn't he have just snatched up that fucking $50 million deal that Daily Wire offered him? If you're sitting there and going, you know,
Yeah, right?
yeah, you'd be like, thank God this deal came through. I'm not even fucking making what my third chair makes. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take the deal. Yeah. Well, weird.
So, yeah, the only thing I did complain about was like, you said you would promote my shows and you didn't, and that pissed me off. Okay. So but then we were on Christmas break and I didn't know what we were gonna do. I didn't know if we were going to the Daily Wire or staying with the Blaze or whatever this whole controversy is. And then all of a sudden he's there talking about a contract for $50 million. Now he didn't out the Daily Wire. He just said it was a contract for $50 million and said it was somebody.
It was a proposal.
It was pretty obvious who it was, but in his defense, he didn't out them. But then Jeremy came out and outed it too.
Jeremy, the head of the Daily Wire.
Right. And I saw it and I thought, $50 million, you know, and I like looked at it.
And he turned down $50 million, let's be clear. Or up, I think $50 million was the ceiling, but it wasn't starting at 50. But yeah, he
Yes.
For $50 million, Ben Shapiro can have my foot.
Oh, for $50 million.
Yeah.
I couldn't even believe it. But it's also going, it hit me too, though, because that means, oh, what are we worth? That I just sat in an office and was shamed. The timeline met up to back in August that he first got this $50 million offer through my agent that I introduced him to.
Oh, right.
Oh my God.
Was at the same time that he knew what was going on in my personal life, that he decided to slide me a contract and said you have to do all this when he was being offered $50 million.
So he knew the $50
People are
million
saying
was
how
on
much
the
it costs to
table
run the
when he's-
studio and everything else. It's like, So the way that I looked at it, I was
It's not
like,
the Challenger.
yeah, let's not.
It's not cheap, but it's not $50 million. Yeah.
Hell, he's making a ton of money, which I'm not saying he doesn't deserve, but it's like at the same time, you knew that you were making a profit, and I was working very hard to help you make that profit, and your response was, fuck you, I'm going to take everything from you. And I just kind of was watching that like, is this for real?
Yeah.
And then they came back and said, well, we're going to kind of negotiate where, you know, we come back with something, you come back with something. This isn't a contract, this is an offer sheet. And I listened to both sides, and I thought, well, it seems that Jeremy's being very upfront and transparent here because he's pointing out everything. So I listened to a bunch of, you know, different talking heads, but from what I could gather, each side had their points, but I felt that it was more of a stop big con thing seemed a little much.
Yeah.
And it seemed like pushing more of this infighting and this narrative. And if people really have these ideologies that they want to push and believe, it didn't come off as very true. It just came off as more of what I had experienced, you know, and I just didn't buy it. And I was bothered by it. And then I thought, well, now you have this other company coming in who's paying God knows how much money. You have other companies that want to offer, and people are going, he said it's not about the money, but he just asked for $120 million. So $50 million isn't about the money, and then it's $120 million, isn't it? And I'm just being honest, going, that seems a little weird.
Could you pause it for
And
a
then
sec here? Because
for me,
Dave must have lost his fucking mind. You're seeing those figures flashing in front of you. You know you're part of it. 50 million, 120 million. All these numbers are flashing in front of you. You're part of this show. You would think, wow, this could be that deal that I finally, you know, the big deal where I get a shitload of money and I can be comfortable and my future is secure. My family's future is secure. And then this guy just fucks it all up. It's like Opie. Like when Opie would do that shit during contract negotiations. Like, fuck this. I think I'm done. And we're just all sitting there going, are you out of your fucking mind? We're making a shitload of money. The staff is getting paid good money. And they don't know if tomorrow they'll have a job because on a whim you're starting to think, oh, I might not want to do this. First of all, we know you're doing it. Second of all, shut the fuck up and sign the paper. So yeah, I could see Dave just like, it's right there. It's right there. Another shiny object for Dave to chase. And then and then it just falls off the string.
That's what it sounds like. He like knew there was a payday, like a big payday ahead of him, and he was just trying to hold on
Just
until it got
hold
there.
on and get to
it
that
totally
payday.
makes sense.
Right, right.
And he just couldn't anymore. Yeah.
Oh, brutal.
But hopefully he got a good deal at Blaze.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
I'm sure he did.
I'm sure he got a good deal.
Yeah.
He's probably making more than he was making initially with Crowder. You know, now it's kind of your show. So, yeah.
That'd be funny. He tells Quarter Black Garrett, "You better be in here at 7 in the morning."
Oh, God. You got 5 minutes late? Turn around. Turn around. I love it. It's so funny.
And then for me, watching it, knowing what I had to look at and have to make choices on, and knowing how frustrated I was, for pennies,
Yeah.
it was, it bothered me in a lot of ways, where I thought, you know, I can just go and do my own thing, and I was much happier as just a road comic. I don't have to do this. I can just go do something else. It was his choice to rip up my contract, not mine.
Wow.
You know, it wasn't my choice for him to do this, so I wanted to go.
Were there
And-
any, let me ask this, just to be clear, were there any terms that were better with this proposed contract than you had already been receiving previously?
No.
Or was it all in the worst direction?
Oh, it was all in the worst direction. I wasn't
answer
sure.
there,
I was like, do you want to fire me? Like, just fire me.
He's got
Right.
no, yeah.
It wasn't like the
That's how
salary was
bad it
doubled, but at
was.
the same time you got to...
That's how bad it was. He actually, were there terms that were better than the last contract? No. I thought, you know, this was, hey, you want to fire me? Fire me. Like, they give you a contract and you look at it and go, so you want me to leave? You just want me to fucking quit? That's what this piece of shit written on this paper is. Yeah, no money increase. And that contract was floated to him when he was already talking with $50 million. Oh, what a fucking asshole. Wow. Wow.
Your forces are under
Your
attack.
family, right? It wasn't like a mix.
Right? No. It was no. It was
It
from
was a
him.
worse offer than you had originally, by every metric.
By every metric, except my agent kept telling me, "Hang in there. I've been telling you, by February you'll have 350 grand a year."
Okay. Why?
Which-
How would that happen?
I had no idea, because it
No idea.
never did.
But why would it? If the contract's for less than that, why would it change by February?
No
If
clue.
you're not allowed to tour, it doesn't make any sense. Okay.
And I kept saying, "But who's offering us? Like, is it the Daily Wire? Is it the Blaze? Is it
Because the
this? Is it
agent
that?" He
wanted
goes, "Well, I
20
can't
grand
tell you
a
that.
year."
It's
But if
not."
he's got you under contract, why would he give you a raise if he goes to the Daily Wire? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Right, but I just kept being told that, and I said, "Well, who's making the deal?" And he's like, "Well, I can't tell you. That's Steven's deal." And I said,
Is
"But
this
I'm
guy
on the."
your agent?
It's my deal,
He
Wade.
is my
Our
agent, I
allies'
think.
base is under attack.
Okay.
He was, you know, he was.
Oh.
But you know, he's Steven's agent. He makes
Crowder
millions and millions
stole
and millions
his
of dollars off
agent.
of Steven.
Isn't that interesting?
Base is under attack.
Crowder wooed over his agent, and boy, the agent probably didn't even tell Dave at the time. Maybe an email? Did he send? This is crazy. Like, if I was a vindictive person, I would really be talking karma and oh my God. But I'm not vindictive. And I love Dave, and you know, I wish him all the best. And I want to have him on the show so we could chit chat about this shit. But oh my God, this is just that fucking gold ring was dangled right in front of you. Dude, that's brutal.
So,
Okay.
you know, I hope I know that their relationship that I connected them with has been very fruitful,
Okay.
and it's which is fine. I mean, it's odd because why wouldn't you? I have no problem with them working together, but why just sneak around and fuck me?
Yeah. Right.
Wait.
Like
Who quoted that?
Help your
Whose
friends.
quote is that? Oh, that's right. It was mine.
Our allies' base is
No,
under
I'm
attack.
fine. I hope everything works out. But, you know, why would you sneak around and fuck me? Holy shit, dude.
Our allies are
It's
being
exactly what happens. It's exactly what happened to me. With Dave.
is under attack.
I can't believe he actually said those words. Oh, my dear Lord. Play that again. I want to hear it again.
together.
Friendo's
But why'd
base
you
is
sneak
under
around
attack.
and fuck me?
Yeah.
I don't know, Dave.
Our allies'
Why?
base is under attack.
Right.
Like, you could have just told me that. I mean, you let me use your platform, I'll let you use my agent to make money.
Right.
But instead, it's like, let's just give Dave nothing.
Right.
And it's odd because so many people have come out because I made a joke on the show where I said, look, I'm all about the money. It's what I do it for. I'm all about the money. Which in a joking way is me saying, yes, I work for money. I don't work for wagon wheels and horseshoes.
Yes.
But at the same time, it was a joke because but so many people I realized are stupid and listen to some ungodly amount of money and go, he said it's not about the money. And that's the truth. And it's like, are you how stupid are you? Of course,
So
it's
here's the
about
other
money.
thing. Let's suppose it's not about the money.
Mhm.
I didn't see anything in those Daily Wire terms that were particularly offensive.
No.
They weren't like move your family, change your name, you had to advocate for gun control, or you have to endorse Biden. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think
No.
anything in that contract was
Now,
at all.
pause again, because I remember some of the terms that Crowder talked about that he didn't like was if he got a strike from YouTube, the pay would be cut by a certain percentage. And then every subsequent strike on YouTube or social media in general would result in a percentage loss of the pay that was going to be given to him under the contract. How is that any worse than you 5 minutes late, go home, and you're not getting paid? He was bitching about some of the same consequences in his contract that he wrote into Landau's contract. They're all fucking tyrannical and ridiculous and overbearing. So what was he bitching about? I wouldn't sign a contract like this. Take a look at your own fucking contract.
Offensive from what I'd seen of it.
No, I don't think that they did. And that's what my problem was with it. And I don't know anybody at the Daily Wire. The only reason why I know anybody at the Daily Wire is because they were friends with him.
Okay, yeah.
And that's what bothered me about it so much was I was like, why would you do that?
Folks, your welcome is brought to you by Progressive Insurance.
Oh, Progressive Insurance. Insure your job. Was that it? Oh, okay. Yeah, he's
How
just
you
doing a
buy.
read.
Let's get back to the show.
Oh, let's
How did
get
you
back.
find out that
That's
that
great.
he
I'm
taped
just playing their show.
records his phone
I hope I
calls?
don't get a strike.
I heard that he did.
I'm gonna get sued.
Okay, people in the office talked.
It's
Yeah.
going just how we rehearsed.
And
Yes,
and
yes.
I had
We rehearsed
I
this.
had heard that he did and that he'd showed a few other people how to do it.
Okay.
And that's how I knew. But then I really didn't care. I mean, there's cameras everywhere. You know, it's
Sure.
like but at the same time, I'm like, oh, he's in a business where maybe he needs to for
Yeah.
whatever protection. I get it. I
He
didn't.
could get me too really easily. You know how it
Yeah,
works with
yeah,
statute.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like I really didn't think it was that big of a deal. I did think it was a big deal to play it on the air
What,
Yeah.
what
and
are
to
they
call it
talking about
slave
now?
wages when you.
Crowder recording the conversation with the Daily Wire
Oh,
guy.
right. He recorded. Ooh.
And then
Yeah, that's a little creepy.
Then he played it the day after.
Yeah, record whatever you want. Keep it in secret. Use it if you need to. But to just play it, here's my confidential fucking phone call I had. Unreal. I guess in Texas, it's a one-party thing. You can just record somebody and play it. Good for prank calls. Hey, jerky.
To buy clothing and mugs from slave wage countries where children make shit and you're saying you're a patriot. Like, that bothers me because of the hypocrisy, but is what it is. I guess I'm just being nitpicky at this point, saying something like that. But
Mug club.
it bothered me
We make a
because
mug club
I would
mug.
never record my friend and play it on the air.
Right.
And even this is a hard conversation to have because I want people to just kind of get a vague idea of why I
Vague.
left.
Pretty specific.
So at that point, I honestly had no idea about any of this Big Con stuff. So if anybody thought it was a pre-planned thing, I can't say that. I don't know that to be true.
Mhm.
I know there's various timelines, but I just saw it as these two things going on. And I called up Gerald, and I like Gerald a lot. And I said, Jeremy Boring's talking about a $50 million thing. Like, I kind of saw Crowder talking about it, but now I'm watching this rebuttal. I don't understand, and I was I was furious, to be
Yeah.
honest. And then when he came back with the other thing, I was like, don't play that.
Yeah.
And then I
Don't
was
play
just
that.
kind of furious with a lot of people with the infighting. Just, I guess everything runs on hypocrisy and drama. That's the lubricant of our society. But it was all this infighting, going at each
When
other.
Dave saw that
saying-
fucking pile of cash, the potential pile of cash sitting in front of him, a couple of feet away. This is easy. I just got to walk.
Like, he was selling out weekends anywhere he went.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
theaters and stuff. Yeah.
Huge pile of cash. I just got to step up to it. That's all it is. Can't go wrong. Nothing can go wrong. All I need to do is step. Where'd it go? Wait. I took my steps. Where it just disappeared. That had to infuriate him. And then watching Crowder just fuck these deals up. Like, fuck them up. And then just rip up his contract and keep him out of whatever deal.
Saying of who was right and who was wrong, and I thought it was very clear who was right and who was wrong.
I was
It was
right.
playing a private
You were wrong.
conversation. It shouldn't have been done. That's my honest opinion. So I was going to go back onto the show. I was getting paid. I sent in a few things, but I did have jury duty on a day, and I just couldn't. I called and I quit.
Wow.
I said I couldn't do it.
How'd
Hey,
you
he got
say,
more than I
pretty nice
did.
about it.
I said, yeah.
That would have been
I'm
nice,
just-
Dave. Call and quit. A factual phone call. Just say you're leaving, something like that. All right.
I'm just saying I don't want to do it anymore. It's not for me. You guys had terminated my contract back in August. And then I followed up with a text because I learned the last time I quit a job to make sure everything. This is the
Codified
conversation we
writing.
just had
Yes.
to let you know.
Memorialize it. Yes. That's good advice to everyone listening. Yes.
Yes. And then he called me a couple days later and said, would you come in and do a farewell episode or
What?
something these 2 days?
Sounds like a hit.
You know what? Let me tell a story because there's something germane.
Sounds like when Pesci
which I
walked in to
hadn't
be
told. It's
made.
very briefly. I had the first draft due for the new right, right, like the book, and Charlottesville was coming up, and I told my editor, "Listen, this is going to be the perfect last chapter. I'm going to go to this thing, not even knowing it was going to be a huge thing. I thought I was going to interview all these guys." We're driving there on a Friday, and that was the first night. That's when they had that march, and it was on CNN. I'm like, okay, this is going to be
Veins
what are we
popping
getting
out of their
ourselves
heads.
into? And I was a little
Nazis.
scared, to be honest.
Hate.
And put it together. I called my editor. Excuse me. I had this conversation, and he goes, "Okay, that sounds great." And then I think a week or a couple weeks later, he puts in writing, "Your book's officially late." Blah 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 blah. And when I confronted him about that phone call, he goes, "Oh, well, I don't remember saying that." So people who are listening to this, you'll be surprised by how comfortable people in power and corporations will lie or not care to your face. So if you have an important phone call where something that affects a project has been changed or codified, email them and have it in writing. There's no downside, and there might be a major upside. Learn from me.
There you
and
go.
Dave.
Michael
ahead.
Malice with a PSA.
So I said I would, I'm like, you know what? I could come back. I do have to do jury duty that Monday, which I guess you can get out of, but I stupidly had already filled out a form. But I was also bothered because I had to reshoot my special. I had shot Normal World.
Why'd you have to reshoot the special?
Because he wanted to put out the version
He
that
owned
he
the
wanted
other
from Dallas,
version.
and I didn't want that out. It was
Okay.
tainted for me. It was just a bad memory, and that's as simple as that. So I reshot my special, and then I had put out Normal World, and that came down to, I was told that it's if I didn't say that
Good luck. Have fun.
that was
and,
originally supposed to
meet
be a
up.
pitch for Steven, they would fire the 3 employees that were in it at the time.
What?
Wow.
And that
Hostages.
that was my choice. So
He's got
3 people
hostages.
were
Did you
on
have
the
to say this? For you to say publicly.
They said, yeah, that they had to basically come up with a statement and say that it was originally a pitch for Steven, so he could kind of own it. And that they wanted me to take it down off of YouTube, and my agent said, take it down, I'll get it sold. And they would fire 3 people if I didn't take it down.
You were told this on the phone or in writing?
On the phone.
that your colleagues would be fired if you don't do this. You were threatened as hostage. They're basically hostages, right?
Yeah, and I saved plenty of texts, but it was just a matter of, I was like, okay, but it was never for him. He could have gotten it though. He could have had the option to use it onto a new network. But I started making it because some of my sketches just weren't to the taste of that show, and I wanted to do something as a side project. Little too much cum references, especially the demon molesters. Just far too much cum. And but truthfully, it was my own project because it's a surreal dystopian nightmare that's not necessarily right or left wing. It's not anything. It's just it's sort of just shining a light on everything in our society.
Okay.
And it's a different thing than what his show is. It was created
very much
separately, So that was another thing where I kept thinking, well, you never retweeted my special even to acknowledge it existed.
Wow.
Even though I had retweeted a few things, in his favor with the Daily Wire thing, even though I don't know if I should have.
Dave was always plugging whatever was happening on that show when he was on it. Obviously, he would, tweet shit. Whatever platform he would be on, he would let everyone know, hashtags, all the fucking features of promoting the show and what Crowder is up to. Wow, this Crowder's a one-way motherfucker. Jesus Christ.
And I still backed him up. I didn't go against him or anything. I was like, okay, well, this is fine. I mean, I didn't put it out there. And in that moment, people were like, you should put up the contracts you have. Bury them right now. And I thought, no, there's people who work there that have families, and I care about the people who work there, and I'm not interested in taking down his show. I'm just interested in leaving.
Yes, okay.
So I told them, look, I can come in and do, kind of a farewell show, a couple shows. It got closer. They said I had to do the jury duty. I was going to go in on Monday. That was a huge problem for them. They were furious.
You're not allowed to have a problem at work if you have jury duty. I say this as an anarchist. Like, you can. That's like, they're really big on this. You can't.
Yeah,
like,
an employer cannot really do anything to you. There can't be any kind of retribution or intimidation by an employer when you have jury duty. That's like part of it. It's like when you're in the National Guard also, when you have to go a couple of weekends a month, and then for a summer, employers really need to know that they have to kind of be cognizant that your employee is going to be doing shit like this. And jury duty is like, it's not like he's on some fucking crazy case. It's probably some stupid thing that'll get thrown out anyway, and you'll say, yeah, mission accomplished, go ahead, leave. Boy, it seems like Crowder just anything was annoying him. Like, anything would annoy him. Anything would give him the opportunity to kind of hold things over people's heads. Oh, this just reeks of Greg Opie Hughes. Fuck.
E-Rock says Dave is Skyping in Monday at 4:15.
Oh, really?
But so you can't be late, and if you are, you got to turn around and go home.
I'm late. Actually, I am picking up the call at 4:20. 5 minutes late. And I'll go, you still want to do this? Or should I go? I love it. Very cool. Okay. So Monday, join us here where I will hang out and speak with Dave Landau. First time back on the show with me here anyway. I mean, quite some time. Is there more of that?
Oh, yeah. There's
How much? Jesus.
It's an hour and 45 minutes, and so there's 12 minutes left.
Yeah, I think we've done like the whole fucking
We didn't
show.
start at the beginning.
No, that's, yeah. Okay. I mean...
So the one part we missed was Steven Crowder installed a light, a no talking Dave light. Dave can't talk light. And when he would get on a rant, he would hit the light, or if he wanted like the joke or whatever, he would hit the light, and Dave wasn't allowed to talk.
No.
And then Dave brought up the light, and they were like, no, the light's always been there. And Dave's, no, I've been working here for months. There's never been a light here. And they're like, no, yeah, it's always been there.
I can't even fathom that's real. A no talking Dave light.
Yeah.
This gets funnier and funnier. Holy shit. That is fucking amazing. I just want to explain to people. I don't even think I have to. I totally wasn't planning on that. I wish we rehearsed this, but we hadn't. I have other prep and stuff, but this is just like I hope it's interesting to the folks at home what's going on, but I am fascinated by this, and you know, sorry, that's the way it goes sometimes. I just wanted to see what the fuck this was all about, and it's kind of an expose, and who doesn't want to watch Michael Malice and fucking Dave Landau talk? I'm not paying them.
Is if you get jury duty, even if you're on that jury for 6 months in some of these in-panel juries,
call them
you
jury
have to have
duty.
your job when you get
Playing
back.
that
This is very
not as exciting.
Yeah, and I was in LA, and I was flying back
Stop bragging.
to Dallas, but then I was just like, what do you do, fly back to Detroit? I was like, yeah.
I have to. Yeah.
What is that, magic? Like, so that's what I did, and then I didn't get called in, but I had to be there.
Yes.
That was that simple. So
Could've gotten at it.
it's what I had to do. It's what I did, and then I did offer to come in, but then it was sort of being ghosted, and I've had to deal with a few things with medication. I know I've had my own issues with mental health. It is what it is, but I have tried to be like, look, we can figure this out, whatever it is. But it's just come down to, and I would do want to say, if you're a fan of the show, watch the show. Nick DiPaolo is absolutely hilarious. I think it's great they have him on. I like Brian Callen a lot. I think it's great. Like, I don't want to be compared to other people that are being brought in. I think it's a good show. Like, that's the part that I don't want to go against.
I just did Brian Callen's show.
Did you?
And Brian was of the belief that the Second Amendment, well-regulated militia, means the government gets to regulate gun ownership. And I just yelled at him for 10 minutes straight. I don't know when that drops,
Michael.
and he appreciated being clowned because it was coming from an informed place. I really like Brian a lot.
He's a great guy.
And Nick's hilarious. I don't know him, but I like him.
Oh, he's one of the best comics ever,
Yeah.
and I genuinely mean that.
Absolutely.
And he's just phenomenal. So there's no part of me that wants to see any shit like that. Scene.
Yeah.
There's just the part of me that goes, for whatever reason, he and I had this tension that I think was especially custom to me because he saw me and him as very similar, and at that point, I just said, you know what, I can't do this anymore.
He was jealous. Crowder was jealous of the speed and humor that Landau works with. He's very quick. That's why he was always fucking so much fun to knock a topic back and forth with. It wasn't like we'd sit there and have to, go, uh-oh, he's got nothing. Uh-oh, what are we going to do? Like, you could go online, and one of my favorite topics that we covered was that stupid train conductor bit with the girl, the conductor comes home. And it's like, hi, sweetie, what do you want? And he's just punching her in the face. It was hilariously funny because it's just back and forth. I remember I actually had to hit the Don't Talk Dave light because I wasn't getting the funny lines. Don't Talk Dave light. Holy
Upgrade is done.
If there's any way you could, okay, he's gonna look, if we could put it on the screen, and then he'll see like a flashing "Don't Talk Dave." So when we're talking on Monday and he's saying something, I'll just have it flash "Don't Talk Dave," and I'm like, uh-oh. Like, I want to get so many of these references in when he's on the show Monday. It's gonna be hilarious. Oh, that is fucking funny. All right, a little more.
Why he is like this with some co-hosts. I know he has a track record, and I just have to leave. That's why I'm leaving. And I do sincerely wish him the best. I wish that show the best. But for anybody who's watching, I'm going to do my own thing. I really hope he respects that, and I respect him. But it's like, it's done. I cannot be part of that anymore after,
He's out of the Steven Crowder business.
I just don't want to do it. Done.
Let's
fuck it back.
Wasn't there some miscommunication about your last days on the show publicly?
Yes.
Can we talk about that briefly?
Yes. Well, it was the jury duty thing, wasn't that the?
Well,
yeah.
They say you're coming back.
They did say I was coming back because I did say I would come back and do those days. as long as I didn't have to go back for that reason.
Okay.
But if you're fired or you're, they ripped up your contract and they ask you to come in and you're like, yeah, I have jury duty, they should just be like, okay, man, whatever. Like at that point, it's petty to even like argue that. Oh, really? You can't come in? It's like, dude, like this is a courtesy at this point. It's a fucking courtesy. I don't know. I think we're pretty good with what we got there. Holy mackerel! I certainly didn't expect to do the entire show commenting on the Michael Malice Dave Landau interview, but like I said, when Dave departed Compound Media to go to the greener pastures of Steven Crowder's show, I was a little pissed off. Whatever. I just didn't like the way things were handled. So to see the way it's transpired and the way things have gone over the course of the time there, I guess, what was it, under 2 years, something like that, whatever it was. I'm very interested in hearing about Crowder. He signed a big deal. I don't know what it is with him. I've been contacted by him, his father, his people over the course of the years to somehow maybe come on board with him. There was talk for a little while when Dave was here of just kind of incorporating my show into his show. And I definitely didn't want to do that. That would have been, I'd have been fourth chair. Imagine a Don't Talk Anthony light.
Mineral field depleted.
At my point in life, a Don't Talk Anthony light. He'd have had to pull his gun out because I'd have pulled mine out and shot the fucking light. I would not have liked the Don't Talk Anthony light. Too fucking much, man. Shut the fuck up, Dave light. Wow. That's a little harsh.
Our army be scrapped.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no introduction for our next guest. So, don't introduce him. No, I'm kidding. Dave Landau, there he is. Dave, how are you, sir?
Whoa, am I centered now?
I think you're centered. In life in general or the picture?
No, like, shit.
Yeah.
How are you?
I got to center myself also. I'm very uncentered. Dave, first of all, how are you? How's the family? And how are things going? I see you're touring all over the place. I see you everywhere. I saw a picture of you recently at Rogan's place, the mothership of comedy, which is fucking awesome. You're doing great. I see you everywhere. Does giving away 70% of your money from touring, is that a bad thing? I have to, Dave.
I know. I didn't
have to know.
Well, it's not like I wasn't expecting it. Why would I not? No. From what I understand, according to my agent, that's totally good.
Yes.
He really guided me there. So as far as I've been guided, I think that's normal.
No, but seriously though, you're doing very well. I see you out there. I see the comments, people just loving you as they always did. And I've always said you're a very funny motherfucker out there on stage, and it's very cool when I read that people are digging seeing you. And Rogan's how is Rogan's place?
Have you been there?
Haven't been there yet. I'm going to Austin in June, I think it is. Yeah, June or something. Yeah. We're playing someplace. I'm not saying where because it's myself, Gavin, Josh Denny, and we get canceled immediately when we announce where we're going to be. So we are playing in Austin. I'll just leave it at that. But I'm definitely seeing Rogan and the club.
Dude, it's amazing. I mean, honestly, I went in last night. It's you can just tell a comic designed it, and it has the two rooms I saw were amazing. I went into one and dude, it's just it's like the Comedy Store. It's how he runs it.
He took an
but it's like the
inspiration.
heyday.
He did. He took the inspiration and that feel and the old school vibe of the Comedy Store in LA and brought it to his club. The different rooms, different sizes, the bars, the whole it's dark in there in a lot of the places. It's just he really thought this out. Yeah, Rogan doesn't skimp, man. There you are in front of the comedy mothership.
Yeah, and it's crazy because I will say Austin does look a lot. I kept hearing how it's a bit like LA now, and I will say it still has that nice Texas charm. But there are parts where you're just like, oh, look at all the homeless, and not that that's bad, of course, the unhoused, that they never come with riffraff. But yeah, that's the place right there. And dude, you go in, it's not enormous. That's what's good about it, though. It's like it's a good just room to have fun in. And I walked in and I didn't know how they work because it's like a liberal area.
Yeah.
So I asked the dude running it, I'm like, how are they here, honestly? Like, are they tight? Like, how? And he's like, dude, it's Rogan's club. They want you to say anything.
Right.
Like, really? So, did I open with just like a fucking, what's the Bud Light joke immediately and go into, and they're just, dude, they went crazy. They were off every word. Like, it was honestly one of the first crowds I performed for in years that were there to see stand-up comedy just for the sake of stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
It's an amazing feeling.
Leave it to Rogan to kind of start bringing that back. And there are plenty of clubs around the country that are like that. I'm not saying
Of course.
it's not, but there's this perception, and you've probably seen it, of course, that every club now, every comic has to watch what they say, watch their step, you're walking on eggshells. But Rogan has so much publicity, and Rogan's known as a guy who's just like, hey, fuck you, I do what I want, and he builds this club, and you know it's going to be a club that people go to, and they're not going to be screaming and complaining that they heard something that offended them. So I think it's really helping comedy to have something so prominent like that.
Well, and that's what I mean. Like, you have like more like when you're touring around, you have to worry about somebody canceling you or whatever it is. It's not really the venue so much, like the people that come to those shows, but the showcase rooms that are in like New York, LA, these different places, like you kind of do have to watch. I mean, you don't have to watch what you say. I don't, but there's still that feel where you're like, well, that was fun to do 5 minutes of material, and you can just tell a room full of people that don't share my politics or humor just to eyeball you like you're the devil.
Yeah.
and in that room, it's a bunch of people that are like, we want to hear the most evil shit possible in a fun way. And he's really, dude, it's really special. I'm really happy that he put that together. I mean, you know him way better than I do, but I remember him talking to you about, when he was first thinking about making one, and he really did it the way that you see a comedian who had to work the road was like, I'm taking out everything wrong with what I think's on the road clubs and everything that's wrong with showcase clubs in local cities, in major cities.
When he was building the place, he had ideas, and I think they had already started construction. And Louis C.K. came in to just see what was happening. And Louis, who is brilliant when it comes to venues and direction and how things should look, he said, he goes, I got a couple ideas. This doesn't work. You're going to have to do this and this. And Louis gave Joe a lot of great ideas for the club and what it should look like. It would be so easy to just go, oh, it's a comedy club. I need a big room, I need a stage, and I need a bunch of chairs. Like, that's it. And the personality of a club, the way a club feels when you walk in, the vibe you get is so fucking important to how the rest of that evening is going to go when you sit down. The comic could be hilarious. You'll have a great time. You'll leave and say, that was awesome. But it could be even better if you get this feel like you're in a place that really appreciates comedy. It's untethered, uncensored. It just makes you feel like you're in almost like a speakeasy of comedy where, everyone else is saying you shouldn't be doing something. But here, you give the little knock and you're in and laughing.
That's the feel. Like, it's dark and you don't know what's going on in the room except the comedy. That's the thing that I loved about it.
Yeah.
You have to focus on the stage. It's not like a kind of lit room that cares more about the cheese sticks than the actual guy on stage. It's not really cavernous, so you can barely hear the comedian. The whole thing's designed for sound. Like, you're absolutely right. There's so many different ways you can design a comedy club so it can work as, I mean, it's with bands or anything else. Like, you want to enjoy the music. And sometimes it just feels like you're going into like a fucking TGI Fridays. And you're like, oh, so there's just a stage and then you have silly drinks everywhere.
Yeah, there's
even last weekend, I do love the club. It's called Bricktown. Really good club. He's kind of the same way with clubs. This dude builds them around the country, a couple of them, and it's in Oklahoma City. And that's another one, just a shout out. But I asked this, there was a kid celebrating his 21st birthday. I'm going to put up the video, I think, soon. So a guy at another table hands him a pitcher of beer, and I assume because he was 21 he could chug it. So he chugged all of it except for a little bit, and I'm like, man, when I was your age I would have finished that, you pussy. And then he did chug it all, and then he vomited all over the stage, and a little bit on his mom and the couple across that didn't know them. It's pretty exciting. Like, that's the kind of thing that should happen in a comedy club, is what I'm getting.
Yeah, that's proper behavior. That's a good night at a comedy club.
Yes.
Do they have the Timothy McVeigh room there in Oklahoma City?
They do. It's very nice.
Just where only the funniest of comics are able to perform.
Yeah. It's actually funny. There's a daycare if you have crying babies, but it's actually not there. You just walk out to a parking lot. They go, oh no, that used to be here. And then there's 12 crosses.
Little tiny crosses and flowers.
Old Bernie shoes.
Oh, it's so sad. So, Dave, I watched with great interest, as did the audience. I couldn't stop. I was going to play a few minutes of you and Michael Malice talking.
Yes.
Obviously you know Michael very well, and you have a great rapport together. And he was asking you about your time with Crowder, and I started watching it on the show. We wound up just going through it, and I stopped every so often, of course, to comment or make some snide comments, which you would absolutely understand. But
no, I watched.
Being who? Oh, okay. So then let me just apologize right off the top. No, it was. But I was fascinated. At some of the things that were going on down there, and some of the ultimatums, the contracts. This was something I never would have dreamt of. Now, when you went over there, look, we already talked about, there's no use even going over any of the what shoulda, coulda, woulda. I don't even want to talk about that. We discussed it. We are fine with each other. I think you're a great guy. You're a good human being. You're funny as fuck, and you're a decent, honest guy.
Thank you. No, and honestly, I feel the same way, and that's why I've never, in 2 years now, said anything but
no. Jokes are fine, but I would never legitimately shit talk Dave.
No, you never have.
I've always said you're a great comic. Go see Dave. And you've been a good guy. You're, like I said, at my house during that stupid COVID thing, and we laughed our asses off. We had a really good time.
The world shut down.
Yeah, while the entire Earth stopped spinning. We got to hang out.
I'm just glad they announced it was finally over 2 weeks ago. I was really glad to hear after all that time. Did you see that the White House? The pandemic's. It's like, why?
Finally over.
Why?
Thanks, but there's still people with masks on out there. Jim Norton.
Oh, that's forever. That is a mental disease.
Yeah, it's a new mental. At least you could see either the mentally ill or people that want to rob you. That's pretty much all.
Well, that's true. The masks will come into play in a lot of rapes and robberies.
Yeah. It's like, well, at least they don't want to spread COVID when they're robbing you or raping you, because they have some humanity. I bet lawyers, I bet defense lawyers use that all the time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my client was wearing a mask, which obviously shows he cares about his fellow man.
Yes. Now, look, I do understand he did not wear a condom, but he did protect his mouth and her mouth from any sort. There was no kissing involved whatsoever.
I have a doctor willing to testify that you can't get COVID through the dick. So
It's true.
he didn't need a condom for COVID.
Especially if the woman is crying and scared.
Right.
COVID cannot be passed anally.
Now, the prosecution might try to tell you about something she has now called AIDS.
Well, that is certainly not a death sentence anymore the way COVID is. Paul Lynn disease. I saw the Brady House in Pasadena a couple weeks ago, not to interrupt you, but the first thing I thought of when I saw it was you and I making references to him having a cough not going away, and then trying to talk to Peter.
Peter,
Peter, I don't know what it is.
Just bringing some broth up to Mr. Brady, Mrs. Brady.
Yeah.
He's having a little trouble keeping it down.
I don't know what it is. Must be all that night architecture he's been doing.
So I watched the Michael Malice thing, and it was fucking really informative, really great. And I was stunned by some of the stuff that I heard. We had worked previously on and off, either together or separately, with Steven over the course of the years. Not much, doing a couple of appearances on his show and things like that, and then watching videos and whatnot. I just never thought that he was like that. And what I wanted to ask you, did anything change with his demeanor after his surgery? I understand, like, that could be a PTSD thing. A lot of times if you have a serious surgery like that, because he had that titanium or whatever rib cage put in, you kind of reassess things, and sometimes it could leave you with a lot of anxiety and rage sometimes, and animosity. Did you see any change after that?
It's tough to say because, yes, obviously, it wasn't, truthfully, and I said it in that, I took the show, honestly, I thought you were moving, and I didn't know where to go, and I mean, and that's, so I took it to go there, so at first it was definitely a different way of running a show, which I understood, where yours is, you're very much, you understand comics, and you also understand, like, the idea of, like, say what you want and do what you want, as long as you're doing the job. Like, you're not somebody who's just...
I call it lazy, Dave. I call it lazy radio.
So you and I, we get it.
Yes.
Yeah, dude, I really miss watching movies, man. That was fun.
Oh,
too.
that was one of our hit segments.
Yeah, dude, and it's tough to say because there was definitely there was a little bit before that, and then when he did have his surgery after, during recovery and everything, I think some stuff has obviously happened, and I know he's got a target on his back. He deals with a lot of anxiety. He does a lot of that stuff, and I think there is something there. I don't know what it is, because I don't hate him. That's the thing, is I didn't want anybody to interpret this interview as like hating him or anything else. Like, I'm not a guy who's into drama. I just had to put it out there and say, like,
no,
look, this is
I get it.
What happened,
And I know that, and you were just being honest about what you went through over there and how things ended. I never really got the impression that you were shitting on the guy. You didn't say anything personally.
No.
I think it's kind of a control issue if you feel that you're losing control in certain aspects of your life, which maybe he did, his health at some point. And then also when you have that target on your back, and believe me, I know what that's like, you feel like everyone's out to get you. So you don't have control over your own life. So you need to wield an iron fist over the things you can control, and then you become overbearing. And that's kind of what I got out of the Malice interview that you did.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say that that's not spot on. It became so. it just became so much where it's like, I get it, it's your show, you want to do things your way, but it became to a point where we can't create things that I think were necessary to continue the show and to make it good. And I knew that by just what I was seeing in fan response, because that was my job. And
right, yes.
you can't just always say, yes, that's a great idea. Yes, you know, that's why, like, the Biden Sharks video came out, because nobody was like, don't do that, please, God. And it's, but I think there is an element to that, because he did feel like he was losing control of perhaps his health, things in his life. There's certain aspects to that, and a certain rage gets built up, and it's hard for him to trust people or anybody else. And you know, even when the Daily Wire thing dropped, I didn't want to be the one that popped out, and everybody asked, like, well, why didn't you just throw the contracts out then? I'm like, because I don't want to bury the guy. I think, like, DePaulo's amazing, who's going to be working as far as, you know, putting his podcast on the network. Yeah. I like Callan. I'm not out to start some radio war. I'm just out to point out, these are the things that he did, why I have to leave, and why I just have to create a new venture, because it's not, to me, it's just not going to work if everything that you do is like, this is great, but it's so hard to explain, you know, man. Like, it's like pushing you down while you're trying to build him up is a very difficult job.
Yes. You're working, you're doing all you can, you're working hard to be the best that you can for the project that you're working on with this guy. And then you're just being kind of shoved down and reprimanded or taken advantage of, is what it sounded like. Also, the special thing, I was, my jaw was on the desk during the entire time I was listening to you talk about that. This is your special. You have it taped. You're the one that draws the crowd. You're the one that makes them laugh. It's recorded. You want to put it out as a special. And somehow, he figured out or decided that he owned it. Now, was there anything he said to you that you even went, okay, I could almost see that part of it? Because from what I heard, I can't figure out one bit of how he would muscle himself into that situation.
No, he let me keep the gate that night. He let me keep the gate that night, which was very generous. Even though he did do a lot of the promotion, and I'll be totally honest, that's why 2 shows sold out, not just 1. I mean, the fact that he was going to come back certainly helped draw tickets.
Right.
But when it came to, like, my actual material, where I wanted it released and where I wanted it put out, it was always important that it was mine. I never would give up my stand-up, even with the Blaze, everything. I specifically had an entertainment lawyer carve out, like, do not, like, none of that's yours. This does not belong to you. This is a separate identity.
Definitely.
It's not yours. So I mean, it bothered me a lot, because it was sort of an, you know, kind of an, you owe me this sort of a thing.
Yeah.
And I think that he felt that because he had helped promote it and I had gotten a good paycheck that night, that he was kind of entitled to it. And the deal was, we'll give you something off the back. And I'm like, I just don't want to do that, though. So it became another point of tension. And I understand, like, look, I assure you, if I put it up on his site before mine, it would probably sell better, do better, and get better numbers at that time. There's no doubt about it.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Got a huge following, but the reality is it's still, I wanted it to be mine because it's mine.
Yeah.
And that was just the principle I was standing behind. I think that goes for any comedian. Mm-hmm. That's what you have, is your material, and and it's my you know, it's my life story that's in it. It's the stuff in it is very important to me. So the idea of just saying I'll give that to you or let you say it's yours,
you're giving your soul over. Uh-oh, Dave.
Oh, there it is.
Dave, the don't talk light is on, Dave. It's my turn to talk. You're not allowed to talk now.
Here's what I'll do. Hold on.
Oh, no. Just flicker out. Hey, you hear this Tucker Carlson thing? It's crazy. Let me go off on it. Dave. No, don't. You want to chime in, Dave? Okay, go ahead. Say something. No. Wait a minute. I want to talk about the Tucker Carlson Don Lemon firing. And Yeah, I heard tell of the don't talk light. This, to me, was one of the funniest fucking things I've ever heard in broadcasting. And I've heard some pretty outrageous things when it came to the host of a show and co-hosts or guests and stuff. But the don't talk light, please elaborate on this, Dave. I need to know what this is about. I might want to bring it here to Combat Man. I want to play it during the entire Gino Bisconti show where Gino doesn't talk. Anytime he talks, the light goes on.
I think you got to have like a shock collar for that sort of job.
We've already done that with Gino. Yeah, we put the shock collar on him.
Doesn't work?
Yeah, we've had him punched in the mouth until his jaw broke, and he's still fucking talking. He's incapable of shutting the fuck up.
We had to do it off property across the street.
Yes, off property, of course. I don't want to be held liable for such a thing.
Yes, I'll be sitting next to him. You make it look like an accident.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was I never understood because it was just one day, like I said in the interview, there's these 4 lights and when that
I understand it, by the way.
Oh,
but
I know you're.
I think I get what it was, but I just want to know what your take on it was and how it was used.
Oh, it was used fairly often until I brought up how much I was insulted by it, and then it was used less and less.
Who ran the switch? Did he run the actual switch that turned the light on? Did he have the Don't Talk Dave switch? Like you would sound effects and the phones and the Don't Talk Dave switch.
There was the board operating switch.
Yeah.
Not the board operator. They're right here, let's say.
Right.
He has a Montgomery Burns desk.
Yes, yes.
There's a couple buttons.
Trap doors into acid and things like that. Sure.
Yes.
Ejector seats.
Right, and things that are helpful to comedy, like. So there's the stop comedy button.
Comedy, like a don't say anything funny. I'm on. yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so yeah, there was that button. And yeah, he would just hit it if he thought something was going too far. He wanted to rant, so eventually he said it was his rant light, which I sat next to you. I sat next to Artie. I mean, legends of radio. I know when he's going to rant.
That was always, I mean, it was never a problem where, this guy's going to step on my shit, or, how do I get a comment in there? There's a way to communicate when you're just talking to a person where the person knows that either you have something to say or you know that the person has something to say. And very rarely you'll get a little overlap, but then there's like, oh, no, I'm sorry, go ahead. Or that's how human beings deal with shit. The light is so condescending. I gotta say, it's so condescending. Like you said, insulting. I would sit there like this and go, I gotta give him the light. And I wouldn't want to look at the person. I'd have to hit the switch. It would be so embarrassing. Oh.
Yeah, I never really knew how to take it because I know there was stuff that I would say sometimes for an audience that necessarily wouldn't be, I don't know. Sometimes they're just very religious, super right, which is fine.
Yeah.
But so there were certain jokes that I knew when I made them, it wasn't going to hit with 100%, not that they ever do. But it was never really about that. It was more if we were interviewing somebody or if we were, whatever it might be, whatever topic he was on, it would come on. And it kind of sucks because you go to make a point, and then by the time it was like, and you were going to say, and you're like, I don't know, it's fucking... It's 11 minutes ago.
Yeah. Is there a too late for that joke light that you could have turned on over his end and go, thanks for blowing that fucking joke for me, light.
There's nothing better than a button that takes away spontaneity.
Yeah, I like my spontaneity to be well honed and rehearsed.
Yes.
And everything that comes with it. Wow, that's I don't get that.
Yeah, it's just I do think you've made an interesting point. I mean, there are some things that come down to his life that I think could have just made it where he
control
is just in a place. And part of the reason why I even talked to Mike is Mike talked to me and was like, you don't want to let this story be built about you. And then later when your show comes out, you're doing something, they're like, you're a traitor for going to the Blaze. And you're like, no, it's not what I did, though. I didn't even take it. I just left the job that I was at. And I didn't want to deal. I mean, people make up whatever. The internet has its own life. I've learned that it is what it is.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, I just didn't want that to come out as something where it's like, no, I have very legitimate reasons for finally leaving, and getting the contracts when I did were at a time that was it just was very inappropriate, to be honest.
Yeah, some of these ultimatums of moving your family down to Texas, that's a huge one. I mean, you were able to do the show here with your family living back home. And it wasn't a problem. Everything worked fine. I never was like, oh, fuck. Like, where's Dave? Or Dave needs to be in New York so we can, you know, when I know, because when I get together with Garrett and Drew and everyone and we rehearse for the day,
right, sure.
we rehearse the show in the morning for, see, Dave? I must say that's Drew doing that, so if you have to hit somebody, it's true. It's great.
No, this is the least amount it's happened to me in the last couple of years.
This is like amazing. I've gotten so many words in. Yeah, because it was never an issue like that, and I knew, you know, when Showtime came up, you were here, we did the show. What you do with your personal life, what you do with your family especially, holy fuck, and what you do with your gigs and everything like that should not fucking concern anyone as long as you're doing the job you were hired to do. And I don't mean, you know, obviously we all have a couple of fuck-ups in life. As long as it's not something that goes on, it's not habitual. You just go, no problem. I don't even give a fuck. Whatever. All good.
And there was
involvement in your personal life seemed really overbearing.
That's sort of what the issue was like, you never were like, listen, you need to go tell your family you have to move to Harlem. I'm like, listen, we got to go to 135th and Broadway. I just want my kid to have the best schools.
I want him out there getting beaten up on a school bus. That's
yes. Yeah. I feel like my son should have blackened eyes from Dominicans every single day. That's what was so odd, that I understood the idea. If you're making a certain amount of money, will your family come out? Will this happen?
Right.
But at the same time, other people have, say, jobs, insurance, health conditions, and that's what bothered me, was regardless of a control issue or something going on in his life, to me it was completely neglecting any thought for anybody else. And I had to say it 1,000 times, like, this is not an option right now.
Yeah, deal breaker.
So then it just gets shoved into my face of, you know, with that contract, and that's when I first started being like, all right, like I said, that was last August, where I'm like, I don't think that this can continue, because it was so insane. And you see people online those are the comments that I guess are bothering me the most, because the main things are, I guess, a tardy clause and what was the other one that I keep seeing? Which is, it's like, dude, you went to high school. When I first heard the word tardy, I was in the office. I was like, what the fuck?
Does that mean late? Oh, late?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You mean, not my abilities? But it was honestly just one of those words that just hit me so wrong when I heard it. I was like, what the?
I don't feel tardy. Is that
right?
David Lee Roth from Hot for Teacher. I don't feel tardy. The tardy clause was, if you're 5 minutes late, you just do a U-turn, hook that fucking Yui wherever you are, and drive home, because you're not on the show, and you forfeit that day's pay. Was that pretty much the tardy clause?
From what I could tell, I mean, that's what I showed. I showed on the show.
That's right.
And that was the one, and I didn't want to go because I didn't want to make anything personal. I still don't. I really do wish him success and his company and the whole thing.
I get it, but that's not personal at all. That's something that was in a business contract. I mean, it just seems to me a little hard. That's something we should have had for someone like Artie Lang, and we didn't even have that. We were just like, all right, Artie's late or he's not here, whatever. It all works out in the end. But
I don't recall
for you,
that happening, but go on.
Yeah, all right. Wait a minute. But for you, that to me is something you have to put in a contract for someone that's habitually late to the point where it affects the quality of the show. And obviously that wasn't what you were doing.
No.
Yeah, insanity. It just, that's a little rash. It's a little rash.
And it's a tad rash. And the part that people don't grasp is the time you come in. I wasn't coming in to do the show. It was for show prep, but I wasn't allowed in the room for the show prep rehearsal part.
Right.
So I had to come in to sit at a desk, and that was the odd thing that I did mention. And if I'm up, like if you call me if we were writing sketches on your show, and anytime we put something together, which, you know, you just do it.
Yeah.
But if you call me at 11 o'clock and you go, we need a sketch written, well, I'm not going to do it in 5 minutes. It takes time to create something.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to go to bed at 2, then I'm going to be up at 7, and then, or 7:30, and then I'm going to be in at 8:30, not 8:15, because it's why would I, and then I'm still sitting at a table.
Turn around.
You know,
Go
like,
home. That's 10 minutes.
So
over.
That's why when I just got it at lunch, I was like, well, I guess you could, you know, pick the one you like best and shove it up your ass, because that was the only thing that could come out of my mouth. And because it felt very personal to me once it came into my family,
of course,
you know, and that's why, but I held it in for a long time. I still feel I am now, and I just want to move on and do something that's separate. I mean, that's the thing about him, is he's enormous. He'll weather the storm. There's no doubt about it. He'll always be big. He has this massive fan base. People believe him. People trust him. He's selling a product people like. But the reality is, behind closed doors, for just my treatment, I couldn't stay there anymore. Yeah, and that was the total opposite of any other reason I would have left a show.
Right.
And so I, you know, that I realized that 2 years ago, sorry.
Like I said, we're over that.
I
totally cool.
No, it's just I really did. I really admire you, and working with you for 3 years was so much fun. And people think it was only 2. That's how much fun we were having. It was actually 3.
It was actually 3. It flew by. We did have great shows. I still look back fondly, Dave, on our days together here on Compound Media. You, by the way. You have a 1 hour special, a Prison 10. The second I read that, I was like, I knew exactly what you meant. You're 10 in prison.
Correct.
Because I bet some people don't get it. They're like, what's a Prison 10? It's like, no, it's like I'm fucking
in New York 4.
I'm down to fuck. I'm hot in prison. I'd be sexy. Yeah, that's you.
I'm doing anything I can there. I'm getting all the cigarettes and honey buns you can imagine. Drinking through a straw because they punched my teeth out to suck cock better.
Oh, yeah.
That's me, baby.
I could be a friend to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. There it is. Yeah, a Prison 10 available now. And that is at aprison10.com. 10, spell out 10. Don't just put the number, dummies. Prison10.com. Dave Landau.
You can do either. I made it special to cater to everyone.
Yeah. You're a busy man. April 28th and 29th, the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. Been there.
Yes.
Love the place. Had a lot of fun there. May 5th and 6th, Tacoma Comedy Club, Tacoma, Washington. Ooh. Yes. That's a long trip. God damn it.
Oh, it's a hell of a flight.
And at Landau Dave, and Instagram is at Dave.Landau. And the website, of course, DaveLandau.com for your Dave Landau needs. Dave, I insist when you are in New York, come in. We'll hang out, grab dinner or something, and chit chat a little more. I was very, you were very open and honest with Malice about the whole thing, and I like that. That was, and I was just fascinated. And you gave me an entire show where I didn't have to do anything, so that was awesome.
Well, I appreciate you having me on, and dude, I will definitely come hang out next time I'm in New York. I stopped by actually one day in hopes you were there, and you had literally just left.
Well, I heard you were coming, and I didn't want to.
That's fair. I swore I saw you make eye contact with me on the street.
I did.
I wasn't sure if
I
it was
ran.
you.
I ran. I ran away. Hello to the wife and kid, and all the best to you, and we'll see you soon, Dave.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Awesome, bro. Take it easy, man.
All right. Bye.
Dave Landau. You know, he used to be the co-host here, Compound Media. Yeah, I swear. It's good talking to Dave. And have fun. Just kind of hang out, talk with Dave. Right? Life's too short.
Base is under attack. Hey, they're attacking our base. Base is under attack. Hey, they're attacking our base. Base is under attack. Hey, they're attacking our base.
All right, and well, we'll go to the Heather Mills now. There, Jimmy.
Heather Mills hit Sir Paul McCartney with the worst accusations yet.
Jerry Pinicoli has the breaking couples news.
Paul McCartney
McCartney shooting down domestic abuse allegations. Today, the Beatles legend fires back on Extra over the explosive new claims from his estranged wife, Heather Mills. In 13 pages of court papers, Heather alleges Paul stabbed her in the arm with a broken wine glass, shoved her when she was pregnant, and grabbed her around the throat. In a statement issued through his lawyers, Paul says he wants to protect his children and not comment publicly, but that in court, quote, our client will be defending these allegations vigorously and appropriately. A source close to Paul today accuses Heather of leaking the court papers to hurt Paul's reputation.
No more Michelle Nidell.
You know, when they always say that thing where he shoved her when she was pregnant,
yeah,
you're pregnant for 9 months. What, you're supposed to not shove somebody for 9 months? It's like almost a year. You're supposed to hands off the beauty queen while she's got a baby in her.
Oh, the last trimester is the most important.
Yeah, it could have been real early on. She pissed him off. A little push.
Right after she took the test and he shoved her.
Shoved me.
Idiot, why didn't you put ice cream in?
Who else wants to believe that this is true?
Oh,
who else wants to believe that he's just a maniac?
I'm totally buying it.
Closed doors.
I'm totally buying it.
You're buying it?
Yeah. I have to. Just to hear one of his love songs. Let me hear a love song. And just picture him just slapping her around.
Pregnant. Love you with a wine glass.
Yeah.
You whore.
Bring me a wine glass. You one-legged bitch.
She was on Larry King years ago, and she was saying that she didn't know who Paul McCartney was, and she fell in love with him just as a guy.
Oh, sure.
It's like, come on.
Liar.
He's a Beatle.
Yeah, no, because he's also so good-looking. He's,
yeah.
Old.
He looks like an older woman now.
He does.
Definitely.
He's like 65 and he has hair like Christy McNichol in 1978. You can't be attracted
Family.
to him.
Yeah.
I guess. But every time that anybody does, whenever they do court papers publicly, it's always awful. Like, it's never like, he told a boring story. And so I'm divorcing him.
Yeah, it's all the awful stuff. Yeah, no one's going to remember that. One night, she sat there and just talked about a new rug.
Yeah. No, it's almost like you hear the lawyers saying to her, well, you couldn't say stuff like shoved you when you were pregnant, stabbed you with a wine glass.
It's like this.
And she's like, yeah,
they
fine.
do. They kind of coach the girls, too.
They probably hand you a menu.
Yeah, just circle. Circle what you want. Like
your wine glass is worth like $50,000.
Yeah, like you're ordering fireworks back in the day.
Circle an appetizer, an entree, and a dessert.
I'll take a wine glass to start, and then I'd like a no stump operation for dessert.
That's the best.
Yeah, what was the no stump operation again?
She wanted to get an operation on her stump, and my new idol said no because it will interfere with my vacation plan.
Yeah.
Why is she getting her stump? Isn't that a hopeless cause?
I know.
Get her stump
Unless
operated
they're putting grafting a lizard tail onto it and have that thing grow.
I want to get a bottle opener on my stump.
Yeah, what could they possibly do?
The improvement.
Anything they do is just going to make it shorter.
Help my stump.
No. You're not getting an operation on your stump.
You stump?
Your stump?
I gotta go to Maui. You can't get your...
Well, Heather's friend speaks out here.
Oh, no.
Today, in an extra exclusive, Heather's friend and American publicist Michelle Elizabeth reacts to the accusation.
She did not leak anything, and she wouldn't. Otherwise, she would have come to me.
So we had to ask, if this alleged abusive behavior was going on, why did Heather stay?
All you need is love? That's what she thought.
Wow.
Oh, quotes.
All you need is love.
He used my stump to roll over some pizza dough. I don't even like pizza.
They're all in Europe. Who cares?
Yeah. Oh, God. Married to a Beatle. She hit the lotto anyway.
Of course she did.
Yeah.
That's it. No prenup, right?
He's as dumb as they come.
No prenup? No prenup?
No prenup, and he had a kid with her.
Oof. Yeah, see.
Her kids should just kill him. I mean, his kids should kill him because that's the inheritance. Right?
Well, his older kids hated Heather Mills from the beginning.
They're probably older than she is. They're probably older than she is.
Trying to sleep in here and clunk at night as she gets up for a midnight snack.
Parrots flying all over the place.
Terrible.
Every morning.
Woodpecker going off on our leg.
Hey, we were going to move on.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no introduction for our next guest. So, don't introduce him. No, I'm kidding. Dave Landau, there he is. Dave, how are you, sir?
Whoa, am I centered now?
I think you're centered in life in general or the picture?
No, life. Shit.
Yeah.
How are you?
I got to.
All right, and well, we'll go to the Heather Mills now. There, Jimmy.
Heather Mills hit Sir Paul McCartney with the worst accusations yet.
Colton got the gift from.
Sometimes that works, but not in this case. In this case, he should just.
Well, wouldn't she get a pile of money without accusing him of anything just by being married to him? Well, I mean, maybe there's some truth.
He already offered
More money.
a pretty nice payday.
Now you get more money.
How much could he lose, really, if it's all true? Like, how much could he really lose? Like $10 million out of
More than that.
$500
Way
million?
more than that. Way more than that.
Way more.
Probably
It's still
hundreds.
split in millions.
At least
I guess what
100
I'm-
million.
yeah, I
At least 100
She has a
million.
kid now.
It would be
man.
great if he just went, that's right, I did. She's a cunt.
Did it all? What do you want from me?
Spend 5 minutes with her, you'd stab her with it. Have you gotten your hand, mate?
Mate. God.
Sorry for saying that word.
Sorry, there's a guy around the corner there that has a button.
Care of that?
And
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Hopefully, although when we got fired last time,
Yeah.
the same guy that's on the button now was on the
Yeah.
button. Really? Yeah.
Yeah, the guy that was supposed to save us that day.
Yes, CBS.
It's like hiring John Carr to babysit your daughter.
Put her in a little cowboy hat and some 6 guns.
They say he's grown up, though, so
Yeah.
hopefully he has.
Everything's fine.
Hopefully he has.
Management now.
This is the story we couldn't do over at Free FM.
Yeah, a little bit of a problem.
Which is fine.
Doing it over there. So we come over here. We're over here now.
That's what we do now.
Yeah.
This is probably the story of the day. Although I got another story in front of me here. Naked drunk driver kills man on Staten Island.
Naked drunk driver.
Woman.
A woman was naked?
Yeah, you want to start with this?
Yeah, let's start with that and segue into the love story at the bowling alley.
Right. Because this is pretty interesting, too. She was naked, but she was smart enough to be wearing her seatbelt.
All right.
That's all she was wearing.
Could have hurt herself.
On Staten Island now, and a man is killed while trying to cross the street overnight, and police say that the woman who hit him was driving naked and drunk. Eyewitness News reporter Lisa Calagrassi is live now in West Brighton with details for us.
All right, how do
Hottest drunk driving story ever.
She's giving naked drunk chicks a bad name. Not fair.
Yeah, really. Not all of them naked and drunk.
And killing people.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a naked drunk woman.
What if she was driving
Don't
fine
kill
and
somebody.
this idiot just ran in front of her car?
Yeah.
You know, she might have been good at driving drunk and naked.
She had to flee for what reason? That's what you got to think.
Yeah. She was leaving, or she just all drunk. I'm fucking leaving. One of those. Like got in a fight with her fucking boyfriend or husband, and they're laying in bed, they're naked. Some fucking fight starts over crumb up her ass or something, and then she just, go fuck yourself. I'm fucking leaving, and just walks out the door of the
Wouldn't you at
car.
least take your clothes in a pile, maybe? and have it in the passenger seat at the.
Yep.
That drunk.
Or somebody fucked her that well that she ran out of the room screaming into a car and ran a dude over.
She had to tell people how great someone fucked her. I got to go to a mall and tell everyone how great he fucked her.
Oh, she hits the gas and the jizz just rolls back where those French fries collect behind the seat.
Yeah. Right with details for us, Lisa.
Good morning, Lori. And the man was actually crossing the street to meet his brothers at a bar when he was hit and killed by a speeding car. Now, police say a naked, drunk woman was behind the wheel. That's the car she was driving. It wound up being flipped over. She also hit that car, a red car with a man and a woman inside. Fortunately, they were treated and released with minor injuries. The driver,
they were clothed.
24-year-old Talia Taylor, is now being charged with DWI and
24.
vehicular manslaughter. The victim has been identified as 41-year-old Big Larry Simon.
Big Larry.
Big,
so long, Big Larry.
Big dead Larry Simon.
Oh, damn, poor Big Larry. What a way to go. What a way to go, right? Because you know at the funeral it's going to be all somber and shit, but everyone's going to go, nobody got hit by a drunk, naked bitch.
Couldn't
What are
ask
the
for a
fucking
better way to
odds?
go.
What are the odds?
Weird.
It takes away from your life, though, because they're not going to be talking about you at the funeral.
No, it ruins your funeral.
Right.
It's not, the fucking eulogy.
Yeah.
Big Larry was a man you could always go to. Holy shit, fucking naked drunk run. Whenever you had a problem, Big Larry was there. Helping out, and fucking naked broad ran him over. She was drunk.
It's just a horrible night. I mean, I go to the social club and I just see a guy laying kilt in the street, and then I go to the bar and I'm there with his brothers.
Changes the whole
and they
story.
know that it was their
William
brother laying
Wallace
in the street.
dead in Staten Island. Oh fuck! He was killed in the street. Was he?
Then I go in the bar and I'm there with his brothers, and they didn't even know that it was their brother laying in the street.
Taylor is being treated here at St. Vincent Hospital for only minor injuries. She may not have been wearing any clothes, but she was wearing a seatbelt. Police say she was incoherent when she was brought to the hospital.
Yeah, well.
His brothers were waiting for him in the bar. Where the fuck is he? Fucking faggot. Where the fuck did he go? Oh, he's dead.
I want to tell him this story about some drunk naked chick they just arrested. Fuck is he? Jesus, twists and turns fucking life takes, man.
No kidding. All right, story of the day. Sorry for that interruption there. This is great. Listen in.
We're going to begin with that attack on Long Island, and it is, frankly, beyond shocking. A developmentally disabled man, a bowling alley worker, viciously attacked by two teenagers, sexually abused with a plumber's snake. The two teenagers are now charged. Who would do this and why? It happened at a bowling alley in Shirley.
Wouldn't and why
That's
not?
where Eyewitness News reporter Jim Dolan is for us tonight. Jim?
The two-part.
Bill, first, a bit of a warning. There just is no way to tell this.
Oh, that's great. He's got to warn him.
He's dope.
Bit of a warning. By the way, I'm fucking speechless here.
What do you mean when he said bit of a warning? There's no way to tell this without laughter.
Make them believe they're getting something done.
You can't.
Yeah. Here you go.
Wow,
A bit of a warning.
Horrible, depraved story without being more graphic than any of us would like to be. Keep in mind that the victim in this case is a 21-year-old developmentally disabled man described here at the bowling alley by people as friendly and innocent. He is a maintenance worker who people here say would never hurt anyone. But on Sunday night, according to police, he was followed into the men's room by two men, one of whom held him down and the other one sexually assaulted him with a plumber's tool.
I don't want any story about me, no part of any story about me to be described by people at the bowling alley as.
There is a great line here in the
Plumber
Post
snake.
where it says, they're talking about the fallen maintenance employee of AMF Shirley Lanes into the bathroom. He was a Shirley Lane employee.
Shirley Lanes.
Surely your asshole can't be sore. And it says, as one teen held the victim down, the other forced the plumbing snake inside him and spun it several times.
Wow.
The man suffered severe pain, bleeding, and internal injuries.
Wow.
See those things?
And a little bit, he's a little ashamed, too, probably a little. He's a little embarrassed. I think he's a little embarrassed.
I don't care how developmentally challenged you are. That part of you is not.
I may be retarded, but it's just kind of a drag.
I really don't think this is right.
No.
You ever think what these guys do right after a crazy act like that before the cops discover what
Like,
happened?
and then throw the snake down.
And then
there
what?
and go,
What's the...
What do we... shit. Did we just do that?
Yeah, did we just do that?
Yeah.
Did I just hold him down while you shoved that plumber snake up his ass?
Dude, why do we do this?
Did we?
Dude.
But how did they come to it? Like, did one guy...
Well, that's what I wanted, because you look at the picture that, like, these kids, I get that you're a teenager, you're bored.
Yeah.
But how did he, hey, my dad's got a plumber snake. You know that retarded guy at the bowling alley?
Why don't we get him in the bathroom, you hold him, and I'll snake it up his ass, and then, we'll do 10 frames. Like, what the fuck?
Got any quarters? I want to play Miss Pac-Man. Hey, Jim in Jersey. Jim!
Yo, I got a Pat from Moonhockey line.
Okay.
I guess they gave him the old 7-10 split.
Yeah, that is a Pat from Monocular line. Devoid of humor. There you go.
There's more to the story here.
Of course there is.
Oh, the reporter goes to the address of one of the suspects.
Oh, that's good.
At the address police sources give for one of those charged, nobody seemed to know Steven Rodriguez. You know Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
No live here. No.
That takes balls, going to the house.
Yeah. Or fucking
Sounds
bad
like the reporter
job.
might have a fetish.
That'd be great. They'd grab the reporter, hold him down, and snake his ass.
I'll give you an exclusive.
My ass was snaked as I tried to find Mr. Rodriguez.
Seems there's more to meet the eye.
Yeah, the story didn't end here.
No, it ended in my anus. And it goes on still.
I'm Ernie and Ash just reporting from my bed at Columbia Presbyterian.
On my stomach.
At least I'm not a retard working at the bowling alley. Otherwise, in every other way.
Chris from Oklahoma City, they pull out the snake and there's just pennies and gum stuck to it.
Pennies and gum.
Jesus. We're supposed to be sad here, guys.
Oh,
yes.
Come on.
Yes, this is
Maybe that's it. They were convinced there was something in his ass valuable, or that they lost.
Oh, yeah, and they're just trying to
help fish it out.
Help a guy out.
I got to hear this guy again. Nah.
At the address police sources give for one of those charged, nobody seemed to know Steven Rodriguez. You know Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Not at all?
No?
Police gave this address as where he lives.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't live here. I'm just visiting my sister.
What a shitty reporter. What a great family he is. No one seemed to know. I asked one man who had no reason to know.
Who are you? I'm just a plumber. I lost a tool here.
I'm looking for my snake.
Somebody stole my snake.
I left it here. Address is where he lives.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't live here. I'm just visiting my sister.
Did your sister know Mr. Rodriguez?
I have no idea.
Does Mr. Rodriguez live here?
I just got here from Florida. I couldn't help you, dude.
And it's little wonder nobody admits knowing him. He is now charged in one of the most horrific,
not admitting it. He's from Florida.
crimes
You
in
fucking
memory.
Not admitting it. The guy instantly just accused him of lying. And this lying sack of shit.
Do you still have to use
No wonder.
Do you still have to use the news voice in a story like this?
I know.
No one seems to know.
No wonder no one's saying he lives here.
Listen to the reporter's voice.
Rodriguez live here?
I just got here from Florida. I couldn't help you, dude.
And it's little wonder nobody admits knowing him. He is now charged in one of the most horrific, one of the most heartless crimes in memory.
I don't know about heartless.
Yeah, I think that took a lot of parts. One hold them down, one
Right?
guy, then they switch off.
Team effort.
Exactly.
Did he switch off? Your turn.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
I'm sick of holding them.
how does that
Back
play
is sweating.
Oh,
I thought retards were strong. What a fucking docile nothing this guy was.
21 years old, too.
Yeah.
Of age,
Well,
at least.
Yeah, at least that it wasn't.
Yeah, at least it wasn't.
Now they can claim it was consensual.
We didn't know.
He said,
Okay, I love you.
Hey, Anthony, don't we have audio of the attack?
Oh, I think we might.
We have an exclusive on our show.
Actually, you know, it wasn't that bad for him.
Right.
It sounds like a horrific thing to happen to somebody, but he actually worked there. He used to set the pins with his asshole.
Yeah.
So it really didn't hurt him that much as I looked for the proper sound. I've never fucking.
I think there was some microphones in the bathroom.
What a lucky break.
What a lucky break.
Actually, I was thinking of other audio. No, I was thinking of audio before the act was committed.
Oh. I have no idea.
Let's see what's cooking in your oven.
Her. Shit.
You mean it might have been that they wanted to check and see if he had some blockage of some sort?
Actually, it wasn't even the whole act. It was just the day. He didn't want to do it on that day.
It's out Friday wide.
Oh, Friday wide.
Announcing when he's going to shit, so.
Yeah.
What do you got cooking in your oven over here?
Can't really
That's a
hear
fake
our
laugh if I ever heard one.
All right, well, we got more details to the story.
Steve couldn't be happy about this.
And the most heinous act ever. Heartless. A mentally challenged man with a snake up his ass.
All right, more to the story here.
Of course.
A maintenance worker at the Shirley Lanes bowling alley, a 21-year-old developmentally disabled man, was followed into the bathroom here and savagely sexually assaulted with a mechanical plumbing device.
This guy's getting into it, man.
Anyone else here?
Savagely sexually assaulted.
With a mechanical plumbing device. Oh, fuck. Lucky fella.
Plumbers have gone wild. Plumbing device. The assault caused severe internal injuries, and the victim was found bleeding on the floor. Charged in the attack were 19-year-old Stephen Rodriguez and 17-year-old Michael Lunsford, both from Shirley, and both men now charged with aggravated sexual assault in the first degree. No one with the bowling alley would talk with us on camera, but everyone here knows the victim, and everyone here now knows what happened to him. There are obvious and unpleasant echoes in this case in the Abner Louima case, in which a police officer sexually assaulted a man with a stick. But this victim was developmentally disabled. He was just 21 years old.
And also the plumbing, they don't even make the connection. It wasn't a stick, it was a plunger.
It was a fucking
snake.
Yeah.
So it's like something about plumbing equipment makes people go, I gotta put something in. I gotta put this in somebody's ass now.
The toilet's clogged. Fuck. Need to grab something and shove it up some guy's ass.
Tim from Connecticut on the instant feedback. There's snakes in his motherfucking ass.
The fucking... Oh, yeah.
You know how filthy those things are?
He had the mind of a 3-year-old and the asshole of a 38-year-old porn star.
Those things are filthy too. You ever seen a plumber's snake thing? They don't sit there and clean them off.
No, they wipe them down with a rag for a minute.
Yeah.
It's not like they boil them afterwards.
Disgusting.
It's not meant for the anus.
And then to spin it a few times, those things have like blades on them.
Yeah.
They have blades.
Well, if you're gonna stick it in, you gotta spin it.
You gotta spin
what's
it.
the whole point?
Sticking it in without spinning it is just stupid.
Yeah, it's a waste of time.
What's it look like?
Dude, we're here. Let's spin the fucking thing.
Yeah, it comes on a big reel.
Yeah, I don't know what that looks like.
And it feeds out. It's almost like metal conduit, like a coil.
Yeah.
And then inside that coil is a cable.
Yep.
And on the end of it is some kind of a blade that spins, so you could crank away on this thing.
It's meant to cut through, century-old shit that's built up in pipes.
In your pipe, and what you do is
or a retarded man's asshole.
You feed it down the toilet as you crank the handle.
Or the retarded guy's asshole.
Or the retarded guy's asshole. And it
dual
cleans
purpose.
It out.
Yeah.
Dual purpose.
There you go, Jimmy.
There it is, Jimmy. Look at this thing.
I'm thinking these guys, by the way, didn't do well on their SATs.
Nah,
oh my God.
Why was the snake in the bathroom?
Well, maybe he had to go.
It's one of those things like they don't usually just have them laying around.
Well, he was probably going in there to fix a toilet. There was a toilet full of diarrhea and shit and tampons that he was fixing.
Oh, so you think
So they went in there and they improvised. They found, they said, hey, let's use what he's using.
Oh. Well, they just saw the retarded man walking to the bathroom with the snake, and the one guy went, "Are you thinking what I think?"
Oh my God!
Wow. And the one guy said, "Yeah." And then he goes, and as he's holding the guy down, putting it in his ass, the other guy's like, "I just thought he wanted to turn the lights off and run. I didn't know we were going to rape another man who was developmentally disabled."
Johnny and Spion. Johnny.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Johnny.
You ever been to this bowling alley? It's in Shirley. I mean, you talk about animals, and I'm not just the Spanish guys either. Just the white trash that's out there is terrible.
Yeah, Shirley is not really a nice place out on Long Island. Really
oh,
isn't.
My God, it's like
where is that?
Brentwood.
It's out exit 64. Exit 64 of the expressway.
We're on Wading River, right?
Yeah.
It's somewhere. Yeah.
It's like the last bastion of like condos and things, and then you pass that and you're out. You're out on the island.
Ish.
Wine country.
Right.
There's wine
Well,
country.
Shirley-
The
Shirley,
retarded guy
and then
whining in the
there's
bathroom. About it. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Johnny.
You got it.
Just a horrific story today.
Ugh.
All right.
Well,
and to think
God
his
bless.
life was going so great, too.
Yeah, up to
Retarded
that
guy
point.
working in a bowling alley.
In Shirley.
In Shirley. God, what a far tumble that was for him.
He's the only guy who ever had a snake in his asshole, and it actually took him up on the social ladder.
Yeah, I was on the radio. I heard I was on Opie Anthony, too. It was kind of cool.
I got a retarded guy with a snake up his ass in Shirley. Bigger than you.
All right, we're going to break.
Now getting your nails done could wind up doing a lot of damage.
How bad will the hurricanes be?
A popular medicine for children now linked to 7 deaths.
A common medicine could be turning people into compulsive gamblers.
And is there a hidden danger in your bag of microwave popcorn?
Oh, stop it!
Are your local reporters trying to scare you to death? The Opie and Anthony Show wants to hear scary news teases from your town. Send your audio to Danny at FoundryMusic.com. That's Danny at FoundryMusic.com.
We're talking about stingrays today.
Are we?
Yeah, I think we are now.
Because we hadn't up until now. And that almost sounded like we'd been talking about them all day.
I want them to think they missed something.
Oh, okay. See, I tore down the
right?
8th wall.
Another stingray story.
Yeah, these things are getting a little uppity.
Mm-hmm.
The stingrays.
It's all about the stingrays now.
So a stingray jumped in a guy's boat and
Yeah, apparently.
stabbed him in the heart.
stabbed him in the
Scary
heart.
as that.
Yeah,
This is war now.
Yeah.
Like we're at war with the stingray population.
We're losing.
Now they're coming up where we breathe.
Exactly.
That's bad.
Exactly.
An 81-year-old man survives a stingray attack similar to the one that killed crocodile hunter Steve Irwin. Stingray jumped into his boat off the coast of Florida, then stung him in the chest. The leaping ray left a foot-long barb in the man's chest. He underwent surgery to have it removed. He's expected to make a full recovery. Wildlife experts say this was a very unusual attack, and they say stingrays are normally peaceful animals.
All right, keep saying that.
Yeah,
keep saying
it.
You should see what 2 stingrays did in a bathroom in Shirley, New York.
In the boat.
Jumped into the boat.
Take that, cocksucker.
Jumped out again.
How does the 80-year-old guy get stabbed in the chest and he lives, and this stupid Aussie's like in shape or running around the outback?
Fucking dies.
Yeah, he dies from the same thing.
NFL stadium terror threat, yes.
What?
This is...
Maybe you were right. Maybe you did see sharpshooters.
Huh?
So you saw sharpshooters.
No one
Oh.
wanted to listen to me the other day. I
Told you. He said he saw sharpshooters on the roof of Giant Stadium, and some guy called him and goes, There is no roof on Giant Stadium. And then we had to explain that there is a little perimeter. And you got to explain the dumbest things to people, to the dumbest dummies.
I love that he called. I'm going to call, because that's a slight error in vernacular.
We get it every day.
There ain't a roof.
Every day.
Terrorists threatening to target 7 NFL games this Sunday. Homeland Security officials aren't putting much stock behind the online threat, but they're still warning stadiums from New Jersey to Seattle to be on alert. Fox 5's Catherine Craig is in East Rutherford right now with more. So what is this threat, Catherine?
Well, Lucy, basically it's an internet posting warning that those 7 stadiums that you just saw from here at the Meadowlands to Seattle, Cincinnati, down to Houston, basically that they will be hit with dirty bombs. If you have tickets, though, for games at any of those stadiums, local and national elected leaders are saying that you should go and you should feel safe. Right now, Homeland Security says you can expect extra safety checks and increased patrols at Giant Stadium and the 6 other NFL stadiums around the country.
You should go.
Exactly.
I shouldn't be saying that.
I felt safe until I turned the TV on this morning.
It's one dirty bomb, and it's on the end of a plumber snake.
The department says it issued the warning just to be cautious, but Homeland Security is skeptical about the validity of the threat. The internet posting was discovered a week ago. Local Congressman Peter King, who also runs the Homeland Security Committee, says if you're going to the Meadowlands this weekend for the Jets game, you should feel safe.
If I had tickets for the game on Sunday, I'd go to the game. I mean, I'm very confident nothing's going to happen. But on the other hand, in the world in which we live today, every threat has to be looked at, and we have to be cautious. We have to be prudent.
You want tickets? No, I'd go to the game.
And the people who run Giant Stadium, where we are, tell us this is a well-protected fortress. They already have advanced security screening systems in place.
How do you be cautious and go at the same time?
They scared you.
Yeah.
But yet told you everything's fine.
You should totally go.
Then why talk about
There's
it?
threats out there. They're not credible. Go to the game.
Go to the game.
Have fun.
Homeland Security guy said if he had tickets, he'd go.
Yeah. When was the last time they detonated a bomb in this country? Like, never? I mean, it was like...
Yeah, not legitimately. Yeah. It was one of our own.
Yeah. But now you have that in the back of your head. Thanks to the news.
Dirty bomb.
Actually, you brought this up during the break. They were listening to us on Pal Talk, so now maybe we should do this. You said Norm Macdonald and the Stingrays, really funny on the
joke on the
on what, the Daily Show?
Yeah, the Daily Show.
This was sent in by Brian from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
I wanted to talk about the crocodile hunter. Did you? Because I think you're gonna make them sad. Because I think it was tragic at the time, but I think I don't know. People calling me, man, they're shocked. Oh, hey, you wouldn't believe it. Who got killed? The crocodile hunter. Please don't make me laugh at this. They were like, he was 44 years old. I'm like, that's a ripe old age for a crocodile hunter. Now, you know who had to be pissed about it were the crocodiles, because he got killed by some fruity fish. And, so, you know the crocodiles were like, hey, man, that crocodile hunter got killed. Who did it, Frank? Nah, you don't even want to know, man. No, Bill, man, you had a chance. Like the guy go, man, I had a chance. I had that mother. He was Tommy with a stick. I could have eat him and his kid. I don't feel good about this. You remember I ever tell you that story, Bill? Yeah, only 1,000 times. That's for the kids. All right, Norm Macdonald. We're putting
that is goddamn funny. Damn it. Hilarious. Very funny.
All right, this could be terrific. Let's see how this goes. Grandma buys grandson scary children's songs. This story starts out pretty normal, but
they're not supposed to be scary.
But wait for the punchline because it's well worth it.
We got a call from an irate grandmother who was so upset over an innocent gift she bought her grandson, she never thought it would affect him so badly. You may even own one yourself and not realize what it is.
What? Old grandma?
Debbie Jurgensen is a wonderful grandmother, but she's feeling awfully guilty these days because of a gift she gave her grandson.
To think that I gave this to him, thinking it was going to soothe him to sleep, and then to find out that he went through 4 days of pure horror.
Happy ending.
And was hysterical crying every time he went in his happy little room, and it was my doing.
Believe it or not, the gift Debbie bought was this stack of children's CDs called 101 Toddler Tunes.
We started playing the CDs and putting them on at night for the little guy, and he wasn't sleeping too well. And then my husband thought it might be the music, and I thought he was crazy. Until one afternoon I put it on to play with him in his room, and there was a Ladybug song.
This is just one of the songs little Michael had been forced to listen to while he tried to fall asleep.
Gotta fall asleep just by himself.
Yeah.
With the little stars on the ceiling.
And he's like scared of certain things in his room, little shadows. Maybe the chair looks like a monster when the lights are out.
I thought he was crazy. Your fathers get no credibility. It's like we just started playing some music. Maybe it's the music.
What are you, crazy? What are you, crazy?
Crazy?
You stupid idiot. Go home and earn.
Else has been in that room
go to work and earn money.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, something new was introduced.
Yeah, go put a roof over our heads, you useless piece of crap.
It's funny you picked that right up, too, man.
Oh, yeah, that's on my radar is just, shut up, woman. Yeah, mothers know everything except for nothing.
Let's look at it logically. What have we introduced to this child since he has had a problem sleeping? The music.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, it's not the music that I haven't listened to yet. That I let him a stack of CDs. I haven't even listened to one of them because I'm lazy.
Well, here's the song.
All right.
while he tried to fall asleep.
Ladybug, ladybug, fly away home. Your house is on fire and your children will burn.
Will burn.
They will burn.
Why go home then?
Yeah, there's no hope in this song.
Let's go get a drink.
Give the kid a little hope.
Just take that money you're going to save from the following Christmas and buy yourself something nice.
Will burn. Ladybug, ladybug, fly.
I can't believe this is what they say.
On fire and your children will burn.
Over and over again, too.
How great is that? Children will burn.
I love that they're trying to tell the ladybug to get home to save that, but they're singing it so sweetly.
Yeah, it's such a nice. Will burn. Da da da.
Your baby's being raped. You better hurry home.
Who knew this was going on, man?
The kids are all going to look like raisins with wigs. Nothing worse than a burn victim wig. Because it's always this perfect, and it never fits the head properly.
It's slightly askew.
It always looks like a hat. Because there's that space between the wig and the awful head. There's no way to fix it. There's nothing to integrate it with. Yeah.
Right, there's no hairline.
There's no hairline at all. It's just like a stormtrooper hat.
Let's go to Rudy in Westchester. Rudy!
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
Hey.
I was watching that story on the news, and they showed a picture of the kid. The kid was absolute oblivious. He was in La La Land with this stupid look on his face, and he didn't know what the hell was going on. And the grandmother was going on about happy, 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 and horror, horror, horror. And it just seemed so weird that this kid even had a clue as to what was going on with these songs. And it's just like blew my mind because I didn't believe it at all. But it did run me into a state of paranoia and have to go, listen to my kids' toddlers' songs as well now.
Yeah, nobody pays attention to what their kids are watching or listening
or playing on the computer or anything. Doesn't matter.
I was in a bookstore, kids' bookstore, buying some books for my daughter, and there was this older woman came in and said to everybody, it's a cheerful kids' bookstore in Hollywood. And then this lady comes in and asks the sales lady, I need a book for a 4-year-old boy whose father died.
They have that section.
They have a section for your dad just died, you idiot.
How about mommy's roommate? How about big mullet lesbian moves in?
You're moving into a small apartment with
the parade of uncles.
Losers.
Yeah. How about daddy had his brake lines cut and mommy has a new check?
How about read the insurance policy?
Yeah.
We got to go into these bookstores now and get some of these titles. All right, there's more to the story.
Your children will burn. That's nice.
I was really disturbed because my father is a retired fireman who recently actually just lost a close friend. So she's starting to grasp the concept of, death.
Is he a ladybug idiot?
Is he a ladybug? My father's friend was recently swatted by a giant hand and killed.
Who cares
so
if ladybugs
she's starting to grasp the concept of, death.
I felt horrified because these babies are very precious to me.
And there were more tunes, like the Little Brown Jug.
Oh, Jug.
Little old shack we called our own. She loved gin and I loved rum. Boy, we had a lot of fun.
I mean, this is a toddler song.
It's about booze.
This is a toddler song? Come on.
And this one, Casey at Bat.
Kill him, kill the umpire.
I mean, kill him, kill the umpire. I mean, that's not what you say to children.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, obviously, you never had any money on it.
Listen to the CDs first, you idiot.
Yeah.
And what's wrong with that? The children? It's not like he's saying molest the umpire.
No.
Or offer the umpire money to get in your van.
Kill him.
Kids.
It would have been funny during the whole interview with Ladybug lands in her hand and
or an umpire walks in and she just yells at him.
Kill him.
Maybe this kid's not sleeping well because his family sucks. His whole family's a bunch of adults. And he's up night going, how am I going to be raised by these jack-offs? I'm not going to have any kind of a life.
They're blaming the music, and they're like, we didn't know it was the music, because I would drink a lot, and my husband would hit me, and we would scream and yell, and we would wake up, and we didn't know it was the songs.
Hey, the kid should be happy he has his own CD player at that age.
Yeah,
no kidding.
Now, one of the things you should know is that these nursery rhymes aren't exactly new. Some of them are classics, and they've been around for more than 100 years. In most cases, they were a history lesson, like when the ladybugs infested the fields of England. Hence the song, Ladybug, Ladybug, Fly Away Home. So the big question now is, are the words in these rhymes appropriate for today's generation of kids and parents?
Ew.
Oh, God. That's the big question.
We got to attack everything.
The big question is, why does America stink?
Yeah, that would be the bigger question.
I'm just so tired of stuff like that.
No kidding. Nicole in New York.
How about London bridges falling down, but at least they're not jumping off it like they are the Golden Gate? Huh? That's the updated version for today's kids. Run with that. Guy, production staff, go.
Do it. My daughter, kids are supposed to not. My daughter and I were eating lamb chops one day, and she said, she's 3 years old at the time, and she said, where are we eating? And I said, lamb chops. And she'd been to a farm recently and petted a lamb. So she said, are there little lambs inside of this? And I said, no. I'd never made the connection with her that she eats animals.
What a stupid question.
Yeah, I know.
Little lambs inside. Of course there aren't.
Yeah.
You dope.
So I go, no, and she says, well, are these pieces of a lamb?
Ah, now she's catching on.
And I go, yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Just told her yes. So we're eating a lamb like the one I petted? And I said, yeah. And she says, I like lamb chops.
Oh.
She's like Hannibal Lecter. No, she likes eating
that.
There you go.
She likes eating animals. She's full aware that she,
top of the food chain.
She loves ducks and she loves eating ducks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did the lamb make you perform fellatio? Did he sodomize you? No.
He was a good lamb.
Hey, let's go to Nicole. She's got something pretty good.
Hi. Yeah, I took my 3-year-old brother to the library, and the librarian pointed me over to this section. I guess she thought I was like some unwed teenage mother. So there's like, why you had sex when you were 10. And there's a book about Uncle Willie's pickles and how to deal with molestation and why is Daddy in a casket.
All right, wait a minute.
And they have
Hold on. I have an assignment.
Yes.
I have to read Uncle Willie's pickles.
Yeah. Could someone go out and get Uncle Willie's pickles and get it over to XM for the second half of the show today?
Why is Daddy in a casket? Sounds awesome.
Yeah, maybe Daddy's a bad driver. Or maybe Daddy meant... go ahead.
Oh, Nicole, it's going to be much more exciting here. Go ahead, Nicole.
This whole section is like in the middle of the children's playroom, like pictures of really tickling kids, like awful, awful books.
You know, I want you to have a sandwich just full of Uncle Willie's pickles.
The thing that bothers me is that people want to protect their kids from reality, but then they want to sell them stuff. Like that's what's acceptable is like Fox Kids, where they're selling them toys and cereal with loud noise and MSG and sugar. Like, nobody cares about that. Yeah. That's fine. But don't mention to them that things do die and that it's okay that things die, especially if it's your stupid father.
Well, the Daddy in the casket thing does seem a little morbid. Like, how could that possibly play out?
Maybe this...
Why is Daddy in the casket? Well, he's going to be in it till bugs eat his face. Yeah.
Daddy borrowed money from a man, and Daddy couldn't pay him back. It's a lesson. Maybe Daddy mingled with someone of a race that he shouldn't have. Here.
For the Brady kids, why is Daddy in such a little casket?
Why is Daddy face down in a casket with a permanent arch in his hips? Well, you know, that man, he played on TV.
Why is Daddy in a closed casket? Well, because his face is pulp. God. Because we couldn't reconstruct his...
No.
Lady.
I wouldn't play that. Do you think there's room in our society for these old-time classics?
No, I don't think so. The kids today are smart and they can pick up on things like that.
Well, you know what? 100 years, one complaint. That's not too bad. Okay? All right? That's a good track record.
That's true.
Good point, Rich. Good point. Helium Comedy Club all weekend for Rich Voss.
And it could tie in, actually. We'll have to just change the update. How about immigrants fly away home? Huh? Give me those ribs, you.
Well, let's see what a child psychologist has to say about this issue.
Oh, good.
There's nothing inherently wrong unless you want to do away with Snow White, Hansel and Gretel.
But child psychologist Dr. Victoria Beach doesn't understand what all the fuss is about. After all, she says, children have been listening to these nursery rhymes for more than 100 years.
Casey at the Bat was in 1888, and it was published in the newspaper. Very famous poem. Way over the head of toddlers.
Kill him! Kill the umpire!
Quite frankly, if you don't want your children to hear kill the umpire, you should never let them watch a baseball game.
And her advice to parents is simple.
Children will repeat what they hear. So if you don't want them repeating it, don't play it.
So for Mom and Dad, you heard the doc. The bottom line is pretty clear. Just use your discretion when it comes to your kids if you don't like what you hear.
Yeah, just let them listen to soulless Barney and Elmo.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Teach them nothing about anything and...
Or
milk toast.
They'll chase him across the street in Crown Heights with him.
What is wrong with him? Hey, we gonna find that book for Jimmy?
Oh my God, Uncle Willie's pickles. That's all I want.
Where's
I'm
that?
obsessed with them.
We gotta find that.
Uncle Willie's pickles.
Does he have?
I know, exactly.
Got a bunch of pickles.
Well, yes, Uncle Lee had a lot of friends who also have pickles.
We're gonna do the walkover in a couple minutes here, so if you got that book, come find us. We'll let you check out the second half of the show.
Let's throw rocks through the moneylenders' windows. It's based on history. Come on.
Let's take their teeth.
Oh, send them to the camps. Send them to the... What? It's history.
Send them to the camps and their luggage will follow. Luggage will follow. Yeah, that's true.
Use the hair for soap.
Yeah, just because it's based on history, one person's like, well, these are based on historical. Oh, okay. That's good.
We'll drop leaflets, then bomb them.
Yeah. Burn those shadows on the bridges. Burn the shadow.
Slaves are very useful.
They lift heavy things.
You get to own their children.
And you can examine their teeth first.
All right, we got a news reporter that fucked up pretty good.
Oh,
oops. No. This is some terrific audio. The video's up on YouTube and break.com.
Rich's headphones are not working. Turn the volume up, Rich.
I did.
Oh, Rich, you can do it without headphones.
Sweetie, but he won't hear the report up. He won't hear the
That's
audio.
true.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Got to hear that.
Somebody
turn the volume up. You plugged in?
How, I'm sure he's got something misspelled to say about this report. So.
Here we go.
The deputy police chief says 6 officers were killed, including the district's top cock after a cop after the vehicle.
Wow, twice. Wow. She couldn't get cock. She had cock on a brain. Cock. I mean, big cock. Wow.
Is that great?
Wow.
The deputy police chief says 6 officers were killed, including the district's top cock after a cop after the vehicle they were riding in was sprayed with bullets. 3 other officers were hurt in the attack. And those are your latest headlines. I'm Jane Skinner. I'm going to send you back to Shepard, who is live where? Just outside of Memphis.
They're all laughing. South Carolina Gamecocks. She's a big fan. Go South Carolina.
Do you know how hard it is to read when everyone else in the studio is shaking with laughter at your misfortune?
I know. I've been there, Jane.
You too.
For many billions
Do
of
it
times.
now.
Okay. I love that.
Wow. It's Friday, Jane. No one's watching. They're out doing things. It's just me, you, and Dorellen down in Destin. That's it. We'll look for you on YouTube there, Janie.
Thanks so much.
Oh, that's good.
All right, at least
I love that a policeman died and they're all laughing.
They're all laughing over cock. Yeah, great.
Fuck them.
Who cares? YouTube.
Cop, faggot. Laid his life down for people. Fuck him.
Yeah,
Fuck them. We got the cock line on YouTube. It's great. Watch this chick.
The deputy police chief says 6 officers were killed, including the district's top cock after a cop after the vehicle they were riding in.
You can hear him starting to laugh.
Yeah. Is that Otto doing the thing?
A cock was shot.
Do we have the Shepard Smith one?
We have that, and we should do Rip Cunt for Louis and the Black Cock one.
Come on, let him rip.
Let's
Shepard Smith. This was Shepard Smith we got first. Yeah. This is the guy that was just talking to the girl after she fucked up saying top cock. This is the guy that chimed in and said we've all been there. He's done this before.
J-Lo's new song, Jenny from the Block, all about Lopez roots, about how she's still a neighborhood gal at heart. But folks from that street in New York, the Bronx section, sound more likely to give her a curb job than a blow job or block party. The New York Post. Sorry about that slip up there.
Yeah, sorry
I have no
about
idea
that.
how that happened. but it won't happen again. And that's your news.
That wasn't even close.
No, it wasn't.
Blowjob.
Fucking cop, fucking dick in the cunt. I mean breakfast.
J-Lo's new film, Rape That Spick. Wait a minute, that's not what I meant to say.
I meant made, whatever.
Deputy Police Chief says 6 officers were killed, including the district's top cop after the vehicle they were.
Jesus. You can't get cock off her.
One thing I'll say about Dumb Shepard Smith, he did acknowledge it both times. You got to give him that. He's a douche,
you have to.
We acknowledge it.
We got this next one we haven't played in a while.
Easterly winds will be very strong, too, and that will cause coastal flooding, very dangerous rip currents, as well as very high surf.
Wow. Rip currents. Do we have the...
I like the idea that there's weather that's ripped, like there's going to be these cunts ripping through the skies.
I was going to say, was she talking about Louis' daughter?
Do you have the Tom Brokaw?
The Brokaw one we have?
Oh, we got that one, too?
How about the Martin Luther King
That's a good one, too.
Yeah, we'll play the other one there.
Play Brokaw, because that's kind of close to the last one.
Or play the one you got, Derek. He had one all queued up. Make it easy for him.
Continuing to follow the latest developments in the crash of Delta Flight 5191, 49 people killed. Here's a Black Hawk helicopter surveying the scene. We know the NTSB.
Black Hawk helicopter.
This is the latest rage on YouTube. I mean, there's a whole section dedicated to reporters fucking up.
Plane full of dead people. Black Hawk. Funny Black Hawk.
The Black Hawk helicopter. How big was that helicopter?
Oh. Huge. Now this Tom Brokaw. The bell. Oh,
thank you.
There we go. Close one.
I had a doozy.
A little inappropriateness. This is Tom Brokaw, who has a hard enough time speaking as it is. But he was talking about the president's tax cuts, and this was live.
The key component in what the president insists is a job stimulus program. Ohio, a strong Republican state, is hurting economically. And as NBC David Gregory reports tonight, the president took his message right to a powerful Ohio Republican who is not convinced the tax cuts are the answer.
See, he didn't fumble and go back. He just
there's a little delay. The tax cuts are the answer. And his face, when you look at the video, is kind of like, oh, shit. Keep going.
You know, as a viewer, though, you're rooting for him to get to the end of the sentence.
Tax cuts.
He's just struggling to that period.
Oh.
We got the Martin Luther one?
Yeah, this guy got fired for this.
It's crazy. None of them got fired except this guy did because of the This is what annoyed me.
And this is obviously a slip-up. I think.
Of course it was.
Yeah, let's listen to it, and then we'll tell you what he meant to say.
The next couple of days, temperature is going to stay well above normal after a couple of days well below normal. Here's a look at your extended forecast for tomorrow. Sunshine, 60 degrees, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We're going to see temperatures in the low 60s and mostly sunny skies. Look at that as we head toward Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
It was King...
Because he was going with Junior. It was Junior. That's that Martin Luther King Jr. It wasn't
King Jr. Yeah, he was like
rushing through it.
King Jr. comes out coon.
Black Hawk helicopter isn't fired.
Black Hawk.
A cop death. And
Rip cunt.
Rip cunt.
Tax cunt.
Top cock over a police officer. 6 dead cops. And then no one let him fire. But this guy makes a politically incorrect, obvious error, and they dump him.
Oh, can we do the, do you have the mountain climber one? That is my favorite. I forgot all about that one. Oh, we do have it?
Yeah. I don't know that one.
There's so many of these.
Okay.
Right after the break, we're going to interview Eric Weihenmayer, who climbed the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But he's gay. He's blind. So we'll see about that.
Oh my God! He's gay. He's gay.
You know, there's some gossip you heard
at lunch.
He's blind. She went to lunch with the girls and got some nice gossip, and that's all she was thinking.
And even she went, he's gay. Gay. I mean, fucking blind. Shit.
No.
He takes a dick up his ass. Wait a minute.
He has brown eyes. I don't know how I made that.
He's so blind that people shove dicks in his mouth. It made him gay.
He just can't see them coming.
But everywhere he goes, he's like,
he's gay. You know, the guy's sitting there going, and I'm
But listen to gay, because she starts talking to herself like, gay?
Gay, what are you saying?
I said that.
Yeah, who said that?
Yeah, let's hear that again.
It's me.
Right after the break, we're going to interview Eric Weihenmayer, who climbed the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But he's gay. I mean, he's gay, excuse me, he's blind. So we'll hear about that coming up.
Okay, as we head to the break, I'll look at this.
They're not even close.
No.
There's not one letter that is shared by both words.
No. Gay, blind, no.
He's a faggot cocksucker. Wait, I mean, he's a Republican.
Got a load of cum in both eyes, which blinded him.
God, we got a lot of requests. You got the weatherman?
Which one was that?
The black weatherman? I don't want to give away the...
Yeah, don't give away the punchline.
The bit, in case people haven't heard
Uh-oh,
it.
E-Rock's pointing at the screen. You know this isn't going to be the right clip. Do you see the look?
Yeah.
I wish this was TV just to see E-Rock's disgusted look when I make fun of him.
Oh, he hates it.
Turns his head real quick like, it's such a fuck you. And then he's back to whatever he does.
Yeah, exactly. Back to the incompetent bungling.
We got it? I guess.
I hope so.
All right, here it is.
Be pushing across Central Florida, so places like Orlando, Daytona Beach, the Cape Canaveral area, Vero Beach will be getting in on the heavier rainfall, and eventually the ice should I am so sorry, Bill. Oh my God!
What the
hell just happened? This is what just happened. That thing was crawling on my leg.
Oh.
By the way, that guy is so fucking blind.
He is the blindest
Let me
man
tell
I've ever seen.
That is a flaming blind man.
That guy's gay voice came out. That fella needs a dog and a stick with red on it. Like, he was hiding his gay voice for the most part. You could kind of tell, and then it's a cockroach. The cockroach appears.
A roach, I think the other kind he would have liked.
And the Janus came flying out of the closet. Oh, we got another track to this, right? And then this happened.
Oh, God, if that... Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, no!
What a faggot.
Right at the wall for me.
Yeah, the wall with a hole in it. Oh, my God. Oh, what a fruit. Jesus, it's a bug.
Yeah, I know, and he's black, like he's never seen roaches.
Oh.
I love when you see, like, when there's this the kind of people that can't really hide, like that guy, the preacher, who's just been accused.
Yeah.
And I hadn't never seen the whole story. And they start, they discredit the gay prostitute, saying, well, he, lie detector. But then they cut to the guy, I'm not gay at all, and my wife, I love my wife.
This is fine. He's so flaming. And that guy had to really pop right out and go, okay, I'm a liar.
How great
I do drugs and I like the cock.
How great
Thank you,
is
good
it?
night. Thank you, my parish.
All these fucking scumbag religious people fucking just bothering gay people.
The only reason the guy came out against them was because this fucking guy was up there preaching against gay marriage and homosexuality is the devil's fucking work. And this guy is fucking him every month, turns around and goes, you know something? Fuck you.
Good for that guy.
No,
yeah.
It's amazing. It's like the whole point, this guy's not Catholic, but I'll shit on them for it anyway. Why not? Because,
get away.
I'm not a politician.
Yeah, right?
I can have bad judgment. I'm just trying to be entertaining. No, but it's like, if you look at the Catholic Church objectively, it's like they are a boy-fucking machine. They're like the best boy fuckers in history. It's almost the whole point of the institution. It's like they do that better than anything else that they have tried.
They've worked it into an art.
It's amazing. They
have
move guys around when they get caught.
They move them around. They have their own internal investigations, so it doesn't involve anyone else. They made their own almost police force of this thing, and all they do is, okay, this guy's fucking touching children here. We'll move him over here.
Yeah, and
like
also they're a vulnerable boy catching machine.
Oh yeah, parents send them. Their parents send them. Fucking here you go.
Go get your dick
rape away.
Moving back for a second, Bert and Philly on the instant feedback. His last name is Haggard, just like his asshole.
Yeah, fucking Pastor Ted was a naughty one.
Yes,
Old
he
Pastor
was.
Ted was a naughty boy.
Naughty boy.
We got any others back there?
Mike Jones was giving him some muscle dick.
Do we have the one with the argument?
The argument.
I love the one that happened during Katrina.
What?
I think it was during Katrina. The weatherman for CNN and the anchor girl.
Okay, that's a good
one. The weatherman was taking a little too long.
I don't remember that one.
We might as well play all of them then, because we got to play the LA news team. That is a great one.
Another good one.
And Derek's got one here to play.
Because they're such puppets. I mean, when they fuck up, it's great.
You simply get chills every time you see these poor individuals. As Jack Cafferty just pointed out so tragically, so many of these people, almost all of them that we see, are so poor
and they are so black. And this is going to raise lots of questions for people who are watching this story unfold.
Wolf Blitzer, man.
Yeah, right on.
I watched
Wolf
that
Blitzer said
live.
that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I watched that live when it happened. I'm just sitting
They
watching
are
Katrina
so
coverage
black.
because it's all you did when that was going on. I went home, turned on the news.
Yeah, it's better than Comedy Central.
It really was just a scream. And Wolf Blitzer's on. He's in front of his 20,000 TV screens. And when he said that, I actually looked over at my girlfriend and said, "Did he just say that?" Like,
America said the same thing.
Yeah.
If you'd been standing anywhere, you would have heard that.
They are so poor and so black.
But where was he going with that? I don't get. Like, was it their tone?
I think it was trying to go into the fact that they're not getting the help they need because of their race.
Right.
Yeah,
if it was a bunch of white people, but to say they're so poor and so black.
Well, just that when
not so many
Blitzer
black people. Yeah.
Sees lots of. He's stunned by people's blackness.
You could say that about three people.
Those fuckers are black.
2 people in the room. They are so black. I think he meant there are so many that are so poor and so many black people.
Yeah.
But he fucked it all up just going, like there's one guy that is just black as night.
Yeah.
So
well,
black.
you can't blame him. It's not like he's an eminent journalist or anything.
No.
It's not like that.
Hasn't been in the business that many years.
Yeah.
We got another one. We got 2 more to play here.
But the storm was 902 millibars. 902 was the lowest that you had with this storm a couple of hours ago. So it has filled in a little bit, filled in with some air,
Okay,
not
so
as low of
Chad,
pressure. But
Chad,
Camille,
Chad,
let me talk, Carol.
Translate that for us. I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Well, if you would let me talk, Camille was 908. And so this is actually now not as strong as Camille, but not really as strong as it's been. 908, I'm walking over here because I can have this chart, but it's not in front of me. 908 millibars is 26.81 inches of mercury. This storm got down to 26.61, and right now it's 26.98. Now, if you would go to your home barometer that you have, it's probably a big circle hanging on your wall that you got from an uncle somewhere. If you go look at that, that is completely off the screen.
This guy got something from an uncle and it wasn't a barometer.
You never have to have a barometer that would go that low in the northern hemisphere unless you were obviously trying to get under a hook.
She was
all right, just having fun.
Janelle just having fun, he says. He goes, all right, just having fun. No, it wasn't fun. You were angry. Because she had every right to fucking jump in because he's babbling about barometric fucking pressure.
Guy's an asshole.
Oh, what a tool.
I don't know who he is, but if you live in his town, please invite him to die on purpose. Please fucking encourage him.
I don't know that man, but he's a cunt.
How many more we got? Just the LA? All right, and then we finally got this. I don't think this made the air, Louis, but I guess
during a break.
During a break, the news team went at it. It's like a chick and a guy there in L.A. And they just went at it just before the news started. Listen to this tape.
First segment.
It's done that way all the time.
It
That's
frequently
what I was
is.
told.
It frequently
Well,
is.
then we better
Do you
talk
hear me
about it.
complaining about it?
Then we better
Tonight
talk about
I'm
it.
complaining because tonight I
Then
said,
we better
hey,
talk about it because I think you've got a
agree.
problem. I think we've got a problem. All right? If that's what you think, then we'll talk about it after the show, and we'll talk about it with Roger Bell. Because I'm not going to sit here night after night and put up with this shit. Okay?
night after night? Night after night?
Well, it looks to me like that's the way it's going to go,
I'll
Ann.
take the ante up a little higher than that even.
Than Batty.
You're not only wrong, you're way out of line.
Let me tell you something.
You
kid.
starit it, pal.
You want Harold Green, you might get him.
It's fine with me. Fine
Oh, is
with
it really?
me. Good old
Oh.
Harold Green.
Okay. Okay. You want to start dealing with shit? Go ahead. That's what you want. You just might get it. Awesome. You know, you go home and have a couple of shooters, and I don't know what the fuck happens, but when you come back, you're not the same lady.
That's not true.
Some nights it is, man.
When news happens, you see it happen on Channel 7.
Don't you?
The #1 station for news and information in Southern California. Now, Paul Moyer, Ann Martin, Johnny Mountain Weather, and Todd Donahoe Sports. This is Eyewitness News Tonight.
3 men dead tonight in an execution-style murder in Los Angeles.
And he just goes right into it, man. What a pro. What a fucking pro. Accusing his fucking lackey next to him of drinking when she goes home. Do a few shooters. I don't know who the fuck you come back at.
In between the 6 and 11 o'clock news. Yeah, I'll tell you something, lady. They go home and do whatever.
You're a different lady.
You're a different lady.
Oh,
do a couple of fucking shooters. And she's just, I do not. In a tone of voice that means, yes, I do, every fucking night. To deal with you.
We got one more. We keep finding them. The Bill Evans and Steve Barlstein fight over Donald Trump's wife's name.
Yeah.
Have you seen this? This is the new dress. It's something old, something
The weatherman is taunting the anchor guy. Yeah, it's the anchor says her name wrong, and the weatherman starts taunting him, and he gets pissed. Like, what? You're the fucking weatherman. Why you taunting me, motherfucker?
Have you seen this? This is the new dress. It's something old, something new, and something that costs about $100,000. Here's a look at the wedding dress made for supermodel Melania Knauss, the former or the future Miss.
Wait, go over that name again, Steve. What was that?
You know what? Why don't you do it, Bill?
No, I'm not the anchor, Steve.
Melania, right?
Why don't you go over? Why don't you do it?
I'm not the anchor.
Well, you know what? Then I'll pipe down over there during the VO.
Well, then what then, Steve?
Go ahead, do it, Bill.
It has 300 feet of satin.
If you're not the anchor, then don't interrupt me.
I wanted to know what
if you're not the anchor, then
Go, baby, go. Go.
The gown was designed by John Galliano for Christian Dior. And the bride plans another dress of Vera Wang design after the couple's first dance. Wedding is set for Saturday. Why don't you give it a shot there, Bill?
Hey, I'm just representing the audience. I heard now.
My bad. I'm sorry, Bill.
I'm not looking for an apology, Sam.
I know, so
I'm just saying,
sorry.
Would you like to take another shot?
No, I wouldn't.
I can't take a shot at it. That's why I do the weather. I don't read that stuff.
Right.
It is so cold
It is
outside.
It's cold in here, too.
You can take a shot at the weather if you want. I don't. It don't matter.
I'm good with that.
Hey, dude, I get paid either way. It's such a the weather to start the day, and it will be a day where it will be a cold day.
We lucked out and got that one on our own. We just happened to be rolling.
We were watching that as it happened.
No one has that one. That one never made it to YouTube or anything.
People get in each other's ass.
Oh,
they really do. To that one.
We got another one, Derek. I think we're playing this one. You guys might be on the same... All right, cool. Here's another one, Louie. We go back to what we were...
now we're back.
We were off the highway for a while, but now we're back on.
Turn back on.
One report from the Interfax news agency says witnesses saw an explosion just before one of the crashes. Both planes were Tupolev Tu-154 jets. That's a standard airliner on domestic flights in Russia. The first crash happened in Bukalki, about 110 miles south of Moscow.
Bukkake
splattered the faces of all the people.
What is it about plane crashes and death that make anchors say cock and
cock hunt?
Brokaw got away with it for years.
Yeah, he did.
He couldn't even speak.
He couldn't
and he
talk.
was giving us the news.
He had that L thing where he couldn't really say his L.
Weird.
Got stuck in his throat.
Look, I bet he was betting people. How much did you give me if I say cunt tonight?
A United Airlines 767 took off from Cockfuck Airport this morning. Oh, wait a minute. It was Newark Liberty. Sorry.
We got Miss USA doing coke and kissing Miss Teen USA. What a great story.
That story gets hotter and hotter.
By the day.
If that stupid Trump throws her out, I'll do nothing, but I just think it's a bad move.
I hope he doesn't. That would be hilarious.
He shouldn't.
Oh, we got the latest on that?
No one talks about Miss USA or none of these dummies, except for now everyone's talking about her.
Yeah, whenever there's controversy.
She should do coke.
She's been in bars. They're talking about her drinking before she was 21. She just turned 21, I think. And but when she was underage, she's drinking, smoking pot, doing some coke, a little promiscuity.
She was taking coke.
Certain liberties with the gentlemen.
She's from Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
What would be the point of being hot if you're not getting high and paid?
And she's a roommate with Miss Teen USA. And they had a makeout session.
Oh, my God.
So it just gets hotter and hotter.
Oh, my God. This could be the best thing to happen to the USA pageant.
Trump. I think it's the best thing to happen in America.
Of course it is.
Listen to the dumb reporter, what they come up with here.
Crown glitter on each of their thighs.
I'd like to be a billionaire prince and just pay them so much money to have sex with them and then fart the whole time we're having sex. Like, I would just do that and they would have to keep going because I was giving them so much money. I would just fart and mumble whore and they'd have to smile and pretend it was fun.
Pretend?
Yeah. Hey, here's the latest.
The moment of truth is approaching for the young Miss USA, Tara Conner. She could hear this morning whether the pageant owner, Donald Trump, is going to say, "You're fired," forced her to give up her crown, and I have to give back the crown. CNN's entertainment correspondent Brooke Anderson has more. Oh, it has been an ugly path for this young lady.
It has been very ugly. You know, the allegations that have put Tara Conner in this predicament
Tara Conner.
are not pretty. Reports of wild nights out, reports that she hasn't shown up to engagements and appearances, and much, much more.
Why doesn't she make a funny example? She's going to use it like, Donald Trump may remove her crown a la Princess Diana.
How do they take this crap seriously?
I don't know.
Like, what big thing is Miss USA that she can't
The thing I don't understand,
laid?
it's like with Britney Spears' vagina and Janet Jackson's boobs. This is what we're supposed to want from these people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole point of Britney Spears is her vagina. That's the entire crux of her
Ground
existence.
zero.
And then we see it and we go, oh, faux pas.
Oh, what is she doing?
The whole point of a beauty pageant is that you wish you could have sex with those women. And then one of them kisses another woman and there's a problem?
Yeah. With who?
I don't understand.
The Britney Spears thing, it was the most downloaded thing on Google.
Yeah. We all want to, but then everybody publicly says, what's wrong with her?
Oh, look how
That really
she's
should have
fallen.
been the end of her career. Like, that should have, ta-da.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole point of her career.
Yeah, this is what you've been waiting for 8 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
But the whole point of her career is that there's just like swimming pools of sperm being dumped for her, in her honor. Every day. Teenage boys are masturbating to her face, voice,
stomach,
and stomach.
Likeness.
Guilty.
And then she shows the vagina and they, oh, hey.
Hey, what are you doing?
I wouldn't fault Tara Conner if she made out with Dakota Fanning. It wouldn't bug me.
I don't know how much of that made the air, because I'm sure Al is dumping out like crazy.
All right, Al.
All right, Al, you got all that. All right, here's more on Miss USA.
She just turned legal on Monday, celebrating her 21st birthday. But by many accounts, her partying began way before then.
Been drinking really heavily, drinking in public. She was caught smooching Miss Teen USA at a club in New York City, and she apparently failed a drug test for cocaine.
Oh, my God. All right, winner.
What's wrong with her?
Basically a sophomore in college.
Yeah. She's acting her age.
Yeah, she's
is what
God
she's
forbid,
doing.
right.
But
Tara
no.
Conner is a Kentucky beauty queen. She began her pageant career at the tender age of 4. A year ago, she was a model / student / waitress. And on April 21st, she was named Miss USA 2006. She left her high school sweetheart and moved to New York City and wore her sash with pride.
With pride.
On the subway?
The tender age of 4. There's something like pedophilish about
Yeah.
Yeah.
Began her beauty pageant career at the tender age of 4. Is that her right there?
They're like veal.
Wow, that's how when she was 4?
No, that's a new picture, Jimmy.
She had a little bit of a gut, though.
Jesus.
Dude.
She drinks a lot.
Picky.
Dude, what is that?
That's her hip bone.
That's gut.
That's hip bone.
She has a little seed belly.
That is where? In the middle or on the side?
I think
on the side is
awful.
On the side is a
swimsuit.
hip bone.
It's an awful little swimsuit thing she's
Yeah,
wearing.
she's not that hot. She has a dumb little fat part of her stomach.
Oh,
too. She looks like
God.
me, like an appendix scar. I have the same little gut she does. Little fat undershadowing. Can you take that?
What is wrong
You know what,
with
Jimmy?
you?
You do. You look just like her.
Well, just from that
Yeah,
part.
lift your shirt up again, man. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh,
Me.
That's the
I can't
same
even-
belly. She does have a little
sexy.
awning there, doesn't she?
Does it? Yes!
Yeah.
Oh, what's wrong with you
Miss
guys?
Teen USA's head doesn't get wet when it rains.
What do you want from women?
don't know, just not a fat gut when you represent the whole country.
That's not
How
a
about
fat
that?
gut.
About do a Pilates, you slob.
Oh my God.
Now she's a slob.
She's a slob.
Disgusted at her mediocrity. She should be thrown out of the pageant with her pig stomach.
Because she gained a pound, right?
Exactly.
Sydney?
Big
Right?
pig belly.
She stopped eating toilet paper and drinking coffee.
Throw up for America.
Yeah.
Here's the other
See?
shot.
You can even see a little bit on the side.
Yeah?
You see that little dent on the side? I'm not a
head.
perfectionist, believe
It's
me.
not a scratch on your Maserati. It's a woman with actual nutritionified woman.
Exactly.
As
Look
Marina
over
would
here.
say.
Look at the way the gut sticking out
Nutritionized.
there. Look at that.
You get a little picky there.
Trying to hide it with that frilly thing.
I'm not trying to hide it. I'm not getting picky.
She is.
She's Miss USA. She's supposed to be the hottest one. And
Yeah,
she's
but that's not
pig.
doesn't make her hot to be a gross skeleton.
No,
though.
but how about not a gut hanging all over?
That's not. You're out of your mind.
Sloppy whore.
God hanging off.
Guys,
You would just tell her to go to hell.
no,
if she
I'd have
walked
sex
in.
with her. I'd have brutal forced sex with her.
Yeah, that's what she's good for.
From the front and back.
Trying to work that gut off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Work off those.
We got another story to get to before we get to the I Saw the Sign girl. Where is she, by the way? She's in the green room?
I said hello. She smells good.
She's warming up to do I Saw the Sign live for us? All
Yeah,
right.
she's gargling with glass.
How did her stomach look, Jim?
Oh, she looked good.
She looked all right?
Yeah.
All right, here. We're going to get to her after the break there, Steve.
A Daytona Beach man is in jail this morning for strangling his grandmother with an extension cord she was using to hang Christmas lights. Police say he offered to help her put up the decorations, but police say he had an ulterior motive the whole time. Police say he strangled her and then slit her throat. A while later, family members discovered the body and ran for a neighbor for help.
Music and then
Hey,
this
honey,
thing.
let me-
Bow, bow.
You trimmed the tree.
Oh my God.
I like the fact that he strangled her and then cut her throat. He really hated that neck.
Oh,
There's something about that neck.
that
He
neck
had
was
to end it.
awful.
What the hell did Grandma do to you?
He wanted blinking lights, and she wouldn't put the little thing in the
The
end. to make
little
him blink.
blinking bulb in.
See, both stories are great. I mean, at first you picture that she's hanging them and saying something like, "These lights are hot," and he just shut up and he just strangled her. But
Yeah.
the idea that it was premeditated, he's like, "Yeah, go ahead, Grandma. I hang these.
Yeah, hang the lights.
Yeah, go up on the ladder. It's nice. It's
For a
Christmas."
neighbor for help.
I get closer and I look. I'm like, oh my God, somebody slit this lady's throat.
Police say the man has confessed and he is now charged with first-degree murder.
So I have a red stripe, man. Those, you know, she was up on this little step stool with those half-calf stockings, all stretched out and rolled out, showing her aged, liver-spotted skin that's transparent,
God. Marble.
the blue veins.
Marble white vagina lips. bloodless vagina.
Oh, there's just nothing pumping anywhere. And he was disgusted with her and had to choke her.
The great part is, after they remove the body, some family member has to come in and take the lights down off the tree. You have to unwrap the lights.
The lights that Grandma was choked with.
That one coagulated part.
Yeah.
Don't touch.
Do I fix them or take them down?
Yeah.
Because she didn't finish.
Do you leave them up in her honor or put them back in the box?
They just leave them there, plop the star on
Coil
top.
them back up into the box.
Right for next year.
Can I put these on my tree? Give her this pulp and her throat skin in.
Do we have time for one more? This is a great story, too. That's
Marble white.
That's out there today.
At Wheaton North High School, the mission is to create self-directed students who make sound decisions. Last week, one of those students decided to do the unthinkable when officials say he spiked a container of cafeteria salad dressing with his own semen. Police say an attempted aggravated battery arrest is imminent.
An act occurred that could have physically harmed someone at the school, but no one was physically harmed.
Wasn't Jim.
Yeah. Why did you go back for 4 helpings? I don't know. It was delicious.
Oh, my God.
It was a fantastic beverage.
Good for him.
Well, the students and the school react, of course.
Everyone knows about it in the school.
Oh, yeah, everyone knows.
And everyone is universally repulsed.
The whole school is disgusted. That's got to be the sickest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's just pretty gross that someone actually would do that.
Yeah, it's been going on for a month or so. That's what we've all been hearing.
But school officials say their investigation has shown it happened just once, last Wednesday. They say the student admitted he put the semen into a container of ranch dressing in the student commons dining area. And officials have determined that the contents could have been ingested during the last lunch period on Wednesday and during all 5 lunch periods on Thursday. From now on, in all District 200 schools, condiments will only be available in individual packets and in large containers, which will make them difficult to tamper with.
What gave it away was people came over the salad and he would throw the ranch dressing on their back. Do you know how potent you have to be for someone to taste it through ranch dressing?
No kidding.
God almighty.
Or what kind of a whore you have to be. Yeah. With that sophisticated of a palate.
Exactly.
That you couldn't eat a tub of ranch dressing.
This is Irish guy's sperm.
Yeah.
What is? I don't know, but there's something about the smell I recognize. Hey, that's dog food.
Honeymooners.
Yeah. All right. Well,
that's wonderful.
We'll stop right there.
Good for him.
It's like
that kid's a hero.
wine tester.
Yeah, I'm getting a hint of oak.
Very good viscosity.
Yeah.
Viscosity. I'm just really showing my ignorance here.
So what was the story? I didn't click on it.
Well, let's get into it here.
Hey there, try and keep up with me.
What did the woman say? We had to bleep it out because the singing Baby Bratz doll's lyrics sound too much like profanity.
Yes, I am very disgusted, really, of the lyrics of what I heard myself. And we don't use profanity at home.
It shocked Louis Arce's 6-year-old daughter, Christina, on Christmas Day when she came to him in dismay after listening to her Baby Bratz doll named Jade sing. What did you hear when you played it?
The F word.
Great.
The F word.
The F word.
It said fuck and cunt.
Do we have it on bleep?
Yeah, we have it on bleep.
Oh, thank goodness.
The F word. The F word.
The toy companies do this on purpose, by the way.
Yeah. I just think it's a lot of exposure. Recording something. Sometimes it sounds different. Excuse me while I kiss this guy. You could go through song lyrics. I wanted to take a break of the show and kiss a man. What do you think of it? Yeah, there are plenty of song lyrics. There's a bathroom on the right. There's plenty of song lyrics that you just fuck up. They didn't record it that way.
For half of my life, I thought in Purple Rain it said, you say you want a leader, but you can't seem to make up your mind. I think you better close them big eyes, ooh.
Them big eyes do?
You think you better close them big eyes, ooh. And then my girlfriend back then goes, no, he says, I think you better come and let me guide you.
Oh.
And I said, oh, shit, okay.
It's such revelation when you figure it out.
Song where he says, revved up like a deuce and
yep.
run through night.
Yeah.
I used to think he was saying, your mother's cunt smells like oranges. That's what I thought. It's just a weird trick of the ear, you know?
So subtle.
Weird, yeah. I was like, really? What a weird lyric.
Oh, is that great?
It's just a trick of the ear.
Who hasn't heard that?
Yeah, of course. I'm with you on that.
Christ.
So today, the RCs took the doll back to the Kmart where it was purchased and played the song for the store's manager. We went along to see the manager's reaction.
He said he heard it. It's the bad word that the doll said.
The manager offered to take the doll back and said the manufacturer of the doll should be notified, possibly to initiate a recall. Archie said he called the manufacturer and someone there told him the doll's lyrics said something else.
She said that it said so cute, but I'm telling her what my daughter told me.
Oh, so cute.
The F word.
Yeah.
When we called for comment, we were transferred to the PR department. We left a message, but everyone was out of the office until after the holidays.
Puerto Rico.
Mr. Arce says that he plans to hold on to this doll till after the first of the new year, when he can speak to the manufacturer of this doll. It's MGA Entertainment, and he says he plans to get to the bottom of it.
Do you?
Yeah. I'd love it if the doll company just said, so it says fuck. What's your fucking problem?
Got a problem
like
with
they
that?
just did it.
Yeah, we decided that we wanted our doll to say fuck.
Kids like fuck, don't they? Like they just go, oh shit, really? That's a problem? We thought fuck was good for a kid's doll.
Complete ignorance. Wait, what?
Oh, thank you for telling us because
the next line of shitty Sammy dolls.
Hey, there's a story hitting here. A kid finds porno instead of Madden 07.
Oh, really?
This dumb thing that pops up every
lucky little devil.
Well, imagine if your kid opens up a popular video game only to find out pornography is on it. That's exactly what happened to a 14-year-old boy in Layton, and now his parents are fighting mad. They're trying to find out who is responsible for this.
It's 14.
I mean, totally shocked. It's very triple X-rated.
Linda Mahoney is talking about what her son Colton viewed on Christmas Day. That's when he put the Madden NFL 07 game in his new Xbox 360 console.
I said, this is really not Madden, and I was shocked.
Well,
this is really
not Madden. That is a tight end. And
He's
that is
going
a
for the
wide
reach
receiver,
around.
But there's no football in sight.
These 5 penises in one mouth have nothing to do with John Madden. None of those penises are John Madden's. Not one of them.
It's going to be a fun little dump report today.
Now here's the guy that always likes to wait to be last so he can eat the cracker. I really wish I was Frank Caliendo right now.
You need a big fat throat to pull that off.
Yeah.
You do.
All right.
I said, this is really not Madden, and I was shocked to see what it was. And
shocked to see what came up on the screen.
Can we go back and hear that guy?
And I was really shocked to see what it was. Shocked.
He's talking to his editor. Punch in after she says shocked, and I'll echo it and say,
I'll say shocked.
What phonies these?
Oh,
the media should all just be executed.
I said, this is really not Madden, and I was shocked to see what it was. And
shocked to see what came up on the screen when he pumped in the game. A graphic warning what follows shouldn't be distributed to minors. He probably didn't know Major League Smut was just seconds away. And then a quick snippet of that nasty material flashed on the screen.
A quick snippet.
He probably didn't know, and like Louis said,
unless he read the warning that I just described.
Warning. He was shocked at the warning that lasted 5 minutes and said, please, kids, don't watch. This is hardcore pornography.
Pornography.
Is that Mike Taibbi or Taibbi?
Oh, I don't know. Some hack.
They all sound alike.
Yes. Shocked.
Who talks like that?
Right when I saw it, I figured that something was wrong, and I knew it was bad.
So she saw the warning, and she blew it off.
Is that a she or a young he?
That's the mom. No,
that's the mom?
Right, yeah.
Oh, okay.
When she first started talking, I thought it was
what?
the kid.
What is it?
That's the kid now?
It is.
But the mom sounded like that to begin the clip before.
He's a changing boy.
Is it a boy?
Hairs and everything.
Little faggot.
That's the. Hold on.
He's shocked. I was shocked.
The mother was
I
the
wanted
first
to play Madden.
The mother was the first clip that sounded a lot like the son.
Yeah, this is the son who
all right, now we're listening
was
to
trying to play a game.
All right.
Right when I saw it, I figured that something was wrong, and I knew it was bad, so...
So he ran and immediately called his parent.
He's running from the porno. He ran to the bathroom, maybe.
Did he run up into the apple tree like I did?
How old is he?
He's 14.
He's 14.
14.
And he ran to tell his parents? What a dork.
I'd be working it like a Wii controller. I swear to God.
Watching the wrong video, he should have hung himself last night like that little kid.
When you learn about sex for the first time, it could be a scary thing.
Sure.
I ran up into an apple tree. I wouldn't come down for almost a day.
Is that true?
I swear to God.
Like you ran up into an apple tree?
Doesn't that sound like Pa Ingalls had to talk him down?
Insane.
Really? I've told the story many times, but I went to grammar school one day. I think it was around 6th grade, and all of a sudden it was the day they separate everybody, girls over here, guys over here, and then we all march into the gym and the big doors in the middle, and then they show the film.
Right.
Not the film.
And then they ended it by saying, we informed your parents that you saw the film today, and that if you have any questions, you might want to discuss the film with your parents. That freaked me out so much. I ran home and I ran up into an apple tree, and my dad's down below telling me to come on down. It's okay. It's okay. We can discuss this. And I'm like, I was just too young to really want to deal with that crap.
That is so odd.
Like a Billie Holiday song, you're a complete fruit.
Wow.
What were they showing? Hardcore pornography? Opie was shocked.
It was about, whiskers growing and other things growing.
Was your body changing?
Huh?
Your
Oh,
body
yeah. It
is
was that
old
whole
and
thing. I was
free.
like, I don't want to deal with this, man.
Wow. Was it the reality that this was happening to you, or was you freaked out by the just the visual of it, or was it
No, I
more
wasn't
mental?
freaked out by the visual. I thought all that was cool, but I just didn't want to deal with it with my, especially with my parents.
No, you don't want to do that.
That is a weird thing, especially the way you described it. They say, we have informed your parents.
Yeah, because now you're going home going, oh,
now you're in
great.
trouble.
Your parents know.
Your parents all know about
You
this.
saw dirty film.
It's like they know this stuff goes on, too?
My parents were proud of my body changing, and every day they'd confront me with a ruler, and we'd all laugh.
I learned nothing from my parents as far as sex goes, and early on, I like elementary school type stuff, talking in the playground with your friends and stuff, and you learn things and you get things wrong. Like I thought you needed a condom in order to get a girl pregnant. I thought the condom had something on it.
Had the special treat?
Yeah, like that's what you used.
The special recipe?
Yeah.
You know what I thought? All the pieces that I had got little pieces of information culminated in this to me. That when you have sex, one of your balls comes out through the tip of your penis. And you have to, and then she bleeds. Like you do it, she bleeds. I know that women bleed, and that it comes from your bag.
Wow, it's
so one
so
of your
funny.
testicles comes. You have to force it out that little hole.
Right.
Yeah. She bleeds. Everybody's screaming. And
It
you
looks
only
like the
you do
scene
it
from
twice.
Alien.
And you only do it twice.
Well, you can only do it twice.
You know what?
It's over.
We can't even clean that up for a radio. That's for XM today, man. That is really funny.
Let's
That
just
is
sum it
really
up.
funny.
Growing up, Lou was an idiot.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that is how you learn things, because you kind of remember what was wrong with it. Like I also thought that you had to be a man and a woman in order to have a baby could not be face to face. I thought
God.
Yeah, I thought you had to be looking at the back
Same
of a
direction.
girl's head.
You had to face the same direction.
Yeah. I thought that's what it. Up until last week, as a matter of fact,
That's when you found
that was
out.
the excuse I used.
What kind of dopes were you guys? My first pornographic...
I'm talking like second grade.
Me too. My first pornographic picture, let's just say, was two gentlemen and a young lady all getting to know each other.
Really?
And I knew from maybe the age of 7 on exactly what you had to do to get a girl pregnant. I didn't know the inner workings of the body, but I knew.
Yeah, so I didn't know inner workings, but I also didn't know locations of vital places that things had to go on. I thought the one thing I do remember is in kindergarten. This was before even first grade. I guess I was an ass man or something, because there was a girl down the street from me that I used to go over, and we used to go to the shed behind her house, and she would show me her hiney.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
She would like just pull her pants down
How
and
old?
show me her backside.
How old?
Kindergarten.
Yeah, that's like hardcore.
She was. How old
for
were you?
kindergarten.
Oh yeah. Well, again, this was very recently.
I showed
I gotta wipe that hard drive clear.
I showed my privates to a retarded girl down the street. When I was in
Oh, are you awful?
3rd grade, I was like, she won't tell anybody. I was just dying to flash somebody, and so I ran into her on the way to school.
Oh, is that great?
And I just pulled it out.
You're horrible.
And she just looked at it confused.
Of course.
She said, I
Like
love
she
you.
looks at everything. I love you.
That is really
Did
funny.
you say that?
Yeah.
Cute ending. I married the girl.
Her dirty hands.
Oh.
Well, should we take a break then continue
Wow.
with the yeah, we'll take a break and then we'll continue with the Madden 07 with this kid
Oh, right.
and
That's
the
where we
porno
were.
that he found.
What a dork this kid is. He ran to tell his mother and
That
father.
kid's awful. I hate him.
How do you not hate him?
I was with the apple tree though. I was just avoiding the
I
conversation.
understand.
I didn't want to deal with that. I didn't want to have a conversation about sex with my dad.
Of course.
This kid's 14. At 14, if I was walking through the woods and found that secret stash of somebody's porno mags, you go through them. You know,
14,
you use
I was
them.
smoking pot at
Yeah.
14. And
Right.
cigarettes liberally. I had Marlboros on me anytime. You could have bummed a cigarette from me.
Little thug.
I'd seen every kind of porn. Little idiot.
I just picture you looking like
Yeah.
like one of the little rascals, like Butch,
Exactly.
the tough guy.
Exactly.
In honor of this story with Madden 07, we got to find a little bit we play from time to time. I'm sure San Francisco will dump out, but the rest of the country will enjoy this. It's the Opie and Anthony Show with Louis C.K. today. All right, let's get back to the Madden 07 and the kid that found porn.
14-year-old.
He ran to tell his parents.
Found
he
porn.
ran to inform them of the discovery.
Shocked.
Ugh, what a
Shocking.
It's
Right when I saw it, I figured that something was wrong, and I knew it was bad, so...
So he ran and immediately told his parents what he saw.
So I'm very disappointed that he had to see that on Christmas Day especially. I mean,
why?
What's
this about Christmas?
What day? What does the day mean?
That's he had to have an orgasm on Christmas Day in the living room on my nice coffee table.
Well, in order, because Christmas Day is normally the day they reserve where the father will drink too much and then punch her into the tree. Knock the tree over with her unconscious body.
Yeah. There's the thought the kid sees a little porno.
Unbelievable, especially on Christmas.
Especially.
By the way, he says it's a shame, especially on Christmas.
The reporter did the same trick again of picking up on the kid's last word.
Yeah.
So he ran at the same echoing his past.
Ew, did he do that again?
Yes.
Let's hear a little bit.
All right. Well, we have to go all the way. Let's start it over again.
Yeah, what the heck?
Hell?
Who cares?
What the heck?
Right when I saw it, I figured that something was wrong, and I knew it was bad, so...
So he ran.
So that's a news thing, I guess.
Yes.
Boy, I didn't know that. I didn't notice that.
What? So I was really sad. Sad because his father.
And he's a real douchebag. Douchebag is what he is.
Oh God, reporters are such scumbags.
There's a formula to.
Yeah, they're
that, I
hacks.
guess. Yeah.
The worst people alive.
If this is Mike Taibbi or Taibbi or whatever, there's one of the guys in the paper.
Taibbi, I've heard.
They're just awful.
So he ran and immediately told his parents what he saw.
So I'm very disappointed that he had to see that on Christmas Day especially. I mean, no kid should have to see that.
They're so angry, the Mahonies have gone from victims to amateur investigators. They're trying to find out how these images got on that console. Colton got the gift from his uncle, who bought it from a Circuit City store in Modesto, California.
Modesto.
That's his uncle. Why are these idiots on the news? They called the news.
Yeah, a little oopsie from the uncle.
The uncle had a little issue, I guess.
Yeah, it's the uncle. Come on.
There's an uncle in both of today's weird stories.
Yeah,
the uncle made the kid hang himself.
Uh-huh.
And then this uncle gave his kid this other kid porn.
With the porno.
Don't let your brothers around your kids.
And that's Modesto, California, man. Wow. You guys know how to stay in the news.
I turned it on and I saw my uncle naked on the thing. They don't know how it got on the hard drive.
There's no way.
How did it happen?
Game was factory wrapped, but the label was clearly replaced.
Uh-huh.
Well, let's.
You think the uncle did it as a joke?
Oh, let's find out.
What a
The
gag.
game appears to be authentic. It came with factory wrapping, but a closer look around the edges lets you know this might not be the original disc. Timothy Mahoney's brother in California isn't having a lot of luck trying to get answers.
And we've tried EA Sports, we've tried Circuit City, and not much results out of that.
Mahoney is really upset that this type of stuff is hitting so close to home.
Well, especially here in Utah, where we're trying to get away from the pornography and the exploitation of children, and now it comes right into your home.
As opposed to
you
where?
don't feel like that's going to happen to you, but then when it does, it's shocking.
You idiot.
Well, the Mahonies are getting help from the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. Layton police are also working with California authorities on that case. Charges of providing pornography to a child could be filed.
Who was that reporter? Do we know?
No. This uncle is like dying, going, please get this off the news. I forgot.
Oh, my God. It was a gag. It was a joke.
Playing with himself in their living room. He's sleeping on the couch for the holidays.
Yeah.
And they walked in. He quickly stuffed the thing in the Madden thing. It's so clear what happened. And now it's this mess. I remember when I was first living with my wife, when she was my girlfriend, I ordered some porn, a pay-per-view. And I was at a point in our relationship where I couldn't reconcile that with her. We eventually,
got past it. Negotiated.
Yeah.
Had a diplomatic negotiation.
But at that point, she said, why is this on this bill? And I was like, I did not. I just decided to take
that cable company.
Do not watch pornography. That was not me. And she's like, oh, well, let's call the cable company. Call them right now. And I go, I'll call because I'm outraged. And I call the cable company. Why is this on my bill? And this woman's like, well, you're an idiot. You ordered it. And I'm going, no, I didn't. I want to speak to your supervisor. And I was just like forced into this ridiculous.
And the whole time in your head, you're just like, I did order it. I did. Oh, my God, I did.
So how
Don't
did
read
it
my
end?
mind.
The woman on the phone just sounded piteously like, oh, this poor guy can't tell his girlfriend.
So did she help you out, or?
Eventually, I was on hold for a really long time, and my wife just walked out of the room in disgust.
Yeah.
And I hung up the phone.
Hung up and said, oh, they're going to take care of it. They're going to give us a credit.
Well, do you...
the next Tyson fight is free. Let's go to the story here. Should spanking under 3 be illegal?
Parents could soon find themselves in timeout for spanking their kids. A California assemblywoman is proposing a ban on spanking children younger than 3. If that bill passes, hitting your toddler would be a misdemeanor offense, landing you actually behind bars or with a $1,000 fine. MSNBC legal expert Susan Filan joins me now. Susan, this is a fun one. What do child abuse laws cover? Abuse. Abuse, neglect, beating, cruelty, endangerment, spanking. But here's the problem with this legislation. What's a spank? Is it a tap? Is it a love tap? Is it a smack? Is it a... And who decides that? Exactly. And now we're going to start telling parents how to really parent their children. Why don't we now have a bill, you didn't love your child enough. You didn't nurture your child enough. You were overly critical of that art project. It is a slippery slope. As we're both parents, so we can both really feel this one deeply and personally.
I hate that slippery slope crap.
I do too.
No, you have to, it's slippery, everything's a slippery slope.
Everything's a slippery, right.
Even even a well-adhered slope is slippery. Yeah, you don't want to stand on that stable ground because it's a slippery slope.
Slope has been salted, and still people are bitching about it.
Well, they ask, how could this even be enforced?
That's the question.
What judge is going to believe a 2-year-old?
Experts say, and I think this is pretty true, spanking usually happens in the home.
Experts.
Yeah. So how would this even be enforced from a legal standpoint? Oh my gosh, can you imagine now parents bickering, I'm calling the cops on you for spanking the child. I mean, it's just a really, really bad idea. It's an impossible bill to enforce. It's going to be impossible to define. It's going to be impossible to determine appropriate punishment. Who gets a year? Oh, that was a really bad spank. You get 6 months because that wasn't the worst spank I've ever seen. Right. I mean, for me, it's like how this differs from, child abuse is important to have laws in the book to protect things, leave a mark, et cetera, et cetera. There's an easy way to say abuse happened here, physical abuse happened, and you need to be punished. This is a slippery slope and a gray area in the law. That said, what do you think the chances are of this passing? 0? I mean, I just think it's stupid.
You're stupid.
Then why are you guys talking about it?
Exactly.
I don't think
non-story.
They should pass a law like that.
No laws, just fucking...
People shouldn't
common sense
do it, but they shouldn't pass it. And California doesn't give a shit about kids. That's the meanest state in the world.
They care about themselves, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I did a benefit for this place that was a foster home for kids that are like kids that were left in cars by the highway because they had kids that have terminal diseases in poor neighborhoods.
Oh, no. They
get fucking left just on the highway all the time. So this was a foster home for them, and the state of California closed it. Because they didn't like the statistics. The foster homes is where they get the statistics of how many kids are endangered, and the statistics were getting too high in California.
Makes the state look
so
bad.
They just closed the home.
Close it down. They won't count them.
No way to count them.
And we look better.
It's awful. Do you read the fucking Grapes of Wrath? It's an awful place. No, it's a cruel state. So they're hypocrites.
I think what we need to be aware of is if you see a kid in a grocery store whose parent or caregiver is whacking them, pants down with a hairbrush on a bare bottom.
Hold on a second.
Get that camera phone out.
Who the fuck has seen that?
YouTube. Another fucking Bill Donahue type.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh.
What if a child is blowing Martin Luther King?
And being spanked for it.
You could be spanked for that, sure.
store whose parent or caregiver is whacking them, pants down with a hairbrush on a bare bottom. You call the police. I don't think anyone's going to call that a spank. And I think that's what we're talking about. I think we're talking about egregious discipline of children. Abuse, right. But a parent, a love tap, a little smack, a wake-up spank, whatever you want to call it. Parents have wake-up spank with their children.
I used to do that every morning. I couldn't work during the day.
Sometimes they don't get the verbal cues, so that is what they're targeting. It's interesting.
Yeah. Anybody out there with a 2-year-old?
Yeah, exactly.
So this is dumb.
Okay.
I mean, really, we
soliciting
need
children now,
laws, and we we need real police.
Anybody under 3 will be really funny.
Aren't we all
is
talking
on the
about
kid's third birthday, you just planted your fist into his stomach.
Resources toward that. Sexual predators, people who molest children. I mean, that's where we should be putting our resources. Spanking. Oh,
spanking molesters. What?
But again, it's like these people that are like, all right, should we be watering our lawns in the summer? I don't know, but what about people blowing children and Martin Luther King? And what is?
I was talking about something completely different.
Exactly.
Let's get the Tyra on before we get out of here.
Let's do that.
Tyra's making a big deal about a picture that was in the tabloids. What was it?
Too old
Crow Cop highlight on YouTube. All right, you want to do the Tyra thing or what? And then we'll get out of here. She was on Larry King talking about that dumb bathing suit shot that the paparazzi took of her while she was on vacation, and everyone's laughing, saying, wow, she's a fat pig.
Yeah.
Supposedly she gained like 30, 35 pounds over the holidays. Well, Tyra, she can't stand that.
So she went on Larry King to talk about it?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So then, I guess on Thursday's show, she gets the actual bathing suit and then puts it back on and goes, do I look fat?
Sure she did.
But it's obvious that
who cares?
It's obvious she got her body back in shape and maybe got a smaller version of the bathing suit is what she's doing.
Yeah, first and foremost, you're right. Who fucking cares if her ass got fat and then she... But the fact that she got so upset about it...
Ugh. She's going to waste everybody's fucking time. Fucking vain.
What a shallow jig.
Fucking vain. Happens to be black cunt.
Right.
What a shallow, self-centered pig.
Right. Coincidentally, insignificantly black, stupid cunt.
What a fucking self-centered non-white.
Here we go.
So your weight fluctuates all the time, then?
It fluctuates, around 10, 12 pounds.
Were those pictures embarrassing to you?
It wasn't that it was embarrassing because I don't think it's a reflection of what my body is right now, although I do think one day it will be a reflection of my body because I like to eat. I'm not obsessed with working out. So it wasn't so much of an embarrassment. It was just like, what is that? And
so it's a big fat ass.
It saddened me because I felt there was such a rejoicing, but I think I understand it. For so many years, I was this high fashion model and, putting this image out there that's so difficult to live up to. And so then these pictures come out and it's like, oh, wow, look at her. Gotcha. And it's like, no, that's not a reflection of my body. But if it was, I'd come out and say, yeah, you guys, that's me.
How do you dodge the fire hoses and German shepherds?
There's a war going on. That was on CNN.
Wait, I didn't hear what Ann said. What
did you say?
It's out of touch Larry King. How do you dodge the German shepherds and fire hoses?
Like Larry never knows. He said the other day, President Kennedy on his show. He's totally out there.
I hear Rubenesque girls are in these days. We'll be talking to Ruben on tomorrow's show.
He thinks that she's on his show because she was trying to get into a college and fucking Wallace stood in front of her. Fucking asshole he is.
So you're going to buy your freedom and then what?
So that fat ass, how does it fit in the back of the bus? So, Harriet, tell us about your railroad.
Is that what Harriet Tubman did?
Yes.
All right, thank God.
Very good.
That one up.
More Tyra on Larry King.
And for them to say, all these negative things, I have a show, the Tyra Banks show, and so many girls that do have that body or that are even heavier than that. Look up to me, and they say, Tyra, you weigh 30 pounds heavier than those models that are on the runway right now, and you make me feel beautiful. I look at your body, and I feel beautiful. So when the tabloids are saying that that's ugly, that's disgusting, it makes me think of my audience.
Oh, what a...
Oh, my God.
Hey, that's kind of a backhanded compliment.
Oh, you smelly whore.
When they tell me it's ugly and disgusting, makes me think of my audience. You know something? We feel the same way.
What a self-centered woman.
Rancid cunt.
Isn't she a fucking...
I hate her so much right now.
She's not doing this for her
She's
audience.
inspired her fat pig audience.
She can't She can't bear bad news. Right.
She's a fat pig. Can we please somehow, we're on the commercial radio in New York as well. Yeah. Please get the word, Tyra's a fat pig.
Tyra is a fat pig.
Can we send somebody, where's her show taped? Is it New York?
Just LA. The fact that she thinks I have to go on CNN during a war and respond to people talking about my weight. Who cares if people called you fat? You're on TV. You're fucking rich.
You're black. You have blonde hair. Let's discuss that. Dennis Rodman. Jesus.
She obviously can lose the weight without much of a problem.
You got a finger, don't you? You have it on your throat.
Yeah.
Thinking about my audience.
Bulimia.
All righty.
Why let tabloids bother you?
You know what? They come and they go, but I think that I have a responsibility. I've dedicated the first part of my life was about myself. How many magazine covers can I get? How many fashion shows can I walk down? You know, how many this, how many that? But this next part of my life is not so much about self-gratification. It's about me using this platform that I have, this talk show that I have, to encourage young women.
Wish that
Larry,
platform was a gallows.
Crying their eyes out to me, telling me that they want to hurt themselves because of how they look, because they're getting talked about. So I felt like I needed to say something.
Does she really believe
All you're saying is I'm not fat.
Yeah, she's saying
doing
she's not
the opposite.
Fat.
If she was to go on Larry King and say, they're calling me fat and I'm
getting fatter. She should be getting
glad they
fatter.
Think I'm fat. Who cares? It has no value to me as a person. But she's saying, I am not.
I'm not fat.
No, she's showing that there's something to be ashamed of being a slightly
and by the way,
under 10 model.
She has a second show called, America's Top Model or whatever it's called?
Yeah. And it completely judges women on their bodies.
Darwinist selection of people according to their fucking flesh, which is fucking evil and cunty. And
holy shit.
She makes me hope America loses the war because she's inside of America. I hope Iraq beats us.
You know what'd be great?
I hope we can become part of Iraq because I hate her so much.
If her car caught fire and then her whole face and head and neck was burned, and she had to talk like, you ever see a burned person where it just looks like a kernel of corn nugget. Like that's what I want her to have to talk like, with a blonde wig, slightly askew on her head, trying to do her show. Because she has no lips, and her teeth are just showing.
You call this fat?
Oh fuck! But I mean, that's what I want that shallow, personality-less pig to have to suffer with.
She is completely going against. Here's what she did. She was in the tabloids with a fat ass, a picture, in a bathing suit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what? She then gets called fat and gets upset. She loses the weight and gets the same type of bathing suit to say it's the same bathing suit. Mm-hmm. And she's now skinny again in that bathing suit. She goes on Larry King, talks about the fat picture and how it inspires her fat listeners who cry about their body type, and saying that it's not a bad thing, yet what she has done is lose the weight because it is a bad thing.
Yeah, she is. She's teaching girls.
What the fuck is she doing?
She's helping girls think that if they have any fucking meat on their bones, they're pieces of shit.
Right.
And she's right.
Lose the weight because you'll be called fat, and instead of saying, I'm fine with my body type, bow to the pressure, do whatever it takes to lose the weight and get back to the body everyone loved you for.
You know what she should do? If she really had self-respect, she would have addressed this on her show. One segment, she would have said, they're calling me fat, they have a bad picture of me. Look, we all take crappy pictures. I mean, if that's what they're going to focus on, who cares? They're shallow. And then went on with her show.
Yeah.
Then her message would be real.
Applause. Oh, would they have
But that would have been real.
Yeah.
Like that, look, it's an awful picture. God almighty.
She had said, you know what, I gained a lot of weight, and there's my ass, and I had a great time gaining it.
Yeah. I was eating and drinking. Look, I'm swimming in a beautiful blue waters down.
Hey, Ian Bernardo, not to change subjects really fast from American Idol, Gloria.
Yeah.
He's on the run now. I guess he's on my pal Brother Weeze's show, trashing us right now. Anyone in Rochester that could tune that in?
What is that
for us?
fucking faggot trashing us
I'm trying to find, get to the bottom of that.
Enough.
All right, back to Tyra.
Practically trashed
done.
Hopefully somebody in the Rochester area could tune in WCMF.
Suck a cock for me.
Here we go.
Oh, not me.
Now, according to people, your biggest source of figure angst is your bust size.
Yes, it is.
Do you have a large bust for a fashion model?
Yes. Even when I was a fashion model, I was around I feel so strange talking about bust size.
Does the master of the house ever suckle them after you've been in the field all day?
How much do you cost?
You got good childbearing hips. Can I check your teeth?
Why did you spit in Sandy Duncan's water?
Large bust for a fashion model?
Yes. Even when I was a fashion model, I was around I feel so strange talking to you about bust size right now.
Do you really? Fucking liar.
Because it's like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
I'm a white man. I could have you shot for that.
Okay, dear.
But when I was a model, I was around a C cup, and now I'm a little bit bigger than a D. I don't like to say what it is,
So you would not be a Vogue model today, right?
No, there's no way. I don't think. No.
Double D tits and fat, dark manhole-covered nipples.
Yeah.
Like to suckle them and then kill her.
Nice.
I feel weird talking about bust size.
Okay, I'll just call them tits.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be funny if he tried to improv and he goes, well, who are you, Nancy Reagan?
We'll be back. Or maybe not.
Why don't they want well-busted women?
Well-busted women. Well, you know, when I was a fashion
busted.
What's that?
Broke?
Yeah, exactly. Was she a criminal who got caught?
Larry King.
You're busted.
Larry King's got a tit fetish.
I know.
That's great.
She opened the door, and now it's all about the tits.
But I love your bosom.
Yeah, why don't they like
tit? I got.
I was just going to say, I was going to call her a chesty Negro.
A Negro.
Why don't they want well-busted women?
Well-busted women. Well, you know, when I was a fashion model, high fashion model, this is like 15 years ago, certain designers would bind my breasts down with ace bandages.
But why? Why is that?
Because it didn't fit the clothes. They made clothes that were a certain size, and it didn't fit my chest, but yet and still they wanted me in their fashion show, and they wanted me in the show so bad that they bound my chest.
You're so great.
Right. African American waste of cum.
She's just the worst. Is she still on XM?
Yeah.
I heard her show stinks. Can someone, look, do we have any listeners in L.A. who know where her show is that would be willing to stand outside with a sign that just says, Tyra's a fat pig?
Tyra's a fat pig?
Just hold it up with
a big, have a big bucket of cum and a sign that says, none of this is for you.
It's got to be hung over. It's got to be hung over the freeway.
Yeah.
For everybody to say,
he's a fat pig.
Get that done. Oh, we got POWs out there. So
yes, we do.
Bucket.
You're right.
Maybe one of the POWs out west will.
She is just so self-centered.
Oh, what a self-important.
Well, here we go.
I'm a little lost. Wouldn't most women desire a curvy figure?
You know,
curvy good.
1850.
You know, the sad thing is, I used to speak at colleges. I was on a college lecture circuit, and I spoke at Johns Hopkins and Georgetown and UCLA,
you belong at Johns Hopkins.
Various other colleges. And I talked about how the female body goes in and out of fashion, the different types of bodies. In the 50s, it was Marilyn Monroe, you know, curvaceous, size 14. In the 60s, it was Twiggy. You know, she was very, very thin, naturally thin, but very, very thin.
Bench.
And in the 80s, it was more athletic, and in the 90s, was kind of heroin chic, and then now it's even beyond that.
Final Fantasy VI has captivated millions with its lovable characters and fantastic gameplay, but perhaps the most defining aspect of the game is the story. In this video, I will explain the entire plot of the game in chronological order, beginning with important events that transpired before the game begins. Final Fantasy VI was released in Japan and the United States in 1994 on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. At that time, Squaresoft had not yet brought some of the previous titles of the franchise to North America, so the game was first released as Final Fantasy III. The game has since been released on several newer platforms, including the PlayStation, Game Boy Advance, Steam, and mobile platforms. I will be using footage from the Super Nintendo Entertainment System version because it will probably be most familiar to viewers. However, I will also use some terminology from some of the other translations. With that said, let's begin. About 1,000 years before the game begins, three immensely powerful goddesses, Doom, Poltergeist, and Goddess, wage war against each other using powerful magic. These goddesses are also called the Warring Triad. After the catastrophe of war, the Warring Triad come to the realization that the havoc they unleashed upon the world must be stopped. Consequently, they agreed to turn themselves into stone statues so that the world would not be destroyed. Humans caught in the struggle between the goddesses were transformed into espers, mystical beings with magical powers. At this point, some humans and espers lived side by side. Eventually, humans came to the realization that magical powers can be harvested from the espers, but doing so would eradicate the espers themselves. Even so, humans waged war upon the espers to extract their magical powers. During the War of the Magi, as it came to be called, the espers converged to attack an ancient castle. However, the humans there befriended an esper named Odin, who fell in love with the queen and desperately seeks to preserve the castle. In her diary, the queen writes of her plans to confess her love to Odin when the war is over. The espers overpower the castle, and a battle transpires between Odin and a powerful sorcerer. In the end, Odin is defeated and both he and the queen are turned to stone. To seek refuge from the threat of humanity and to preserve their society, the espers lock themselves in their own dimension, ending the War of the Magi. Believing their only chance for peace was to isolate themselves from humans, they seal the gate in stone. Ultimately, the War of the Magi reduced the world to a scorched wasteland, and magic simply ceased to exist. According to some, the conflict set mankind back 1,000 years. As time goes on, however, humanity rebuilds, and the development of iron, gunpowder, and steam engines gradually produced an industrialized society. About 20 years before the events of the game began, a woman named Madonna accidentally stumbled upon the Esper world. She was discovered by an Esper named Maduin, who helps nurse her back to health and gives her a pendant that provides protection. However, the other Espers are concerned about Madonna's presence in their world. She volunteers to travel back to the human world the next day. Even so, Maduin offers to let her stay in the Esper world, and Madonna and Maduin have a child named Terra. 2 years later, Emperor Gestal of the Gestalian Empire stumbles upon the sealed cave, the entry to the Esper world. Once inside, he and his henchmen capture all the Espers they can, while the Esper elders plan to create a tempest to sweep the humans out and reseal the gate. While discussing the plan, some blame Madonna for the invasion of the humans. As the Espers bring their plan to fruition, Maduin, Madonna, and baby Terra fall into the human world. After an injured Madonna pleads with Gestal to take care of Terra, he kills Madonna instead, and takes Terra, Maduin, and the other Espers. Realizing that Terra is half human and half Esper, Gestal believes she will help bring his plan to resurrect magic and produce an invincible army to fruition. As this transpires, the cave to the Esper world is sealed once more. The Espers captured in the sealed cave are brought to the Magitech Research Center in Vector, where the scientist Sid performs experiments on them to determine how to harness their power. In one experiment, a man named Kefka is imbued with magical powers. Although he's considered the first Magitech knight, the experiment corrupted Kefka's mind and drives him toward ambition and madness. Sid eventually develops a stable process to transfer power from Espers to humans. Among those exposed to this process is Celeste, a Magitech general who was raised by Sid. As Terra grows older, her magical power eclipses that of the other Magitech knights, and she is brainwashed to serve the purposes of the Gestalian Empire. To do so, Kefka places a slave crown upon her head that can be used to control her. Committed to the rediscovery and revival of magic, Gestal promises to expand the power of his empire. A gambler named Setzer fell in love with a woman named Daryl, and the two possess the world's only two airships. One day, the two have a plan to meet, but the Falcon, Daryl's ship, malfunctions and crashes into the ground, killing Daryl. Setzer completely restores the ship in honor of Daryl and buries it alongside her in a grave near Kohlingen. At Figaro Castle, the king abruptly passes away, and his two sons Edgar and Sabin are forced to determine who should succeed him. Sabin believes the king was poisoned by the Empire, and wishes to pursue martial arts training in order to seek vengeance, allowing Edgar to take the throne. In response, Edgar insists on having a coin toss settle who will become king. Unbeknownst to Sabin, Edgar uses a two-sided coin that guarantees Sabin gets his wish. Sabin meets up with Duncan, a legendary martial artist, and trains under him with Vargas, Duncan's son. Two bandits, Clyde and Baron, successfully rob a train. To celebrate the occasion, the two adopt the name Shadow. At some point, they get into a fight with unknown adversaries. The two escaped, but in the process, Baron was critically injured and begs Clyde to kill him. Clyde considers doing so, but cannot quite bring himself to carry out Baron's request. He escapes to Thamasa, where he falls in love with a woman from town. Filled with remorse from his past, he becomes a wandering mercenary and renames himself Shadow. Sometime thereafter, Shadow's lover in Thamasa gives birth to a child. Although it is not explicitly confirmed, the story heavily implies that his daughter is Realm. A treasure hunter named Locke fell in love with a woman named Rachel in Collingwood. Locke brings Rachel to Mount Colts, where Rachel suffers a fall after pushing Locke to safety. Rachel wakes up with a loss of memory, and her father blames Locke for the tragedy, forcing him to leave town. In a raid of the Gestalian Empire a year later, Rachel is killed. Her last words are a plea to let Locke know that she loved him. Locke brings Rachel to a herbologist in Collingwood to keep her safe while he searches for a way to bring her back to life. The incident causes him deep regret. From that point forward, Locke makes it a point to protect every woman he encounters. A man and his wife give birth to a deformed child and discard him onto the veldt. He becomes known as Gao and wanders the land, learning abilities from the monsters he encounters there. Gao's father suffers from mental illness, and he remains under the impression that the entire episode was a dream. In the time preceding the events of the game, a rebel group known as the Returners, led by Bannon, begins organizing in a cave near Mount Colts. The Returners aim to obstruct and overthrow the reign of the Gestalian Empire by any means possible. At Doma Castle, a noble warrior named Cyan becomes a protector of the king. He has a wife, Elaine, and a son, Owain. In Thamasa, a village populated by descendants from the ancient mage warriors that fought in the War of the Magi, an elderly man named Strago raises Realm as his granddaughter. Strago specializes in lore, magic techniques learned from enemies, and Realm is a talented artist. In the caves of Narsh lives a Moogle named Mog, who stands up from his fellow Moogles because he can speak the human language. Using the slave crown, Kefka unleashes the power of Terra. As a Magitech Knight, Terra is able to slay 50 Magitech soldiers in under 3 minutes, proving her immense power. At this point, the events of the game begin. As a Magitech Knight, Terra is sent with 2 soldiers of the Gestalian Empire, Biggs and Blanche, to Narsh. The mission is to find an Esper that has been recently excavated. Still wearing the slave crown, Terra is forced to follow the orders of Kefka and commands her to make contact with the Esper. Because Narsh is neutral in the conflict between the Empire and the Returners, the presence of the Magitech Knights is considered an act of hostility. Those in Narsh fight back against the Magitech Knights, determined to protect the Esper. Nevertheless, they are no match for the forces of the Empire. The team proceeds into the caves. In the caves, they discover the Esper in a mine shaft. Suddenly, the Esper begins to emit light and makes a connection with Terra. The magical force it produces kills Biggs and Blanche, and Terra is knocked unconscious. She wakes up in the home of Arvin, a returner sympathizer, and removes the slave crown. Townsfolk knock on Arvin's door, demanding her to hand over Terra because she's an officer before they open it. Arvin instead helps secure Terra's safe escape from the guards through the back of his home, which leads back into the cave. As Terra is chased by the guards into Narsh's mines, she is cornered and falls into a pit. Arvin calls for the assistance of the treasure hunter Locke, and urges him to help Terra and go to Figaro Castle. Just as Locke finds Terra in a cave, the guards discover them. Suddenly, a group of Moogles offers to help them both defeat the guards. After they do so, Locke uses a hidden switch in the cave to get outside. Locke promises to bring Terra to Figaro Castle, where he believes Terra can seek refuge. At Figaro Castle, Locke introduces Terra to Edgar. Edgar is immediately taken by Terra and promises to protect him. However, he stresses that Figaro and Empire are technically allies. However, as Terra soon learns, Edgar is a clandestine sympathizer of the Returners. As Tara wanders the castle, finds out that Edgar had a twin brother, Sabin.
That's a wonderful
It is
way
also
to put
revealed that when Edgar's father died, Sabin left the kingdom at a young age to train in martial arts. As this transpires, Kefka is sent with a group of soldiers to retrieve Tara and Figaro. Despite the importance of the task, he complains about being ordered to take lousy recon jobs such as this one. Kefka arrives in Figaro and demands Edgar to turn Tara over. Edgar uses a ruse to conceal Tara's presence, so Kefka sets Figaro Castle on fire. At that point, Edgar executes an escape plan by jumping off the castle balcony onto a chocobo, and Locke and Tara follow suit. Figaro Castle is saved by its hidden secret, that it can compact itself, submerge, and move underneath the sand. Kefka, stuck in the sand, commands some Magitech knights to pursue the group. However, the team is able to defeat them. As Edgar, Locke, and Tara fight together, they're shocked to see that Tara can use magic, which most people believe is a fable. They urge Tara to meet with Bannon, the leader of the Returners. Edgar declares that magic may be the key to winning the war. Bannon may be able to help Tara understand her power better. After heading south through a cave, the adventurers stumble upon South Figaro. There in the pub, they cross paths with Shadow, a mercenary that comes and goes like the wind. However, Locke urges the party to steer clear of him. In a cottage near town, there is evidence that Sabin was recently there, but he had since traveled to the mountains after hearing that Master Duncan was killed. As Edgar, Locke, and Tara head into Mount Colts, they're confronted by Vargas, Duncan's son. During the fight, an enraged Sabin arrives, accusing Vargas of slaying his own father. Sabin uses his martial art techniques to vanquish Vargas and agrees to join the crew under the joint aim of challenging the Empire. The two Figaro brothers are now united for the first time since Sabin left. After discovering the Returner's secret hideout, Tara's introduced to Bannon, the leader of the group. Bannon asks if she's the one who can communicate with Espers, but Tara seems confused as to what he means. Bannon asks Tara if she'll join the Returners in their struggle against the Empire, but Tara is unsure. Ultimately, a wounded agent of the Returners arrives, carrying a message that South Figaro has been taken over by the Empire and occupied. An indication that the Empire is on the trail of the Returners, Bannon determines that the hideout must be abandoned. Edgar suggests that they should head to Narsh and contact with the Esper. In concert with this decision, Locke agrees to sneak into South Figaro to learn of the Empire's plans. As Bannon, Edgar, Sabin, and Tara sail away from the hideout on a raft, they encounter an outspoken octopus named Ultros. He's defeated but attempts to yank Tara into the water. In response to this, Sabin jumps out of the raft in pursuit of Ultros. Swept away by the current, he is separated from the rest of the group. At this point, three separate scenarios unfold simultaneously. Edgar, Tara, and Bannon continue to ride the rapids and head toward Marsh. Locke sneaks into South Figaro, and Sabin floats down a different fork in the river to parts unknown. When Edgar, Tara, and Bannon reach Narsh, they meet with Arvis and discover that Narsh remains neutral in the present conflict, despite Arvis's attempt to persuade townsfolk to side with the Returners. Meanwhile, Locke moves into South Figaro, which has been occupied by the Empire. Using his skills, he's able to steal clothing from soldiers and merchants to get information and pass through areas unsuspected. Behind a bookshelf, he uncovers a secret passageway where Celeste, a knight produced by the Empire's Magitech research project, is being held and tortured. One of the Empire's generals, Celeste comes under abuse by soldiers of the Empire because of her opposition to Kefka's plan to poison the water supply of Doma Castle. After she's knocked out, Locke sneaks in and frees Celeste, promising to protect her. The two escape to South Figaro, head back to Marsh through a cave. In the process, they defeat a machine that bores through the walls. Sabin finally washes ashore near a cabin and runs into Shadow. When Sabin asks the best route back to Marsh, Shadow responds that the best way is through Doma Castle. However, there's one problem. The Empire is currently besieging Doma and prepared to attack it. Shadow offers to accompany Sabin in his desire to sneak through the camp. Makes clear that his commitment as a mercenary is temporary. Sabin and Shadow approach the Imperial base and they overhear gossip from soldiers that Kefka may become the next general. After Kefka interrupts them and steps away, he has another conversation by demeaning Kefka and praising General Lee. The soldiers are recruited for an assault on Doma Castle. Doma's sentries warn Cyan, a skilled swordsman and protector of the king. Cyan easily dispatches the commander, and the Imperial forces cower and retreat. Concealed from view, Saban and Shadow witness a soldier informing Leo that Doma soldiers are playing a waiting game. Leo wishes to minimize casualties, so he refuses to order another assault. He implores the soldier not to throw his life away so easily. Just then, a carrier pigeon arrives to give Leo a message to return to Vector. Just as Leo returns to his tent, Kefka is seen planning the destruction of Doma by poisoning the water supply. Kefka informs Leo that he will take the situation over, but Leo urges Kefka to treat those that live in Doma humanely. Kefka orders a soldier to pour out the poison, even though there are Imperial forces in the castle as enemy prisoners. Saban and Shadow intervene, easily besting Kefka. However, Kefka escapes through the camp and makes his way to the river, dunking the poison that had been prepared for his cruel plan. Discolored water flows into Doma. As Cyan overlooks the castle, he witnesses the death of the castle's citizens. After realizing it is poison, Cyan rushes to attend to the king. The king thanks him for defending the kingdom and asks him to tend to his family before falling himself. When Cyan returns to his room, he finds his wife Elaine and son Owain lying dead. He then falls into a furious rage, vowing vengeance upon the Empire and running into the Imperial base. Saban and Shadow help Cyan defeat several soldiers and ask him to escape with them. Saban and Cyan jump into Magitech armor even though Cyan has no skill with machinery. The two storm through the camp, defeating many soldiers and making it out safely, where Shadow rejoins them. After moving south through the Phantom Forest, they arrive at the Phantom Train, a machine that carries the departed to the other side. Not realizing this, Saban decides to board the train. It begins to move, however, and the team realizes they are locked inside. After being swarmed by ghosts, the team leaps from car to car, but continue to be followed until they manage to detach the rear train car. Proceeding through the train, the team runs into and defeats the swordsman Siegfried, who steals a treasure and runs away. When Saban and the crew get into the engineer's room, they're able to use the levers and operate the switch outside to stop the train. However, they discover that the train itself is an adversary and defeat it. When it is defeated, the train finally comes to a stop and the adventurers jump off. However, at that moment, Cyan realizes his wife and son, now departed, are boarding the train. As he carries them both to the other side, he catches one last glimpse of them. Heading through a cave to Barren Falls, Shadow departs from the group, but Saban and Cyan decide to jump into the water, which will take them to the town of Mobliz through the Veldt. After defeating a series of enemies, the currents carry them to shore, where they meet a monster child named Gal. After helping them up, however, he flees. When Saban and Cyan get to Mobliz, they discover a home containing a wounded soldier. The injured lad maintains correspondence with Lola, a woman in Miranda, a town that is now occupied by Imperial soldiers. They also find that the teenagers Dwayne and Katerin are in love. It is also discovered that strong currents in the Serpent's Trench could help bring Saban back to the Returners, but he needs a helmet to use it. The adventurers are able to obtain some dried meat, which they use on the Veldt to lure Gal. After a scuffle with Saban, Gal agrees to join the party, and leads Saban and Cyan to a shiny present in Crescent Mountain. Finding that it is the helmet they seek to use the Serpent's Trench, they jump in and get swept up in the current, eventually finding their way back to Nikeah. After they are able to board the ship in Nikeah to South Figaro, they make it back to Narsh. At Narsh, Bandon and Arvis attempt to convince Narsh's elder to join with the Returners, as Kefka has his eyes set on the Esper there. When Saban arrives, he warns that the people of Doma were wiped out by Kefka's poison. Even so, the elder is reluctant to assist the Returners, because he thinks it would produce bloodshed in Narsh. Locke arrives carrying news that Kefka is en route as they speak, having discovered this from Celeste in South Figaro. Cyan seeks vengeance upon Celeste for her deeds in Miranda, but Locke stops him, declaring that Celeste is a returner now. Terra also reveals herself to be a former soldier of the Empire, and the group realizes that while the Empire is evil, not all of its citizens are. Just then, Kefka heads to Narsh with Imperial soldiers, ordering them to take the Esper at all costs, even if it takes exterminating citizens. The Esper has been moved to the cliffs above town, so the Returners head there, hoping to stave off Kefka and his minions. The Returners are able to do away with the soldiers and confront Kefka himself. Kefka uses magic to escape, and the Esper is saved. As Terra approaches it on the cliff, the creature begins to emit light again. Terra attempts to communicate with the Esper, but its power causes her to transform into an alternate form, and she flies away. Celeste tells Locke that in the process, Terra looked like an Esper. Edgar suggests heading west through Collingen to investigate the connection between Terra and the Esper. The returners agree to split into two groups, one that will remain in Narsh to protect the Esper, and the other to search for Terra. After using Figaro Castle to move underground, the team is able to get to Collingen. There, Locke finds Rachel, who is being watched by an herbalist that put her into a suspended state. Locke recounts events from his past, where Rachel suffered a fall trying to save him. Rachel suffered amnesia and died later in an Imperial raid, but Locke continues to search the world for a remedy to revive him. In a cottage to the north, a man declares that mankind is at its best in conflict, and plans to build a coliseum to celebrate war. In Jidor, the team learns that those in Zozo cannot be trusted, and that there is an opera house to the south. Signs of Terra, however, point to Zozo. Upon entering Zozo, the townsfolk attempt to mislead the returners. They are eventually able to find a line of people heading toward the top of the structure. After jumping between buildings, the team engages Dadaluma. After he's defeated, they enter a room with Terra, who is lying in a bed in a woozy condition. Just then, the Esper Ramu arrives, explaining that Espers can take various forms, and that even though humans and Espers once lived side by side, they can no longer coexist. To explain Terra's condition, Ramu explains events from the past, beginning with Gestal's entry into the Esper world 20 years prior. The Espers cast a spell to block the humans from their world and sealed the gate with stone. Ramu suggests seeking the help of other Espers in the Empire's Magitech research facility in Vector, believing that one may be of assistance to Terra. He explains that the Empire's method to extract powers from Espers is incorrect, and that an Esper's power can only be transferred in total when it is reduced to a Magicite state. Ramu grants the power of himself and some of his friends through Magicite, hoping that doing so will help avoid another War of the Magi. It's also revealed that Terra is the product of an Esper and human, born shortly before Gestal discovered the Esper world. The team is forced to leave Terra, but searches for a method to restore her to her former senses. They again split into two groups, with Locke and Celeste in the group that plans to infiltrate the Empire. Passing through Jidor, they run into the panicked impresario of the Opera House, who mistakes Celeste for a famous opera star named Maria. Impresario leaves, but drops a letter. The note makes clear that a wandering gambler seeks Maria to be his wife. The man is revealed to be Setzer, a blackjack-playing, world-traveling, casino-dwelling free spirit. He owns the world's only airship, and Locke believes this could be the key to getting to the southern continent to enter Vector. The returners develop a scheme to replace Maria with Celeste in the performance, hoping to use the ruse to get aboard Setzer's airship. After explaining the plan to Impresario, he agrees to the proposal. Even though Celeste seems reluctant, she agrees to assume the role of Maria. Suddenly, Ultros appears, devising his own plan to foil the performance. As the performance takes place, Locke gives Celeste moral support for her upcoming scene, and explains that he saved her from imprisonment to avoid repeating mistakes from his past. Celeste enters the stage, reciting Maria's lines from the score. In the final scene, Ultros appears in the rafters, planning to drop a heavy weight onto Celeste from above. The returners head to the rafters, fall into the stage, and confront and defeat Ultros. As expected, Setzer swoops down to steal Celeste, who he believes is Maria, and all the adventurers sneak aboard his airship. Once they are exposed, Setzer refuses to allow the crew to use his airship. However, he says if Celeste becomes his wife, he'll help. A bargain is reached where a coin flip will decide whether or not Celeste will have to marry him. Edgar uses a double-sided coin to guarantee a favorable outcome, bringing Setzer into the struggle against the Empire. Sabin suspects the same coin was used to decide who would take the throne of Figaro. Blackjack, the world's only airship, is now at the disposal of the returners. Heading to the southern continent, they see Vector in the distance, but decide to land far away to avoid detection. After entering the capital city of Vector, they sneak into the Magitech research facility with the help of a returner sympathizer, who creates a distraction so the guards don't see the returners slip inside. Inside, they discover Kefka rave about the collection of Espers and the extraction of their powers. He also lets slip that his primary goal goal is to restore the
statues. For a very
although the team is unsure about what he needs.
I don't know why humans
After extracting the powers from 2 espers, he disposes of them down a trash chute. After being approached, the espers confront the party. Upon their defeat, they realize that the returners are in possession of Ramu's power and decide to convert themselves into magicite to assist in the downfall of the Empire.
It's not even that.
After finding their way to the laboratory, the facility's imprisoned espers also agree to lend their powers. Sid, creator of the Magitech program, overhears this conversation, coming to the realization that an esper's power can only be fully transferred upon death.
When I just look at
As the team collects the espers, Sid questions whether Celeste, who he raised and infused with Magitech, is now a spy causing an uprising. As Locke questions whether Celeste deceived him, Kefka arrives and demands Celeste bring him the Magicite shard. Implying that Celeste had been acting as a spy and still holds allegiance to the Empire, Kefka calls for her to exterminate the returners. As Kefka uses Magitech Knights to endanger the party, Celeste denies Kefka's allegations and implores Locke to believe her. She casts a spell teleporting Kefka and the soldiers away. Coming to the realization that he had been used by Kefka, Sid now decides to help the returners. He declares his intention to persuade Emperor Gestalt to end the war and pursue peace, and pushes the team away on a railway. After defeating another foe on the railway, Setzer arrives with the airship to lift the party to safety. The Empire deploys 2 cranes that attach themselves to the airship. The returners make quick work of them and escape the clutches of the Empire. The adventurers return to Zozo to check on Terra. She awakens. Finally, Terra can remember her past, realizes that she was born in the Esper world to a human mother and Esper father. Terra morphs back into her human form, coming to an understanding of herself and her power. Back in Narsh, the townsfolk are finally ready to side with the returners. While Narsh and Figaro provide needed machinery to aid in the crisis, the returners lack the manpower to seriously challenge the Empire. Consequently, a decision is made to open the sealed gate to bring the espers onto the side of the returners. The only person that can bridge the gap between the espers and humans, Bannon believes, is Terra. Terra agrees to help, acknowledging that her own life is evidence of the fact that espers and humans can coexist. In town, a thief named Lone Wolf steals a chest from a treasure room and escapes back into Narsh's mines. As the team chases him to the cliffs, Lone Wolf threatens to kill Mog, a Moogle from earlier in the story. Mog manages to wrestle himself out of the clutches of Lone Wolf and hangs from the cliffs. After being pulled up by the returners, Mog agrees to join the struggle against the Empire. As the returners pass through the cave to the sealed gate, they discover that soldiers of the Empire are surprisingly missing from the Imperial base near the entry. When they make it through the cave, however, they find out that they have been followed by Kefka, who gleefully celebrates that Terra and friends have seemingly fallen into the Empire's trap. Cackling like a lunatic, Kefka reveals that the Empire's plan was to wait for Terra to open the sealed gate so that he could seize the espers. To maintain their plan, the returners go to battle with Kefka while Terra converses with the espers. The espers heed Terra's call, the gate opens. Espers immediately fly out of the gate, unleashing immense magical power. The gate is sealed by rocket fuel. Both the party and Kefka are overwhelmed. The espers head to the capital Vector. Kefka escapes unscathed. In Vector, Terra and friends discover that the espers have destroyed the city with their enormous power. It's learned that Emperor Gestalt seeks an audience with the returners under peaceful terms. In the Imperial Palace, Gestalt declares that he no longer has the will to fight the returners. According to Sid, the destruction in the capital was the result of espers swarming into Vector to save their friends held dead. When they found them dead, they instead went berserk and caused a massive wave of destruction. Willing to allow the world to be destroyed, Gestalt proposes a dinner with the returners to determine how to get the espers to understand. Terra and friends are sent to talk with Imperial soldiers to quell animosities and support the call for peace. As they do, they find Kefka locked up in a cell as punishment for his malevolent deed in Doma Castle. At the banquet, Sid sits on the side of the returners. Emperor Gestalt apologizes for the incident at Doma, claiming that no one envisioned Kefka would use poison to...
And don't say when I was 21, Hiroshima. You bastards. I was going to really go. I was just going to really take the exaggeration. I'm a fan of exaggerated humor. Actually, I'm not. I think it's awful. I said something like, when I was a kid, Christ was still an apprentice.
didn't have to do this. I could have said, Jesus. But
There's a boy named Nicky
Cruz. For my children, for my brothers and sisters, but you I did it for them.
Coward. What is Nicolas Cage talking about? Yeah, he's over dramatic.
If you're gonna kill people and then manifesto his eyes, just enunciate. Yeah. Just be clear. Make people strange.
Find a proofreader, too.
Yeah.
It might help you a little bit.
Or be funny. How great would it be if there was no doom
If he was
in it?
hilarious.
And if he was like
the king of comedy.
And if he was like, I hate to do this, but so many shoes do not match pants, and just went on this silly rant. Or you go girl, and he was high-fiving someone.
That would be...
That could only be described as, I'm sorry, but it is hilarious.
That would be so creepy,
It
man.
can only be described as a hoot.
Just gives an Opie left.
You would have a lot of Beavis and Butthead faces on the news,
If you did impressions, but it's like really bad impressions of Christopher Walken
or Arnold Schwarzenegger, the one every tweet.
I'm the Terminator.
Yeah, that would be awful.
Then would they air it? If he was being like funny?
How would they, what was the angle be there?
His Laugh-a-festo.
Let's get more of
running down the street and was struck by a driver. His license was expired.
You don't want one of the things boys like you extinguishing. Thanks to you, I die like Jesus Christ. To inspire generations of the weak and the defenseless people.
He was probably pissed because his time machine didn't work.
Weapon boy knew from the start he'd have to fight his way to the top. That's what he did when he killed that cop on the street.
Being given a forum on all the channels to discuss his lunacy after he's killed 32 people. And they leak out like that's the part of it. Yeah. Again, that's the part of it that they deem unairable. Like, well, all this is, but Jesus, he said the S word.
It's like when you see Blazing Saddles on PBS.
Yeah.
And they actually take out the part scene. They take it out. You will hear the part scene, but they say nigger about 40,000.
Yeah.
They leave it in.
They leave it in and Blazing Saddles.
The purpose of leaping is to save people from being offended.
Maybe Reverend Al is onto something. We basically are telling America that a fart scene is not okay, but saying the N-word is.
That's horrible.
Wow, he might have a point.
Yeah, in that case.
It's just like, how do you play this guy who really just killed so many young people and
actually completely fulfilling what he wanted, making it clear to everybody in the world that this works every time.
Yeah.
If you kill people, whatever drivel.
Yeah, it'll be all over.
Great if somehow it went back to his parents or something with just a form letter. We appreciate your input. NBC has looked over your materials. We find that they're not worthy of broadcast.
We do not accept unsolicited material.
Well, it's in the wrong format. It's not HD television. It's not up to industry standards. If I shot something like this and tried to get it on the air, forget it. There's no way that I could get it. Just based on how he shot it, it's out of focus. It's bleeding, white.
Yeah, he didn't white balance it.
He didn't white balance it at all.
Terrible.
Right. Hey, Rob Bartlett wants to check in and say hi.
Rob.
We got, here's where he blames it on basically rap videos. I'll make it. I'll make that connection.
Oh, okay.
Because he's talking about the cognac and the Mercedes and the rich people.
Oh, you think that's who he was talking about?
He liked rap videos. Let's get right into it.
Wasn't he talking about the kids?
Yeah, I think so. On your face and has trash shoved down your throat. Do you know what it feels like to dig your own grave? Do you know what it feels like to have your throat slashed from ear to ear? Do you know what it feels like to be torched alive? Do you know what it feels like to be humiliated and be impaled upon on a cross and left to bleed to death for your amusement?
No, and neither do you, you stupid.
Pain your whole life. Did you want to inject as much misery in our lives as you can, just because you can? You had everything you wanted. Your Mercedes wasn't enough, you brats. Your golden necklaces weren't enough, you snobs. Your trust fund wasn't enough. Your vodka and cognac weren't enough. All your debaucheries weren't enough. Those weren't enough to fulfill your hedonistic needs. You've had everything.
Somewhere in his brain, he had to go, yeah, I think I finally got it.
Yeah,
I think I got my mission statement.
All right, one take. That was good. That was good.
A few other takes, like,
I did it, yeah.
He had to have had some awkward. You didn't. Oh boy. Okay. Again. You torched my soul. That's stupid.
You know what it feels like to hang on the beep.
with the funny cartoons sticks.
Yeah. It'll be on. Yeah, it'll be on one of those bloopers shows.
Outtakes.
Yeah, the cannonball run.
Yeah.
He's like, he laughs. And somebody's like,
with the credits rolling next to him.
Hal Needham comes out and cuts the whole thing off. All right, cut.
Oh, you idiot. Camera wasn't on.
Dom DeLuise laughing in the background.
And finally, Brian Williams. Here's another, mission statement from NBC. Listen to this horse crap.
We should probably say we're working with law enforcement on some of this because we don't want to create any more heroes or martyrs from this.
Too late.
No copycats.
Wait a minute, we're working
heroes or martyrs.
What does that mean? We're working with law
enforcement.
You're
not the FBI, you dopes. You're not working with anybody. Hand over the material and shut your mouths.
Here's what he said earlier. The whole way he worded it, the president of NBC News Division there, he worded it like, law enforcement told us that airing this wouldn't interfere with their investigation, which doesn't mean law enforcement didn't tell them, don't air it.
No.
He said it wouldn't interfere with their investigation. That's when he was asked, did law enforcement, was there concern about airing this material? The question that was asked, was there concern based on copycats? But he answered it, law enforcement said this will not interfere with the investigation.
No, it doesn't matter. Nobody has to tell you.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, it's like when the Hillary Clinton and anybody else running for president talks about the money they've raised, and they say, we followed the letter of the law. Yeah, but you shouldn't take money from companies.
Right. There are certain people you shouldn't take money from.
Let's get the rest of the law. We're running out of show. We want to get this on, and then we got Steve Kappas trying to defend just a few moments ago the videos and the pictures.
You mean Krappus? We're working with law enforcement on some of this because we don't want to create any more heroes or martyrs from this. So the material has to be combed through. We will, after examining it, air more of these materials tomorrow morning on Today. Again, as we continue to go through and analyze what is in this voluminous multimedia package that arrived here at NBC.
A voluminous multimedia package. Now available on 3 discs
on
$14.99.
They just used this killer's material to promo their own properties.
Yes. No, it's like, Robert Smigel that does the cartoons.
Yeah.
We were watching, back when nobody cares about this anymore, Flight 800, that was a jet that fell off the
TWA.
It fell out of the sky into the water.
Yeah.
And it was awful. All these people died. So then on CNN, they had this big promo. Tonight, Flight 800. What happened and who were the victims? And it was so sensationalized that it was like it's trying to get you to go, oh, I love Flight 800.
Oh.
That's my favorite thing.
That's my favorite show.
Did you see Flight 800 last night?
Awesome. I'm so glad they're doing Flight 800 again.
And brought that up. Yeah. They just make it look like it is a TV show.
Because now they put the music and the big, dun, 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 dun.
No, and every time that you see somebody talking, like whenever somebody dies and one of the people that one of their relatives is on TV talking about how sad it was, that person was picked up by a town car, driven to a studio, they put a thing in their ear, a microphone. They said, "Could we get a level from you?" They signed a thing. They got powder on their face,
little makeup,
little hair, and then okay, you ready? Oh my God, I'm so sad. It's just all phony.
It's all showbiz.
It's all fake.
Here we go, Steve Kappas or Krappus. He should be fired. We should demand this guy gets fired for just lying to the public why he is airing this crap, and now everyone else is. That one guy decided. He could have just said, you know what, no way, no effing way, but here's him trying to defend himself.
You turn this material over, but then you've got a different decision to make, and this is also a big part of the news story.
Well, sure. I mean, and we had a very long discussion with a number of people all throughout the organization, and with...
Well, when you were having these long discussions, did you have something in your ears, like
By the way, is he being interviewed by a guy that works for him?
Of course he is.
Brought that up too, Louis.
He's
not on Fox.
You got your puppet that is asking the questions that probably he told you.
This is a script. They're working off a script.
He should just be interviewing himself.
Right.
Yeah. Should I have done this?
Yes.
Yes, that's an excellent question.
I'm going to be asking myself the hard questions today.
Right. Yes. Listen to the semantics that are used in this, though.
Organization and with law enforcement about what to do with the material. The Virginia State Police made a reasonable request, which was to not do anything with the material until they had a chance to review it. So we sat on the material for most of the day. I mean,
wow, most of the day.
Most of the day, not even a day.
Oh, God.
Went up on most of the day.
Most of the day.
Okay, all right, now I understand. No, they sat on it because they were waiting for the primetime news to start.
Yes.
You don't want to show while there's just soccer moms at home in front of their TVs.
He makes it sound like it's the timing of like when they release national security documents in the government.
Yeah.
We put this into cold storage for most of the day.
Most of the day.
So that only later generations of today.
Have a job? How does he run the news department?
We didn't air this for what amounted to the tens of minutes.
You wouldn't believe how many seconds went by.
And most of the day was spent getting as many copies as possible.
Yeah, they were doing other things during that time to get ready to air it.
Yes. Right, we have an atomic clock that was almost worn out.
Yeah, we're just
by the time we aired
this.
God. I mean, as I said, it came into the building at 11 a.m. There was one still picture released after the Virginia State Police had a news conference at which they announced that this material existed.
What time?
And the video didn't air before 6:30 last night.
Of course it did.
So we
7 hours.
The material all day long.
All day long. Sat on it. 7 hours.
How you explain these horrible?
Oh, then now he's trying to go. Now, how could he have shot those people?
Yeah.
Like now he's off the.
Let's deflect away from the fact that we're whores.
Look, what we did is totally understandable, but what he did is.
Yeah, I mean, come on. My singing wasn't that bad, Simon. It was.
They never give disclaimers.
Just the fact that they are.
Yeah,
they're volume.
They're panicking. I think it's
backlash.
I think the backlash, media frenzy time, because the rest of the media is
pile on,
and the rest of the media will have no problem turning this into a frenzy because they're all pissed that they didn't get the tape.
They didn't get it.
Yeah.
Horrible events, and this is, I think, as close as we will ever come to being inside the mind of a killer. And I thought that it needed to be released, and I note that pretty much every single news organization all around the world has made the same decision.
But you had it in your hand.
Examine the contents of the manifesto and so forth.
Manifesto.
You had it in your hands. You could have actually stopped all of them from airing it.
They did it.
They sent it to you.
Why does it have to say NBC?
I know. Yeah. He just must be a fan of NBC. While he was shooting people, he was going dun dun dun.
Just trying to make peacock things.
I hope you sleep well at night, Mr. Kappas. All right.
At about 1:30 in the morning on April 12, William Lewis walked down the hall at Texas Women's Hospital. That white bundle in his hands, his 4-day-old baby girl.
Aww.
Several minutes later, a Houston police officer shot Lewis with a taser, and the baby, Carla, crashed to the floor. Officer David Bowling and a sheriff's deputy claim they thought Lewis was kidnapping his baby. Lewis contends he and his wife just wanted to leave the hospital and simply did not follow hospital rules.
So the guy got tased.
He got tased for leaving the hospital with his baby without a wristband or something.
Yeah, they don't know. I mean, they try to talk to the guy. There's a history with this guy of domestic violence with his woman. So there might.
How do they know? What, do they look him up before they fucking tase him?
I don't know. That might just be stuff I found out after. But the guy was being a douche.
They got a baseball card for his wife beating?
But wait.
Look at his stats. Let's tase this
We need more in the story, because it gets to the point where they're tasing him as he's leaving the hospital with
That's crazy.
A 4-day-old?
What happens the babies have little bracelets. It's really genius, so you can't steal babies.
But did they tell him put the baby down or put the baby back?
I think
he kept walking?
did. I don't know. They were trying to talk to him. He wasn't being cooperative. But they didn't just go, yes, sir, hit 4, and then zap
somebody
him.
who's fucking
holding a baby? I agree. But he's a big guy.
It doesn't seem right when she says the baby crashed to the floor. It's a baby. It's not a crash to the floor like a bunch of tin cans and a...
Yeah, it's a little baby.
The 22-year veteran officer appears to arrive at the incident holding his taser.
Under this circumstance, when you know you've already got an issue up there, you've already got a large male suspect who's already agitated and already threatening, you'd already come up with your taser.
After a couple of minutes of talking with Lewis, Bowling shoots his taser. When the Houston father went down, the baby did as well. Lewis claims the newborn fell on her head and suffered severe injuries. After the fall, officers handed the baby to her stunned mother. She has since spoken out against the officer and defended her husband.
Wow. I've got to wonder what kind of a moron would tase an adult holding a baby, said George Kirkham, a former police officer and criminologist at the University of California, Berkeley. It doesn't take rocket science to realize the baby's going to fall. Yeah, man, you're not going to hold on to the ball. Hold on to the ball. Hold on to the baby when you get tased.
The guy's dying to use that taser.
The elevators would not move because wristband sensors on each baby shut off the elevators if anyone takes an infant without permission.
You can't get out. How come the father wasn't wearing a wristband?
No, but
because they always give the father a wristband.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
Ooh, perfect, Jimmy. Perfect.
I still have my wristbands from when my daughters were born, so I can go steal babies.
Why not?
Fuck them and eat them.
Wow.
The thing is, they don't turn it off. I had 2 for lunch.
Wait, here's this guy. Brooklyn Ace knows a little more. Brooklyn Ace, what's up?
Yeah, I have a feeling I have the same article in front of me as you do, because I sent it in to Steve. The part that I found amusing was Child Protective Services has custody of the baby because of a history of domestic violence between Lewis and his wife, Jacqueline Gray. First of all, why does she have a different last name? Sounds like there's a huge issue here. But it's like...
What?
You're right. No, you raise a good point.
No, it's not. My wife and I have different names.
No, but this guy's right, though.
Why would you
All right.
tease a guy with that?
All right,
name?
Brooklyn Ace.
Ridiculous. Later, guys.
Nice.
Right.
Reverend Al Sharpton, we should do this before break. He wants Isaiah Thomas to apologize. And if Isaiah Thomas, of course, the head coach of the Knicks, doesn't apologize, he wants everyone to stop going to Knicks games. This is insane.
Isn't that happening?
Yeah. Isn't that...
Well, yeah, it's happening.
Sharpton's the black guy, right? He's the black guy?
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Just making sure.
Why is he getting involved in everyone's business?
Yeah, I don't know. What does he want him to apologize for?
For saying derogatory things toward women.
Toward black women.
Toward black women? Oh, right, of course, because he doesn't care about anyone else. That's true. Yeah. Called her the B word. Bitch.
He called her that
during the sexual harassment lawsuit that went down?
That she just got awarded $11 million for, $11.5 million.
He said that because of, he said that publicly? Or?
No, during work. During work.
What is he?
And that's worth
$11 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's not good enough for Reverend Al. Now Isaiah has to apologize.
Why does this guy think he can tell everybody what to do?
How they should be apologizing and for what?
Or in telling people not to go to the games.
Yeah.
And more importantly
is dumb way to try to activate socially. Yep. What a stupid idiot this guy is.
He's a jerk.
He's the worst guy alive.
And for some reason, and I blame the Democrats for letting him get up there and speak at their convention, he has this credibility that he never had before. Yep. He was always the goofy sweatsuit, big hubcap medallion joke that would be a race-baiting, taunting, white interloper. No one took him seriously with the Tawana Brawley debacle. And then he dresses in a suit, and the Democrats let him talk, and all of a sudden he's got this credibility that people seem to think if he says something, they should do it.
He's adult.
Well, this is what he's saying today.
Isaiah Thomas speaks to Reverend Al Sharpton, but so far...
And now freaking Isaiah Thomas has to meet with Reverend Al Sharpton.
Why are people meeting with this guy?
Stop!
Let him crawl back to his crap hole that he was in.
It doesn't help if you said something, like every time somebody says that, well, I got to meet with the Reverend Al now.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen in that room, really?
Same thing that happened to Imus. At least they showed that live.
Yeah.
It wasn't a private meeting. It was on the air, and you just saw him crucify Don Imus
Don Imus did apologize. Reverend Al wasn't accepting it.
No apology. Sharpton says he wants Thomas to say he's sorry for statements he made in a videotaped deposition shown in his sexual harassment case. In that video, Thomas said it is worse for a white man to use the B word against a black woman than it is for a black man to use the same word against a black woman. Reverend Sharpton says if Thomas does not apologize, he will launch protests and call for boycotts of upcoming Knicks games.
Stop meeting with Reverend Al.
I know, enough.
Just stop.
He's
It's good enough. Don't you think it's good enough that this woman got $11 million? Move on.
He's not even.
He's the coach of the Knicks.
He's not even intelligent.
No, he's not.
That's the thing.
He's not.
He's stupid. He's a dumbbell.
I told Mr. Thomas that our position has nothing to do with whether the person using the language is black or white. We cannot have different standards for sexism or racism.
Thomas says he has nothing to apologize for since he has already clarified that it is wrong for any man to insult any woman. Tuesday, Isaiah Thomas and Madison Square Garden were found guilty of sexually harassing former Knicks executive Anuka Brown Sanders. Thomas and MSG both say they will appeal.
You know what? It's not wrong for any man to insult any woman. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's not wrong to insult a person. It's insulting to them, but it doesn't mean you can't do it. You can call people names. Name calling is okay.
Yeah.
Because people get mad at each other and they call each other names.
That's what happens at work.
This people think that that there's something in the Constitution that protects them from being offended. Like there's something wrong with offending people. Like they actually think it's in the Bill of Rights. Freedom from being offended or feeling icky about something someone said. You're not protected. People get to offend you and you get to sit there and go, "Oh, that didn't bother me," and then shut up. There's nothing that
no right.
People have a right to be gross and insulting, and people have a right to say bad things all they want.
Yeah. And
not according to Reverend Al.
Yeah, no, that's why he has to die in a pool of his own blood and secretions.
And you can't tell anybody to apologize. It doesn't work.
No.
You can't say apologize because it will not be a sincere apology.
No,
it really has to come from yourself.
It's okay if he's not sorry.
Yeah, who cares?
Yes.
He's not sorry.
He's not sorry.
I'm not sorry.
He doesn't have to be.
No.
Hey, it's also Feel Good Story Monday.
It's Feel Good Story Monday. On the Opie and Anthony Show.
Yeah.
Do we have a feel-good story?
Yeah.
I don't know. When I was looking through the paper this morning, I didn't see one feel-good story.
I got it. It's right here.
In Orlando, Florida, a Walt Disney World worker faces felony charges after authorities said he'd made plans to have sex with a minor he met online. This man, Michael Bott Jr., was arrested because, as it turns out, the minor he allegedly planned to have sex with was a police detective posing as a 14-year-old girl.
So is a cop.
Authorities say Bott repeatedly told his chatting buddy that what they were planning was technically rape. Police say Bott confessed to the charge when confronted. He's being held on $20,000 bond.
There you go. Your feel-good story for this Monday.
Wow.
Goofy.
Well, the creep's not going to be doing it anymore.
All right.
So you can spin anything into a feel-good story.
So that's a feel-good story? I thought feel-good stories were all feel-good. This one was potentially tragic.
Excuse me. It's making a lot of parents feel good today that this creep's not around anymore. See? That's the brilliance of us.
In Orlando.
You can make anything into a feel-good story.
They definitely arrested the only child molester in Disneyland.
Oh, yeah.
It was an isolated incident.
You never, ever see pedos just wandering through there.
Goofy with an erection. He's taking a picture with 2 4-year-olds. You know what his face is doing behind that mask? Just, if you could take the head off, you'd run away.
You don't think that's a feel-good story for people out there?
No, I consider feel-good stories like dog comes back to the owner after being lost for 2 years because he got dumped out of a car I mean,
All right, give me
that's kind of
Arizona.
All right.
Yeah, even that is depressing.
All right, give me another shot at it.
I'm trying to think of any feel-good story, to tell you the truth.
I got it.
Because they're all based in tragedy, because in order to feel good, there has to be something bad there that someone overcame.
How about this as your feel-good story?
Okay.
What did he say? It's true that in some situations, disabled children are held back from the normal activities which others...
So far, so good, or?
Sounds like they're having fun. And
yeah.
Sounds like it's had some disabled children being given a chance to have some fun.
Okay. Yeah, this could be good.
From the normal activities which others may get to enjoy. But for Friendship special ed teacher and cheerleading sponsor Casey Ketcher said that simply wasn't an option.
If anybody in the school deserves a chance, I feel it's these girls.
She decided that for 7 disabled students at the middle school, it was time to shine.
Well, I had one of them the other day tell us that this was her dream her whole life.
I always prayed that I always want to be a cheerleader.
Oh no!
Yeah, look at me.
Oh boy, they're making them cheerleaders.
This is what Feel Good Story Monday's all about, Anthony. What?
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Samantha Hudson has a special honor. Leading the squad, a dream come true.
I'm a team captain, and also I take care of my team and make sure they have fun. I feel like I can go out there and...
I also like to eat pennies.
They have fun. I feel like I can go out there and just be myself.
They don't think that they're different, and that's what I love about them, is they're ready to go out there and cheer for the Tigers, and they don't even think they have disability.
What?
Here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with these kids. These kids have slurred speech.
Yeah,
they're having a good time cheerleading, and they're not bothering anybody. But this woman, this young woman, I hate her. Because actually, the kids doing their cheerleading, that's great. That is actually great. But she's like, they don't think that they're different, and that's what I love about them.
Yeah, they don't think that they're different. We all know they are.
They're not different.
Right. You're making them different.
The fact that they don't see how hideous they are is so cute.
And R E T A R D retard, yeah, woo!
Cheer for the Tigers, and they don't even think that they have disabilities. And
they don't even think.
The chance not only to achieve,
we're trying to really tell them,
be a part of that Tiger spirit.
Stop your hands and
retarded. Be retarded. Be retarded.
I want to see the black retarded cheerleaders. You know we retarded. Yeah. We are retarded.
Double time.
Yeah. Retarded. I show my ass. I am retarded. Yeah.
Stop your hands and clap your feet. Retardation can't be beat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Smokezilla, Kentucky.
I think the whole school as a whole is starting to see these girls as being, part of the heart of Friendship Middle School.
Ketcherson says it's amazing to know that something so simple could provide the girls with the experience.
Oh, that they're talking about the kids.
It's so heartwarming
So simple.
to know that these girls may not ever have this opportunity again. So it's really important to all of us.
Oh, you self-serving.
Why is George Steinbrenner talking about the Yankees like that?
They are the best retarded cheerleaders in the world. And Joe Torre is the best manager. Yeah.
All right, is that...
We got an extra chromosome. How about you? No?
Wow. So is that your feel-good story today?
It is a feel-good story.
Well, what's up, then?
Yeah, are they hot?
Yeah, the point.
Cheerleaders are kind of like, you got to be hot.
Cheerleaders are a very sort of little Nazi organization of hot women.
Yeah.
And so to try to make the retarded girls...
Y'all ready for this?
Just fall all over each other. Yeah, they don't do the pyramid. They just call it the human pile.
They just make like an Abu Ghraib-like pile of retarded girls.
Oh, boy, yeah. Well, we get to meet the cheerleader, some of the cheerleaders here in this next clip.
My name is William, and I like to wear dresses.
That's William.
Oh.
What else does he like besides dresses?
My name is William, and I like fingernail polish.
Yeah.
Fingernail polish.
And this is why he cheerleads.
I would be happy looking like a woman.
Yeah.
Of course.
I would get rid of all my male clothes and get only girl clothes.
Girl clothes.
I like to make werewolf movies.
That guy's he's my favorite.
He's the best one.
Oh, well.
These retarded girls are cheerleading, and it's, just something for them to do before they go work in a box factory.
Oh, my God.
And live in a room where nobody likes them for the rest of their lives.
Oh, my God.
The thing is that only anybody cares about is young retarded people.
Yeah, true.
Retarded kids go to the Olympics, but when you're a 48-year-old retarded man...
What are you doing?
Getting any more medals?
You're at no medals coming your way for separating the green glass from the brown glass at the recycling plant.
That's it. Speaking of glass, we got something. Yes, Danny ran in because we forgot about this. Louis not that far off. And actually, you say that it could mean that's what happens to the star quarterback on half these high school teams. It's all downhill after high school. No matter what you do.
And
yes,
for the retarded kids, it's really
What's up, Danny?
Just a side note about the that new story about the slow cheerleading squad.
Yeah.
One of the girls on the squad is actually in a wheelchair, and they showed her sitting in her cheerleading uniform with pom-poms in her wheelchair. I just thought that was funny.
Well, are any of them hot?
No.
You're not going to comment on hot retarded girl. Okay.
All right, we don't have the sweeper, but I'm going to attempt the feel-good story again for today. We need one good feel-good story, so let's try this one.
Okay.
Or maybe not.
You got to reach to the seat.
This is the McDonald's at 7th and Broadway, where Monday a 20-year-old described as an employee here had a baby in the bathroom.
All I see was everybody running to the bathroom and stuff, and
So far, so good, right? For a feel-good story
Somebody
Monday?
had a baby in a bathroom, yeah.
What's wrong?
Yeah.
That's
it's
good,
like,
right?
Hey, it was baby, like a Christmas story.
Yeah. A circle of life.
Yeah, circle of life.
Playing out at that McDonald's in the bathroom. There you go. There's your feel-good story for Monday.
That's where you want to have
if we stop here.
If we stop here, but something tells me it's going to go horribly
baby's
awry.
going to be drinking ammonia in a second.
I just kept walking. I don't want to be involved in none of that, but I didn't know somebody was in there having a baby.
Turns out
I gave the man UPS.
UPS.
this customer knows the employee that, according to this police report, told paramedics she then tried to flush 3 times.
Wow, that's bad.
Masked workers are credited for taking the baby boy.
That's all I could get as a comment from somebody. Man, that's bad.
Well,
I think it's a little more than bad.
Out of the toilet and doing CPR. They say he was not breathing and had no pulse. All this happening at the end of the busy lunch hour here.
Yeah.
So every year that kid is going to have a almost flushed down the toilet day instead of a birthday.
The mother was taken from the restaurant to Truman Med Center.
They always laughing and stuff. That's basically.
What? Did she ever talk about being pregnant?
No.
This police report also has paramedics saying she told them she didn't know that she was pregnant, but investigators looking into what happened here say they have information indicating the McDonald's employee told others about her pregnancy. Now, we reached that woman today. She's still at TMC. She did not want to talk. No one at the restaurant, none of the employees is talking either. The baby born at 32 weeks is here, is expected to survive, and Child Services now has custody of that baby boy.
She didn't know. She thought that she was taking a baby-shaped shit out of her cunt. That's what she thought it was. So she was trying to flush it like a good employee.
3 times.
She was trying to flush and then wash her hands and go back to work.
3 fucking times
she
couldn't get it down?
She thought she took a fleshy shit out of her vagina.
All right, well. Is that the feel-good story?
She had a fucking look at that. She's probably eats McDonald's every day.
Yeah.
If you eat that shit every day,
you never know what you're going to shit
a baby out of your twat. That's how bad that food is for you.
All right, that's not a good feel-good
very
story.
binding.
I don't think it's feel good.
All right,
I think
trying.
it's funny.
All right, I'll try here. Let's keep trying. We need one good feel-good story for this
Something
Monday.
that's got to warm the cockles.
The cockles. What is a cockle?
A
cockle. Where is the cockle?
It's part of the heart. You got it. It's
But isn't it warm all the time then?
I think so.
All right.
He had his gun out.
How about
I ain't never
this?
been in that situation before, so I took off.
15-year-old Mark Atkins is now facing several charges after taking a joyride in a stolen car and getting into a short pursuit with police in southwest Oklahoma City. But along with the charges, he's now facing an uphill battle with his health after being captured by a canine officer that tore away flesh along with his scrotum.
Oh!
Now that's a feel-good story.
Along with his scrotum.
Oh, we almost
Flesh.
there?
And oh, by the way, his ball bag.
Some of that flesh was his scrotum. Wow.
Yeah, I got to hear that again. He just casually throws in, and the dog ripped off his scrotum and started chewing it like
they
bubble
didn't
gum.
need to tell us. That's not newsworthy.
Right.
The fact that it was his balls was not newsworthy.
Right.
Leather chew toy.
That was just a little throw-in.
Yeah.
Battle with his health after being captured by a canine officer that tore away flesh along with his scrotum.
Along with his scrotum. Joey, give us another read on along with his scrotum. A little more dramatic.
Along with his scrotum.
Now, make it a little more dark.
Along with his scrotum.
That's perfect. Circle that take. That was good.
How many along with his scrotum takes do you think he has?
I want to hear that tape.
Along with his scrotum. No. You're not getting the essence of along with his scrotum.
No, because the first one was tore away his flesh along with his scrotum. Wait. Slow down.
You can't just glance
We
over
have
that,
a
baby.
You got to slow down a little bit.
Slow down on the
There's
scrotum.
a yield here. You got to slow a little bit.
How many stories have you read with along with his scrotum this week?
Right.
Don't you fucking know when to pause?
It's drama, motherfucker.
Try again. Let's go. Tape's rolling.
Along with his scrotum.
It sounds like it's like the weather or something.
Along with,
feel a little,
scrotum.
Someone is pointing out love his fake voice. Yeah. If you can't get up for a scrotum ripping story, then you don't belong in the business. All right. More to the story.
The doctors told me they didn't think they were going to be able to stitch me back together.
He was in the trauma for 7 to 9 days. I just never seen anything like it.
Wouldn't you be in trauma for the rest of your life?
More or less.
I mean, 9 days?
That's 9 days I felt amazing.
Right, 9 days I'm like, fuck it.
Scrotum
Who needs a scrotum anyway?
Fucking dog bit my ball bag off, but it's 9 days ago.
You move on.
Who gives a shit? It looks like a deflated balloon now.
Yeah. Who cares?
Who gives a shit? I don't need that.
Like this done to a minor.
Obviously, they're not trained to bite in this particular area of the body.
Officers say Mark was not handcuffed when the dog attacked and claimed the animal was just doing what it was trained to do.
They had the officer on top of the individual. They're on the ground. The guy's resisting. The dog is trying to assist his handler with this aggressive behavior as best he can.
I can't explain how painful it was, but it's like being tied up and eaten alive.
Mark says he was no longer resisting. His mother now hopes legal action will help the police admit they were wrong.
There's some good officers out there, and there's some bad ones, But I think in order to clean it up, they need to let these officers take responsibility for what they do to the public.
I got something to add to that statement. There's some good kids out there, and there's some bad kids.
That's right.
They deserve a dog ripping their scrotum.
The good ones get to walk away with their balls.
Right.
Yep. Sometimes the bad ones don't.
That's all she's got. There's bad cops, good cops.
Nope.
How about there's bad
That kid was
good kids?
Bagging groceries, saving money for his college fund. A dog would never in his life bit off his scrotum.
Right.
All right, I'm on a mission. We got to find just one good feel-good story for today, Monday.
Got to find.
This is
that one was great.
Is that a good feel-good story? You think?
Made me feel good.
I feel pretty good.
I laughed.
Do you guys feel good? No. Is their mic off?
They're in a soundproof booth.
What happened?
I feel better than I did before the story.
All right, let me try another.
I can't believe. Also, while you're looking, the one Pal Talk camera I have control of is the worst camera in the whole place. All I can get is a black leather chair. It's in there, so I can't even get the audience because it hits the TVs. It doesn't go down low enough. It's too close to the TVs.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't get us. I can only get a chair or the Opie and Anthony or the Ron and Fez carpet.
Do the Ron and Fez carpet. They can use the promotion.
Sure.
There you go. That's what you get today. Well, we'll have to figure that out. No, we need one of these feel-good stories to bring everyone together. Like, you feel good, but the crowd out there, they're shaking their head. They're like, nah, I don't feel good after that story. So let's try another one here. Feel-good story Monday. You ready yet?
Ready.
All right, here's the next one. Let's see if this is the one that brings everyone together.
Police are looking for a driver in a deadly hit and run.
Yeah, but they're also looking for some thieves who ripped off the victim as he lay bleeding and dying on the sidewalk. It's an unbelievable story. Here's some video.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's fucking.
Oh, look at that! What happened to that guy? Take his wallet. Oh my God, that guy just got hit by a car 10 seconds ago. Take his watch.
I wish it was that, because he would almost understand if it was his wallet, his whatever, his.
All right.
You know,
what did they take?
Money.
His scrotum?
Thieves who ripped off the victim as he lay bleeding and dying on the sidewalk. It's an unbelievable story. Here's some video from the scene near Main and Horn in Mesa. Police tell us the man happened to be waiting for a bus with his groceries in hand when an out-of-control truck hit him and killed him. Instead of helping the man, people nearby started stealing his groceries. They made off with them.
God. Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
He got organic eggs.
Right. He's got blueberries.
That's a perfectly good cantaloupe.
Yeah, blueberries. Yeah, it's not his wallet with his money and his credit cards. It's stupid groceries.
Oh, my God.
Instead of helping the man, people nearby started stealing his groceries. They made off with them, and the truck driver now faces felony charges if caught. He also took off. The people who stole those groceries could also face theft charges as well.
Oh, boy, that's a biggie. That theft charge is a biggie, man.
Grand Theft Lemon.
Is that a good feel-good story?
Oh, God.
What were they saying out there?
Nothing. I'm zooming in on.
You got the camera working.
There we go. Well, I got one more camera working. There we go. It's like Apollo 13 in here.
Yeah, no kidding.
Gotta keep just holding shit together with duct tape.
Not smart on XM's part, by the way, because you're dealing with guys that have ADD to begin with. So what do? You throw a bunch of shiny new toys in front of us.
New things.
Joysticks and cameras. It's like, oh yeah, we're supposed to do a radio show.
I forgot about the radio show for a second.
Right. Is that your feel-good story?
I don't feel good about that. That is
no. That's not a good one. Yeah, the poor bastard.
All right, how about all right, I'm gonna try two more, maybe one more. We'll try this for your feel-good story for this Monday.
I put Cromwell on the camera.
Stupid Cromwell.
Cromwell's
Josiah
on cam.
Gray,
A name I like to say.
Mason
He's
Thompson
the only one I could
closes it
get on
out with
camera
3
through the
scoreless frames in
slot in the door.
Cromwell.
Cromwell.
He walks into FH. I go, hello, Cromwell. Stupid Cromwell.
I think it's some abuse.
Pick a worse name in the
Cromwell.
in the O&A community than Cromwell. Even Flea is, whatever, Flea. But Cromwell.
That's his first name?
Flea?
No, Cromwell.
He's right there.
I guess that's his first
That's
name?
his handle.
That's his handle.
Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cromwell.
All right, here's another feel-good story. Let's try another one here. Wow, there's quite a delay in that fucking thing, huh?
Yes.
Police describe it as bottom of the barrel. Surveillance tape rolls as a toddler is forced to steal at a Boardwalk arcade in Seaside Heights. The real-life case has a lot of parallels to Oliver Twist. Watch as the woman sets down a little girl at Lucky Leo's arcade and kicks her under a swing gate below a glass counter. The child then grabs an employee's purse.
The purse had approximately $165 in cash. It was a Coach purse and had numerous credit cards in there. If this woman can do this to this child now, to use the innocence of a child to commit a crime, it's much easier for that woman to purvey this child to do more crimes.
Police right now are working on leads. They say an arrest is imminent.
That was very poorly stated.
Worded.
Yes. If it was easy for her to use the child's innocence to do this, then it will be easy for her. Oh, never mind.
In the future, to maybe.
Forget it. It's bad.
All right, this is the last attempt at the feel-good story for this Monday, all right?
It is a medical mistake that is hard to imagine. A woman goes through a painful double mastectomy believing she had cancer.
But that diagnosis was entirely wrong, and now that woman is suing.
I thought they were going to say, but now that woman is flat-chested.
Suing, she better get more than $11.5 million for that, right? That, to me, is a lot worse than someone calling you a bitch at work.
I would say so, yeah.
Wrong, and now that woman is suing.
I just broke down and cried, and I really didn't know what happened in the room from that point on.
News Dairy Eason says she couldn't even believe the doctor told her she didn't have breast cancer, but it was too late, weeks after she had a double mastectomy.
Oh. The good news is your breasts are not cancerous. The bad news is that they're in a bucket in the hospital waste dump. And it's too late. They're mixed in with other people's uncancerous breasts.
Yeah, we really can't reattach them at this point.
Yeah,
Seems like
that's not going to work.
Seems like you get these stories from time to time where they take the wrong leg off, the wrong arm.
Some patients have taken to writing on their own legs.
Yeah.
Like on their own leg.
This is the bad one.
Yeah, bad leg. This one's got to go.
She should have had written, please make sure they have cancer before you fucking scoop them out.
Double check.
By the way, now Cromwell's getting some advice. Smokezilla writes, sweep the leg, Cromwell, sweep the leg.
Sweep the leg, Cromwell.
And someone else saying that you do sound like a Cromwell. Here's more to the story.
It just hit me that all the things that I had gone through my family, my child, that it was unnecessary.
Her life was changed forever. She says it happened after the lab made a horrible mistake. They mixed up her report with someone else's. Now she's suing the medical lab in Rybrook, CBL Path.
In spite of the best efforts, these things happen. But I don't understand that.
A state report blames the mix-up on a technician at the lab. He admitted to cutting corners when labeling the specimens.
Oh, boy.
He just wrote
corners.
He wrote lady. He wrote some lady's tits. And they got mixed up with some other lady's tits was what the other label said, some other lady's tits.
Wow. Yeah, it's just cutting some corners.
Yeah.
And you're getting to the obvious. There is a second victim.
Oh.
Well, because there's a mix-up. So now
there's a lady whose fucking breasts are... some lady's got black breasts.
Right, and she
Korean.
Oh, she got some great news, and then...
And some other lady's got cauliflower on her nipples. She was told that she's fine a week ago.
Here's the second victim to the story.
There's a second victim, the woman whose information got switched with Dairy's. That woman was apparently told she didn't have cancer, but found out much later that, in fact, she did.
I hope no one ever has to go through that. I hope nobody ever has to deal with that, because you can't explain it to a person and have them understand unless they've been through it, and I hope no one ever has to go through this.
Now, the attorney isn't saying how much money they're asking for, and the technician, by the way, who made that mistake in the first place, well, they no longer work for the company.
Really? I thought he got a promotion.
Oh, I guess everything's fine then.
Sounded like a great employee.
Yeah. What is that?
The old squeaky mic.
I thought it was a dog barking in the background. All right, we have a lot of stuff that we haven't got to in a long time. So
yeah, it's time to clean house.
This isn't a bad idea.
In search of your feel-good story.
Yeah.
I don't think that was it either.
No.
Both people lost. It wasn't like the other woman, learned that she didn't have cancer and saved her boobs.
Right.
At the last minute. Right when they were ready to slice.
Why did he tell her is the thing? Why did the doctor tell her?
Yeah.
Because he must have been like, I can't wait to see the look on her fucking face. I tell her that it was unnecessary.
At that point, why would you tell her?
Why bother telling her? Just go, hey, looks like the operation went perfectly.
Wow, it's looking good.
And now your perfectly healthy breasts are gone, and you're looking great.
I'd say your chance of any
remission?
type of cancer reoccurring is 0.
Right. Yeah. We beat it back.
All right,
you're welcome.
Here's something crazy that happened to a senior citizen.
It was just basically a misdemeanor shoplifting call.
$25 worth of candy from a Safeway. Officers came to the Governor's Park retirement community to question a man in his late 60s. Police say the man met them at the door with a handgun.
Fired 4 to 5 shots.
Jeez. 3 shots hit a Windsor police officer in his protective vest. Another round hit his lower body.
I like
a pop, but not like a boom.
We did have one officer who did return shots.
That's when we brought everybody inside the house, and then within 5 minutes, everybody showed up.
And they all were cocking their guns, and they ran by and said, "Get in your houses, get in your houses."
He just started firing.
He stole $25 lousy of candy. And they go to the retirement home to question him, and he
shot a cop. He's a cop killer.
Over stealing candy.
Flashback.
Listen what happens, though.
For 3 hours, SWAT teams maneuvered around the neighborhood.
They have attempted negotiations, but at this point, there's been no response.
So he's like a SWAT team robot with a camera told them why. The suspect lay dead inside his home, perhaps injured in the initial exchange of fire.
He was my neighbor. Yeah.
Joe Harris knew his eccentric neighbor is Ed.
Right.
Eccentric.
Name was Ed.
Harris says his neighbor was a loner.
Different.
Liked to brag about his gun collection. In fact, Harris says his neighbor came by his apartment early in the afternoon, wanted to talk about some issues he was having. Harris says Ed stormed out when another neighbor interrupted their conversation.
I didn't get a chance to find out what was troubling me.
Wow. Yeah. I don't know. It's just one of those crazy old guys that decided.
The guy at the end should say, and none of the people in this story matter.
Here, Brian Neil Rosema, pulled from a house and hauled off to jail. He's charged with more than 100 counts of child pornography in a shocking and disgusting crime. 1 week ago, Rosema entered this Walmart in West Melbourne, and police say used a self-help photo kiosk to print 140 photos depicting child pornography and molestation of a child under the age of 12. After the final photo was done, police say Rosema left, unaware that the printer had simply run out of paper. When an employee restocked the paper, more lewd photos fell out. And that's when Walmart called police.
Oh my God. He goes to Walmart to print out freaking kitty porn.
They got great prices. They got great prices. Walmart is awesome. Even if you're printing children with your dick in their ass.
Don't these people
it's
realize?
Very good prices.
Don't they realize that's a crime?
Well,
like, do they?
How could it be a crime when it feels so good?
You might as well just print up some prototype money, and go there and go. Could you just keep printing these, and I'll be back? And so there's a big pile of counterfeit hundreds.
Yeah, no, it's a crime. Child molesters are so flagrant, like they're so bad.
Yeah, they're horrible.
It really, the only truth could be that that fucking kids is awesome. Because people risk their freedom, they risk
livelihood,
their everything.
Their family, friends, freedom.
All the guys that go on that, whatever that show is, the Predator show.
Predator.
All the guys that show up and they kind of know, and they even say to the guy, I kind of knew this was probably you.
I knew you were going to be
But it was worth the risk because fucking children is just kicks ass. Yeah.
His logic is brilliant.
Yeah,
Your logic is brilliant, man.
It must be just...
All right. Moving on with the feel-good story here. We'll try this one.
There was a dead raccoon kind of right where this line is. And it was dead. Then when they were striping the road here on Archer, they just striped right over it.
The raccoon was gone today, but in this picture, you can clearly see the dead animal with the telltale yellow paint right across its body.
No, it was very real. And it was, pretty explicit. You could see it. The kids were kind of grossed out by it, and I as well. It's a dead animal in the street that they just striped right over.
The animal was first spotted on Archer Avenue in Lamont by residents on Saturday.
I just thought it was ridiculous. They were that lazy they didn't pick it up.
That's terrible. It is terrible. How they do it at a job.
That's terrible.
How is it terrible? It's a dead fucking animal on the road that they painted over.
What, you want them
to
push it off to the side of the road?
It's such a non-story. They're probably laughing, having fun. Dude, put the stripe over the post.
Make them
It's funny. Let the guys have a laugh during work.
You might be onto something because as this continues, it's not the first time.
And Yolanta Wilt says what's worse is that it's not the first time.
Another animal painted right over. The same thing.
We followed her directions on Archer and came up with this roadkill. A close-up reveals what appears to be the critter's tail, protruding from a line of paint. We contacted the Illinois Department of Transportation, and they confirmed that this stretch of Archer Avenue is in their jurisdiction.
but they declined our request for an on-camera interview, saying they need to wait until they can confirm that the allegations are true.
Just look at the animal with the line painted on it. Why can't people just be honest?
An animal had a line painted on it and then was chased around by a French skunk. Who thought it was, isn't that how that
tried
started?
to rape it.
Yeah, isn't that how it
Fucking
started?
Pepe Le Pew was a cartoon rapist.
Yeah.
Grabbing her, she's trying to get away, clawing.
Now we're kind of fading into something that needs to be brought up on this show.
Uh-oh.
Danny finds the most horrific things for this radio show.
Yeah, God bless.
And then they just pile up. Because we're in... Whoa, what are you doing? Oh, there's an actual picture of the raccoon?
Yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious. Dude, look at... Pop that picture up on the big
Put
screen.
it up on a screen somewhere?
Yeah, it's just a
I don't know how that
huge
works.
dead raccoon, and the line was painted right over it. Like the truck had to go boom, boom, as it rolled over this thing. Look at this thing.
Good for him.
Can we get that up on our website?
Stupid
somewhere?
raccoon. Well, that'll happen. You're fucking painting lines on the street.
Yeah.
What else are you going to do for entertainment?
So what? Get out of the way.
Yeah.
You know, the best part is, though,
It
like,
should be a person.
Go die
Be a
somewhere
baby.
else, you faggot raccoon.
the road crew probably saw it ahead and were just praying that their paint was gonna, they're like, oh, dude, I think we might just go over it.
Yeah,
like if we keep
it's
this,
right in the
it's
middle of
right
the
in the
road.
middle. This is gonna happen. I think they probably, they probably saw it coming. We're hoping and having fun on that truck, just waiting to paint over that shit.
Even better, I bet it was probably a little too far to the right or the left, and one
kicked it
got
over.
out and
Yeah.
kicked it over a little.
Of course.
Kick a little left.
Of course,
That's what you do when you're fucking working.
That's it. That made his day.
Gotta have some fun, and they laughed.
All right, well, Danny also picked out this fine animal story. This is just some of the stuff he collects for our show.
Robstown police arrested this man, 26-year-old Eduardo Ramos of Victoria, on September 12th after they found him naked inside his pickup truck. Now they are accusing him of sexually assaulting this dog.
The dog rolled up in the back like he was scared.
Yeah.
I stopped to talk to the driver and found that he was completely nude, covering his genitals with his clothing, sweaty and nervous.
Sweaty and nervous. You too would be nervous if you knew the thing had claws.
Oh,
What a
man.
weird description.
Yeah.
Can I hear that again?
Covering his
What, just
genitals.
the end?
Just the description that guy gave of just the story narrated by that individual.
This dog.
There was a dog rolled up in the back like he was scared. I stopped to talk to the driver and found that he was completely nude, covering his genitals with his clothing, sweaty and nervous.
Covering his genitals.
It's a strange way of talking.
Yeah. Let's see if there's more to
Completely
this.
nude.
When they opened his truck, the female dog ran off into this field. When officers found her, they say she seemed frightened.
She was in a shower. The dog
After a
was
while, and
the dog was taking a shower.
A rape kit.
Found her, they say she seemed frightened.
we inspected the dog after a while, and the condition of the dog led us to believe that he committed some type of sexual act with the dog.
Ramos later told detectives he picked up the stray dog near a gas station. He denied having sex with the dog, but it was obvious to them the dog had been sexually assaulted.
I couldn't believe it. I searched for some other explanation, but everything led to that.
Ramos was charged with public lewdness and disorderly conduct, both misdemeanors, but police say he could face felony charges of animal cruelty. The district attorney is waiting for DNA results to determine if Ramos had sexual contact with the dog.
There you go.
They found a human load in the dog's van.
Yeah. That's pretty much it.
I searched for another explanation.
That's pretty much it. You find that load in there and do a little DNA testing and go, yeah.
Why couldn't he was just jerking off and the dog just happened to be in the car?
Dog fucker.
Louis, you're onto something. Again.
That's what happened.
For real, here is your feel-good story for today, Monday.
This is a story about ageless love. In Argentina, this 82-year-old woman just got married to this 24-year-old man. Love blossomed between these two when the groom went to live with the bride, a family friend, after his mother died. After being engaged for several years, the civil service sealed the relationship. This newlywed says his wife is a very special person with amazing energy. When asked if the marriage would be purely spiritual, the bride says there will be more. The response greeted with laughter. The couple is off to a honeymoon in Rio de Janeiro, proving with a kiss that old saying, love knows no boundaries.
Everyone laughed when they said,
okay, terrific.
They're gonna be fucking, because that's pretty much it. Is it spiritual or anything else? We'll be fucking. Sure you will.
Of course you will.
In Rio de Janeiro.
She's 82, he's 24.
That'll work out well. That's good. Fucking. I hope they don't bring the KY in their carry-on, because there are limitations to fluids you can bring on the aircraft these days.
He's got to burst the scabs on her pussy to get any lubrication.
Yeah.
Eating her out. He looks like Colonel Sanders.
Oh, God. All flakes on his... Dandruff flakes on his beard after eating her out.
We wanted to do this story on the other side. Another person got kicked off a plane for wearing something inappropriate.
Oh,
yeah.
Now, the first two were like, hot girls with hot outfits.
But the one that I saw in Southwest, it was not a big deal.
No, it wasn't ridiculous. She was wearing a skirt, but it wasn't ridiculously short.
No.
And she was covered up top.
And up top, it was a sexy top, but she had a bra and everything.
Who's taking some...
I don't know. If it was the case on every airline, it
has to be
Marissa there would be on a no-fly list with terrorists. She wouldn't be allowed to fly. She's always showing cleavage.
That was a compliment.
Yeah, it was a compliment, by the way.
Because she's not really
It must be ugly flight attendants who are like, you whore. Get off this plane, you whore.
Yeah, that's what it is. And I think it was, in one case, I think it was a guy flight attendant, because here's what I think. Guy came in, this guy's like, the flight attendant's like, I'm going to give him all the attention this whole fucking flight, blah, blah, blah. And then this big monster comes in and sits down, and the guy takes interest in her.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, she's got to go.
Get out of here.
She was cock blocking him.
Ugly bitch.
Yeah. Slut.
Flat.
Well, we have another one of those. Let's take a listen to this.
Southwest Airlines says it will apologize to a passenger told to change his sexually suggestive shirt or get off the plane. Joe Winnicky says he was sitting in the last row of a Columbus to Tampa flight when an employee gave him the ultimatum. Winnicky says that
Columbus to
What a hell flight anyway.
Both cities we could lose. if Iran hit Columbus and Tampa, we would even go, dude, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
Just say it was an accident.
I thought it was a nonstop flight from New York to London or something.
Two worst cities ever.
Columbus to
Jesus, from
and
shit to fuck.
Let him fly naked. Who gives a shit?
Worried about his shirt?
From the country's asshole to its pussy. This is the worst two cities.
Yeah, but pussy's nice.
I know, but not the country's pussy. It's 200 years old.
All right. So it's an old pussy.
Yeah, it's a smelly old pussy.
was sitting in the last row of a Columbus to Tampa flight when an employee gave him the ultimatum. Winnicky says the airline violated his free speech rights. Back in July, Southwest created a public uproar by telling a woman on a flight that her outfit was too revealing for her to fly.
Now, the guy had a T-shirt that had some kind of masturbation joke on it, like masturbator.
It was a fishing. It looked like a fishing bait supply store thing, and it was like
masturbator.
Masturbator.
That's all.
You know, that old.
I wonder where it was, because I have a T-shirt from a place in Connecticut called Masturbate and Tackle.
Yeah,
I wear it all the time.
That's pretty much the shirt.
They would kick you off the plane.
They only showed Master on TV, and
they wouldn't even show the other half of the shirt.
It's the same place.
So we're like, well, Master.
It's a very old place. It's not like, you know, they're not trying to be jackoffs. They just
it's a real place.
Yeah, Masturbate and Tackle. It's kind of a popular shirt because it's funny.
Yeah, but even
and then on the back it says, "I get my crabs at Masturbate and Tackle."
But even old people had.
Could they make any more fucking genital jokes?
Yeah, I jack off my cock at the fish store.
It's not even trying to be subtle or clever anymore.
Exactly.
Fuck a cunt here.
Fuck a cunt fish store.
Hey, Louis,
It's on pendulum.
would you ever use a cattle prod on your kid?
No.
I don't know if we play this. I'm going to get this out of the way.
Cattle prods are usually used on cows.
Wow.
According to authorities
Really?
in
It's
Kansas...
the news? You dumb
They did not
fucking...
just say cattle prods.
Cattle prods
Are usually...
blow-dried cunt.
Wait till you hear this, kids, but they're usually
used on That made more
Cattle
sense.
prods are usually used on cows. But according to authorities in Kansas, a mother is accused of using the electric shocking device to discipline her 15-year-old daughter.
The girl told us that the cattle prod was used on her twice on the arm, twice on the thigh, and twice in her chest area. It's my understanding that she may have came home late, or mom thought she was later, and used that as a form of discipline.
Saline County authorities found the girl while searching for 2 other runaways, though she had not been reported missing. She told deputies that she ran away because of the abuse.
If you want to get a child's attention, there's other ways to do it than that.
Officials say that the abuse started in February and ended last week. The teen's mother, 52-year-old Connie Thompson Dupes, was arrested. Dupes is out on bail, and the teen is now in foster care.
Oh, Christ. Does it feel good Mondays already? I don't know. I like that the abuse started in February. It's like Woody Allen's thing. My parents only beat me once. They began beating me in 1943 and finished in 1952 or whatever. Jesus Christ. Fucking dirty Kansas horror.
A cattle prod. Maybe the daughter was a little out of hand.
Maybe she was really fat.
Yeah.
She was fat. Maybe she thought it was a cow.
Yeah, maybe there was some confusion there.
Maybe she thought the cow came home late.
His name was Elsie. Her fucking fat retard tits really drinking milk.
We should have stopped wearing that blue ribbon, you fat cunt.
She didn't know.
Why are you fucking throwing grass up into your mouth and chewing it?
Exactly.
Disgusting pig.
Cud chewing bitch.
Exactly. You're eating the shag rug, stupid. She had 4 little hooves. Fucking. They were just brown fucking shoes, but they looked like hooves. And fat Elsie, the ribbon wearing leaky titted twat.
Leaky titted twat.
So the mother didn't know. She was like, go out in the yard. Parents thought it was a miracle because it was a talking cow. Well, it's finally time for the feel-good story of the day. It's Feel-Good Story Monday before we do Line of the Day. And we got it. It's an easy one today. It's this fine little story. Your feel-good story.
Tonight's top story, the truth about what really happened the night a tiny baby was bitten by a puppy. It's a story you'll only see right here on Eyewitness.
What really happened the night
Oh, God,
That's so weird because he just explained what really happened when a tiny baby was bitten by a puppy.
By a puppy.
Actually, the puppy fucked the baby in the mouth and shit in its eye.
Like, what the fuck? Yeah, the whole story's pretty much done.
Yeah.
And then it's a story you'll only hear here on CB.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, so?
Because you dug deeper than the other news channels. That's the only reason we're hearing it there.
We actually visited the house inappropriately. And long after everyone had left them alone, we squeezed one more detail out of their retarded brother. He told us that the puppy is gay.
Well, I want to know now what happened. That's all you need.
Here's your feel-good story of the day.
A puppy. It's a story you'll only see right here on Eyewitness News everywhere. A 5-month-old boy's genitals were mutilated, and there is outrage about what happened. First of all, let's ask about the baby, Joyce.
How's a feel-good story?
Yeah, it's a feel-good story.
There's outrage about what happened.
Why is there outrage?
As genitals.
Let's ask about the baby, Joyce. How's he doing tonight?
Cameron, tonight the baby's
Dude, his genitals are chewing.
Well, his genitals are gone.
Apartment complex where the attack happened, people are still talking about it 9 days later.
Nah, man.
It's crazy.
I'm pretty
I can't
far
believe
from
a puppy
fucking
could
okay.
chew the private part, everything off a baby. I don't think that's possible.
Oh, no.
I don't believe that a puppy could chew the private parts off of a baby.
Off a baby.
But I'm glad he did, because otherwise I didn't have much to do today. And now I'm on the news. You know, she was at home. Oh, honey, come in here. I'm on the news talking about the dog eating that baby's balls.
Attack happened, people are
Let's
still
hear that
talking about it 9 days later.
Of course they are.
It's crazy. I can't believe a puppy could chew the private part, everything off a baby. I don't think that's possible.
I think it's possible. I don't think that's possible.
What do you think dicks are made out of? Tinfoil and metal? You fucking idiot. They're made of flesh. Puppies have teeth.
Probably comes off easier from a baby than like an old dude.
And I'm sure a puppy would like, that's kind of like a play toy thing for a puppy.
Yeah, and a baby doesn't have much defense.
No. It goes and it hits its own head.
Just sit there and...
cock is being mangled. Fucking stupid baby.
And now they got to grow up together, the baby and the puppy.
The puppy, accused of mutilating the infant's genitals, is at the Memphis Animal Shelter. And neighbors aren't the only ones who say there's no way a dog could do such a thing to a child.
What?
This email, circulating around Memphis newsrooms right now, claims the puppy didn't do it. The writer of this email says that the baby's genitals are completely gone. Scooped out, says this person, with a straight-edge knife or razor by someone who cops say may have done it as possible gang retaliation against the baby's mother or someone related to her.
Holy shit.
Jesus Christ.
Come on now.
She's stepping on my fucking... She was stepping in our neighborhood.
Yeah, you're on my turf.
You wore a blue fucking kerchief on my street. I'm gonna scoop out your baby's balls and blame it on your puppy.
Grab a 5-iron and take a divot out of your kid.
What do you fucking do to a gang where the punishment is to take your baby's dick?
Oh, well, you disrespected them.
Yeah,
you made you made your fingers do a funny sign near their house.
Right.
And all you want to do is pick their nose. You didn't know.
If you bump into one of them and maybe look like perhaps the guy shouldn't have walked into you, that deserves your kid getting his dick cut off.
Fucking worthless assholes.
Oh, jackasses.
They should firebomb the entire apartment complex if that's the truth.
Awful.
Yeah.
Related to her. But tonight, Memphis police tell me everything in that email is fiction, completely untrue.
It's been ruled an animal injury. The injury was caused by an animal.
It's amazing how we all jump on that immediately.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
just nonsense.
It's all fiction. No, it's not.
Well, that's what everybody in the Memphis living rooms did when it came on the news. You see what those fucking people do? I told you about those people. You called me rape. Oh, okay, it wasn't true.
Not true. Well, never get it.
Right.
Stupid dogs.
Still, though.
Tonight,
it does happen.
If they remains unclear. As for the baby boy, hospital sources say he faces a very long and difficult road to recovery.
Where was the mom at all this time? Because I know it just didn't happen in no split second. It had to go on for a while, and I know that baby was crying.
She's imagining
where was she at?
It's a baby dick. I could bite it off in one shot. How long do you think it takes? This is not the finger off a fucking statue in Columbus Circle.
Where was the mom at? Well, the answer to that will have to come from the MPD's Child Advocacy Group and the Department of Children's Services. Both agencies still investigating this case, working very closely with the family to get some answers.
That's on our peanut butter.
Mother was tiptoeing the Jif quietly back into the fridge.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Well, I don't want to know where the mom was when all this happened.
Here's more from the crazy Polish guy.
Despite 2 clear warnings that he does not speak English, the RCMP speak to Zakansky in English for about 29 seconds before they taser him. At one point just before this, Zakansky can be seen putting his hands up and walking away, seemingly in frustration. You can hear someone yell, "Hit him again, hit him again."
Harder, harder.
Hit the Pollock, hit the Pollock.
Harder, harder.
Hit the Pollock, hit the Pollock.
I thought that was going to be funny. It really was just a man dying.
Yeah. There's really no humor there.
Well, he didn't die like Jerry Lewis or something.
No! I don't. The thing, the how I...
And he clearly said twice he doesn't speak English. How exactly would he do that?
Yeah, exactly.
Just heard a guy die.
Dude, I don't speak English.
Yeah. Stop. Here's the last.
Don't tase me, bro.
Don't tase me, bro.
I love that.
Two
Don't
more
tase me,
join in.
bro.
One officer appearing to place his knee on the victim's neck, but appears to remain there even after Zakansky stops breathing.
Oh, boy.
About here, Zakansky seems to stop breathing, and the officer with his back to the camera still has his right knee on the victim's neck.
I heard him saying code red.
On the right of your screen, someone in a suit appears to check for a pulse. An autopsy would later reveal Zikansky had no drugs or alcohol in his body at the time of death.
Damn. But he had a lot of volts of electricity.
It was glowing.
Might have had something to do with it.
It seemed like the knee to the neck might have caused some complications there.
Yeah.
That's the thing that has kept me from doing anything where I would be arrested in that fashion.
Yeah.
Like if I ever get arrested, I will be very cooperative gentleman. I'll put my hands behind my back, whatever it takes. But the resisting thing, that knee to the neck.
There's a whole bunch of standard procedures that can kill you.
Yeah, exactly. And they're fine with it. Like,
totally.
you will just be dead, and they'll go on working.
Yep.
Oh, the cops love killing people.
Yeah, well, it's we have a case here in New York.
Sweeping statement, I know.
Case here in New York where a guy was shot 20 times. He came out of his house. A 911 call came in. Mother said that her son is acting all weird and violent. Could you send the police? And in the background, the son, all you hear him saying is, "I got a gun. I got a gun. Come on, bring it." So that's what the 911 operator then conveyed to the police.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't understand that when you call 911, it doesn't go to the cop car as he's answering. The cop just hears, "We have a call, violent man with a weapon."
Yeah. It's a very dangerous version of telephone.
Right. So they go there. Now a second 911 call comes in. And apparently this one, which just turned up today, the mother again calls and somehow says, kind of vaguely, that her son doesn't have a gun. But the son keeps saying he's got a gun.
How do you vaguely say you don't have a gun?
Yeah.
Because she was kind of like...
my son doesn't have a gun.
Yeah, he doesn't have a gun. Well, the 911 operator asked, "Is he armed? Does he have a gun?" And she went, he said something. It wasn't like, no, he does not have a gun. Don't shoot him.
It was a bit vague.
Yeah, it was a little vague.
Yeah.
And that message doesn't get to the cops. They're already, they're flying. They could be there already.
Yeah, it's yes or no.
Right.
Yeah.
So he comes out of the window finally, and the cops tell him to stop. He grabs into his pants and under his shirt and pulls something out. They open fire on him. It turns out to be a brush.
Yeah.
It's a brush.
I agree with the cops on that. I reckon kill them.
Yeah. The cops were well within their right. They felt the cop there doesn't have to be a gun. They just have to feel that their life is being threatened to use deadly force.
And if he was pulling a brush out, he was just being cheeky, wasn't he? At that moment, he didn't want to...
Cheeky. That's one word
he was
for
just
it.
being a bit cheeky there.
Yes, he was. I think you're right.
And implying that he had a gun, so kill the bastard.
But I heard Earl on Ron and Fez yesterday commenting on this, and of course Earl was all against the police on this one, saying they shot at him even after he dropped the brush. All I could think of, I wanted to call him, but all I could think of is the cops going, "He dropped a brush, which means he's still got a gun." And just opened up on him.
He reached into his pants and pulled out a black hand. So it needed to be shot.
Pretty much. Some people are saying that.
They look like their hands look like guns.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Hey, Dr. Phil, we're going to try to get this on before we get out of here. Dr. Phil talks about racist Xbox and cyberbullying.
Racist Xbox?
Yes. Well, this was something we were talking about yesterday.
I bought an Xbox, and I don't see any racism going on the...
I would have to deny that, too.
Oh, Jesus.
They're all playing Call of Duty 4. And, you get the trash talk, but it gets a little ugly in those rooms. And now Dr. Phil kind of wants to maybe put a stop to this.
Well, how is he going to put a stop to it?
So this isn't something that's in the Xbox. It's stuff that kids are saying to each other while they're playing.
Yes.
Adults.
Well, say me and Anthony were in a room.
Right.
If me and Anthony were in a room, and then the other team comes in after.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then the guy from the other team, the first thing out of his mouth is, "Yo, we're gonna kick your asses." Then some stuff. Sometimes some people say some stuff after that.
Yeah, it gets really, it could get racist and homophobic. Yeah. Also, even though we're not.
But that's like saying a guy goes up to a guy on the street.
Yeah.
And calls him a Jew or whatever.
Yeah.
And then so they go, "We got to take that street down." Right?
Right.
Isn't that basically what it is? It's just
pretty much that's
just
what he's
another
saying.
meeting place for people to act awful towards each other.
Yeah, while they're playing a game.
Yeah, but it's got nothing to do
Together.
with Xbox.
That's no,
a damn good people
point,
are
man.
No, it's just another communication vehicle.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous.
It's just that white people will call black people those words if they can do it from a safe distance.
Yeah, of course. I'll tell you what happens.
Your living room.
I'll tell you what happens. We play Call of Duty 4, which is one of the best games ever. And Bobby Kelly here came up with General Bobby Kelly came up with the clan name. They call them clans, by the way.
That doesn't help.
No offense, but it's like a team. And ours is GAAY. So it's, Team Gay with two gays. And so in front of your name, in little brackets, it says GAAY, and that way you know that we're all on one team. Right. So the second we get in a room with another team, they just instantly start, and it's just nothing but homophobic.
Yeah, but it doesn't, because you're the guys, you guys are owning it. Like you're going ahead and calling yourselves
We're
gay,
calling ourselves the gay.
And they're acting like you didn't notice that it's spelled
that it's spelled gay.
It doesn't help that we're like, hey guys.
Yeah, we kind of we greet them when they come into the rooms that
must
way.
Make them so mad,
and they get very angry. And people don't want to play us. And if there are a team, because there are teams then of specifically Jewish guys. There's the Jews. Their name of the team is Jews.
Right.
And they'll play, and there's certain black teams that'll play.
Right.
And
so it turns into all of that.
It just turns into gay bashing and racial bashing back and forth.
And so Dr. Phil wants to punish
I don't know. Well, let's find. And he's
Xbox.
right. Dr. Phil is right.
Let's find out.
And the greatest part about it is the fact that you're saying these things, which is fine, but you're playing a game that is probably the most violent game I've ever played in my life. It's fantastically violent. I love it. And it shouldn't be any other way, but you are blowing people up.
Yeah, but don't call him a faggot.
Yeah, don't say that. Perish the thought.
Really?
Yeah, they probably would have a problem with that.
I shouldn't be on this show.
The thing that stinks about the game is so politically correct that we're actually still fighting Russians.
Right?
They're
the only acceptable enemy.
It just went to Russians, too. We actually were still fighting Germans up until last year.
Oh, my
God. Now, we're actually fighting Russians.
Germans are always the bad guys.
With laser scopes, which we didn't even fight them with
Even though we fought Korea between those two, you can't do Koreans.
And you can't do the people...
But wait a minute, what about...
Because Germans and Russians are the only white enemies we've had in the last 100 years.
No, there are
Arabs in there.
I played a few games. Arabs are the hardest board. Arabs and Asians are the hardest boards on video games now.
Yeah,
Russians is very easy to beat now.
That's because they have Chinese stars.
Yeah.
And nunchucks.
When are people going to learn, though, that it's not about Xbox. It's not. Nothing's going to. You can't change racism through. Nothing's going to change until
two tin cans and a string. It's strung between a black guy and a white guy.
None's going to help.
You're just going to get crap.
Black people got to stop stealing, and gay people have to stop hurting God, and Jews have to stop manipulating the media. And then you got to get to the root of the problem.
As soon as anybody but black people admit that there's racism.
No, it's gonna stop when we're all the same color.
It's like we think racism is the boogeyman or the Loch Ness monster. Nobody white ever says it unless it's a joking manner.
Exactly.
Oh,
no, I remember when Venus and Serena Williams complained that they get racist attitudes thrown at them on tour.
Right.
Like people yell stuff at them during matches and stuff. And so they asked Martina Hingis, the Swiss player. That's as white as it gets, is Swiss.
Of course.
And she said, I'm on the same tour and I don't see the racism. Yeah, they don't really. They reserve it for the Williams sisters.
She's too busy doing drugs.
Those Williams sisters, just because they call you Niglet doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's see what Dr. Phil has to say on this subject. So he did a whole show on this yesterday with the Xbox.
I love playing video games as much as I like eating food. I've been a loyal customer of Xbox Live and Xbox 360. Now it's gotten worse with the racial slurs, the name calling, and the bullying online. I've been calling you monkey, or your hands greasy from eating all that chicken. I'm gonna put a lynch on your door, or is that your kids in the background? So I had to stop my children from playing the online games. My 10-year-old daughter, my 13-year-old son, and even my 5-year-old son. And he asks me, Daddy, why I can't play online with you? I want to play that. I go, no, but he goes, why? They're going to call me names, and I think that's sad for a 5-year-old even to know that.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Why, you have your kids playing video games, you crappy parent?
Have they
Me and
played
Anthony are looking at each other like, whoops.
Have they played against Team Gay?
Sorry.
I didn't mean it.
I think they're talking about you guys.
Yeah, Jesus. You're like, oh, that was mine.
Yeah, oh, boy.
But that greasy chicken there, I didn't know he was black. I thought he was just cooking chicken.
I just thought he played poorly.
Yeah, the control is slipping out of your hand, obviously.
No.
Oh, my God.
It was Erd Lee. I was calling him cheap.
Wow. Well, you know what? The internet, that type of thing is just basically a CB radio.
Yeah.
I mean, it's you talking to a bunch of guys. You don't know where they are, and
you can't see them either, so you don't know what color they are or a religion or anything like that.
You can't tell by a voice.
Sometimes you
when
can.
their clan name is
The last
DMX.
bastion of racism. Boy, y'all are trying to find any way to do it.
I know.
You can't do it out in the open no more.
It's the two. Every time there's a new technology, porn and racism is the biggest thing to come out of it.
Thank God.
White people just trying to find different ways to be racist. It's just bothering.
And you take this away from
Think
us,
all the
we'll figure out
technology
another
we
one.
have to invent to be more racist.
We're not that good at anything else. Look at it. We're amazing at that.
What do you mean we're?
I don't understand why you keep grouping yourself in, Spick. You're a red-headed plumber. You're a farmer.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing.
Don't
That's
pick
how
my
great.
spinach. Stop with the weed. You're an albino Mexican.
But that's how powerful. That's how powerful whiteness is, that it transcends Mexicanness.
It does purify everything.
It does. You can be born in Africa of African black parents and be named Mumbamba. If you're white, come on, but join the health club. Join the club.
Oh, man.
Get to the front of the bus, my friend. I don't care where you're from.
Black president? No way in hell.
You know how many
It won't
arguments I've had
happen.
with my girlfriend over racist remarks I make? She can't
Really?
believe I make them. She's like, would you say that in front of Patrice? Like,
Well, yeah,
yes.
in front of me.
Of course.
Yeah.
But not most.
By the way,
Gavin? No.
By the
She
way,
must hate me then.
by the way, what
She must
Patrice
hate me.
what Patrice called Louis got dumped. You just can't.
What? Did it really?
Yeah, it got dumped.
But I was calling Louis that, and he said okay.
It's just ridiculous.
That's a bad one.
On
That's a
behalf
bad
of all
one.
Mexicans,
All right,
I
listen.
accept the phrase. And
Yeah, whatever. Let's play
no
more
problem.
Dr. Phil audio here.
Only if you put N-span.
I do,
behind
though,
it.
feel for anybody.
Oh
on
my
that-
God! You should be hit with a brick, but that was funny.
At least now everyone knows what the hell we were talking about.
All right, listen, here we go. Gamer's wife
Oh,
tells
my
Dr.
God.
Phil why she is concerned about this racist stuff going on online.
So you're worried that he's going to maybe draw these people into the real world?
I just, Dr. Phil, I just feel like in the internet, in this situation, anything is possible. I don't know who these people are. They're claiming to be the KKK, and I have a real big problem with that. They're calling my children monkeys, that they're going to hang them, they're going to kill them, they're going to kill me. It's crazy, and it's out of control, and nobody is trying to do anything about this.
But it's
my
not
husband has contacted Microsoft for many years, and I don't understand why the FBI is not all over that.
FBI. Maybe they should look for, people that want to fly planes into buildings. Leave the FBI alone. They shouldn't be after Xbox. You're talking about the same thing that you get on the computer. Internet cowards, they're called. They just get on there, bash people. They're nameless and faceless and have no courage to confront anybody. And that's all you're getting. I understand how offensive it is to this woman and her kids and her husband and everything. That's completely understandable. But as far as it actually being a threat, it's not.
I think it is. But they shouldn't have their kids playing the game. I mean, they're exposing their kids to a lot of bad things.
So you think the game shouldn't be?
No, it's got nothing to do with the game.
Mm-hmm.
Make no mistake. It's awful and disgusting that people go on Xbox and call
Play other races. We should stick with our own.
Really try to. And call, and that they call, and they go there. They're awful people. But this woman shouldn't have her kid playing it, and it's got nothing to do with Xbox. Again, Xbox is just the street that they met on. It's not. It's absurd. It's misused energy to fight in that direction. Like, we got to go after Xbox. It's got nothing to do with Xbox.
There's so many options on Xbox. You can complain about somebody. You can actually send something directly to Microsoft about a particular person.
You can block so you
them.
can't hear them anymore.
You can mute anybody you want,
Yep.
and you can run your own room and kick anybody you want out of the room. So. and there's certain times kids shouldn't play. When we're on,
no kids should play.
They shouldn't be around.
They shouldn't be on.
Children, and you're letting them play. If you have children and you're letting your kids play Xbox, you should have your children take it away.
Xbox Online.
Your kids should be taken away from
racism on Wii bowling. Anything like that on the Wiimote? No. When you use the Wiimote to play Wii bowling with those wobble-headed bobble doll characters, or Wii baseball?
No. Can you make your own bowling ball to look like somebody's face?
Oh, God. All right, listen. Dr. Phil makes the brilliant observation that technology is good and it's bad.
Wow, Dr. Phil.
Technology, there's good and bad. I mean, you enjoy playing this game, right? You couldn't do that before the technology existed, but it comes with a downside.
I'm spending thousands of dollars to Microsoft. So I think, and it's coming inside of my house.
Yeah, and so you think they owe you some protection?
What?
Right.
All right, you're crazy.
Thousands of dollars.
You're crazy.
I don't play online. I love artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
I love playing the game. I don't like getting online.
Online is great.
MySpace people
Real
always
people.
say, what's your gamer tag? I don't want to play with you.
No, it's great playing real people.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
Because you know you're frustrated. When you shoot someone in the face, you know they're sitting in their house just going, they're so frustrated. Because that's usually me.
You're playing against somebody else's psychology. Like if the computer runs around the thing like 8 times. I may run around, stop, and come back and shoot you in the face.
Call of Duty 4, just playing it on hard is not hard enough.
You're just pissing away your brain on that stuff.
Yeah,
it's just the worst thing for a human being.
I love it.
I think, look, for you, how old are you now?
In my 40s.
You're just coasting to your death. Nobody, it's fine.
It's true.
There's nothing being wasted. Fun. You've got your career. You make money. You go ahead.
You've learned everything you want to learn.
Yeah,
so
but for Bob Kelly. You look 2 bad months and you're homeless. So you're putting your life in danger.
Wow, he just went right out of pockets.
He actually gave you an extra month.
Somebody with Spanish doubloons in their pocket just told you you're broke.
All right, listen. We got 2 more clips we want to squeeze in here. Gamer afraid that the people threatening him will find out who he is by Googling him. But he's not worried that he's on national TV talking about this. So let's listen to this clip.
And your fear is they've said, I'm going to Google you. I'm going to find. You got a tag that you use when you're playing. Yeah. That somehow they can trace that back through, get to your account, find out where you live, and get to you. And that's a possible. That's a possible thing. I mean, that's a real possibility.
Yes, it is, Dr. Phil.
Right?
My fear is my kids, targeting my kids, and who knows? I don't know. I mean, if people write, I think my rights are violated, especially if you're writing KKK and you're actually taking the time to do all this stuff and
3 letters
out stuff and it's just horrible.
It doesn't take much time. It's one key.
I should be able to.
Ding, ding, ding. There it is.
Don't forget caps lock.
I should be able to swim in the Pacific Ocean without sharks attacking me. I need someone to protect me against these sharks when I get in that water. Why? How about not getting in the water, my friend?
Yeah,
no, exactly. I should have it's my God-given right.
No,
it isn't.
To get on the internet and play. Shut up.
Game is rated M also, so the kids shouldn't be playing it. No. Well, it said rated M.
Let me say this. Let me say this to black people, please. Intellectual black people, stop messing around with dumb white people. That's what I'm really getting tired of.
Yeah.
It's always a retarded white guy, and then black people getting ready to go, well, and then he gets on it, and it's a travesty.
Yeah.
It's like it's these Yahoo white boys that's calling you a monkey, and you're bothered by that.
Yeah. Let's go to Kevin in Connecticut. Kevin.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys need the Malcolm Xbox.
Let's go to Travis from the Bronx. Travis.
Yeah, I play plenty of Call of Duty all the time. I'm black, and all this racism is just nothing. This guy who's complaining about he's a damn wimp. He's a grown man.
Yep.
Come on now. I mean, if people are going to talk trash to you, it's all in good fun. They don't really mean to hurt your feelings. If they do, then
you know what they're, yo, dude, you know what they're doing all here? Making a monkey face, all of them.
Oh, shut up.
They're all putting their tongue up into their top lip, and they're going,
Jimmy's up on the counter.
Except
Jimmy's swinging from a chandelier and throwing bananas at people.
We were actually trying to make the face.
Yeah.
All right.
I thought it, didn't say it. Glad I didn't.
I use the American History Xbox. That's the one I like to use.
Let's go to Mike
Excuse me.
in Dallas. Or is this Max? Mike?
Yes, Mike.
What's up, Mike?
I'm a truck driver, and they do the same thing on the CB. They do all the talking noise. We call them CB Rambos. You know, you can't see who they are, but that's all they do is talk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did that. I did that coming back from Monterey. My friend had a CB. He goes, watch this. And he goes, is there anywhere a black guy can get breakfast around here? And just
no.
I mean, nonstop for an hour and a half. The best joke, some of the best jokes I've ever heard. I mean, really good jokes.
No, the
like
thing
knock jokes and everything.
I love the fact that he knew. He goes, watch this. I've done it a few times.
The thing is, if you go out to like real America, where real people are, all humor is racist.
Yeah.
Every single.
Yeah.
That's all people talk about. It's that bad.
Right.
Like we have a house upstate in Columbia County, which is a very rural part of New York, and my neighbor, who's a farmer, invited me to watch the Tyson Lennox Lewis fight in his barn. He stole satellite.
Wow.
And so all of my neighbors were all these really nice people. We all went and watched it. And a couple of minutes into the fight, some guy's like, look at them monkeys up there. And they just start. And I'm sitting there like, I just feel horrible.
And in front of you. And you're like the new guy there?
Yeah, I'm like the New Yorker.
Yeah.
And they're, but they're all, I realize that's all, they sharpen their humor on racism. It's the only thing they have to make fun of. Like, that's all they do.
All right, we got the final clip here from Dr. Phil.
And it's a site on there, a game called Uno. Everybody knows what Uno is. It's actually a live feed. It's 4 people. Actually, it's 4 people have a camera, and we can see each other as we play the game Uno. Now you have people on there taking off their clothes and perverted things, running around naked.
Nice.
And it's all about the money now. It's so easy to get online now. You can go to your local 7-Eleven, your liquor store, and buy this a month
the liquor store, the gun store, the KFC. What the? Come on, dude.
Put out a local check.
Everybody always says library.
Yeah.
Everybody always
There's a library. I know.
Buy one up on the corner.
The coffee shop or the library.
Kennedy Fried Chicken.
This guy's no Reverend Al. He's really trying to get something going.
This guy's burying himself.
I get my
Boy,
hats.
he stayed on that Uno game long enough to notice that they're getting naked.
They're getting naked.
He should have turned his computer off immediately.
I'm getting Uno.
Here's the second half of the clip.
You can go to your local 7-Eleven, your liquor store, and buy this a year subscription for $49. You can buy one for $7.
This is an
and
ad.
Come
for...
home, actually type in the code, and you're online. So who's to say my son, my daughter, gets online, plays Uno, and it's a pervert online, luring her to go do something. So who's at fault?
Did he say
You as the parent,
or
stupid.
is it Microsoft? If something happens to my kid.
Oh my God! Shut up.
Blame Microsoft.
Yeah, go ahead.
God.
How about this? People to get online and stuff like that, you got to use your real name and identity. How about that?
No.
Why not?
That ain't gonna happen.
Because you'd be arrested, I'd be in jail.
No, but I'm saying, like, where else? There are other places.
You know what?
But where else can you interact without any real facial recognition? The internet's a weird place. Like any other time.
It's not just as Patrice deftly put it, retarded white folk. It's also supposedly smart. Like with the writer's strike, there's like this online sort of forum of people talking about it, and they're all like writers and like, millionaires.
Yeah.
Arguing about it. And like I went on once and questioned something the Writers Guild was doing.
Boy.
And they're just like, you piece of... Like, I mean, I never gotten sworn at so much in my life.
Yeah.
And just say, you should have your this and that torn open and just... And these are like guys with jobs in mansions.
All of a sudden they come out.
With anonymous names.
Yeah.
It just says Writer02. And
That's
they're
what it
just
is.
like, you're a piece of...
There's zero accountability.
That's all it is.
Online, and everyone knows that, so you could say whatever you want, and there's no responsibility.
I was in a chat room one time and someone said something I didn't like, and I'm like, oh, jump in a lake.
Hey.
Watch out.
Easy.
Listen to this.
It was sitting on that cement right there.
For about a year, Jean Mansell has cherished her cement Jesus statue, an heirloom from her late uncle.
There was footprints behind it and footprints in front of it.
But Thursday morning, Jean walked outside only to find that Jesus was gone.
My husband got a phone call.
Come on. Do you really have to put it that way?
That newscaster.
To find that Jesus was gone.
He didn't say Jesus statue.
No.
Jesus
her
was
gift
gone. Was gone. To find that Jesus was gone.
Was gone. That Jesus was gone.
My husband got a phone call in a real graspy voice over the phone saying, check your mailbox.
In the mailbox, a ransom note.
The note basically said they were holding Jesus for ransom.
The note reads, "We are holding Jesus ransom until you clean up the poopy from your wieners, and trust us, we see you take your wieners for long walks without picking up their poopy in our yards. This has upset us dearly, so please clean up all the wiener poopy if you want to see Jesus unharmed."
Oh my God!
I hate our country.
Yo, drop a bomb! Drop bombs on us now, somebody!
It is the worst.
Is that the whole story?
No, Jimmy.
What happened? Did Christ escape?
We'll tell you Monday.
Oh, look at you with the tease.
He got arrested and he's lost in Weehawken somewhere.
Yeah.
It has to be a young person because they put these little lines next to the word Jesus. No adult's going to waste their time doing that. And referring to wiener poopy, my gosh.
My gosh.
My
gosh. Put lines next to the word what? I didn't understand that.
Yeah,
Jesus?
next to the word Jesus. I don't know what they
What
mean by
lines? Man, unless they underlined it.
Or they put it in quotes.
quotation marks, maybe.
No grown-up's going to waste their time doing that.
Like, it's not Jesus, it's Jesus, you know.
Well,
it's your
actually, it was,
Jesus. It makes sense,
it's
yeah.
appropriate
It's
for
actually,
Jesus in quotes.
It's actually good punctuation they were
Yeah.
using there.
This could be the greatest news story because it has Jesus, wiener, and poopy in it.
It's pretty
all in one.
All in one.
Hee hee hee.
Jean has 4 wiener dogs and admits there was a complaint last year about their leavings, but says she's cleaned up every pile since.
Why can't this guy talk like a human being?
They're leaving?
They're leaving.
leaving. He already said poopy like 4 times.
Yes, a poopy. Wiener poopy.
I think he was like probably were going over the copy when he was doing the voiceover.
Yeah.
Should I say poopy or, it doesn't seem dignified. I was saying poopy and quoting the letter.
Right.
I think now that it's me speaking, I should say
feces, like an adult.
Should I say feces? No,
that doesn't. How about leaving?
Waste? No.
Leavings.
Leavings. Because I could say it with that inflection. Leaving.
Leaving.
Oh.
Start Googling wiener poopy. Let's go, guys.
There it is.
Let's go. Wiener poopy.
We want that as top Google search for the day.
Yeah, this is today's Google search. Wiener poopy.
Can we hear the end of that again where he says leavings, please?
Leavings. Leavings.
It has to be a young person because they put these little lines next to the word Jesus. No adult's going to waste their time doing that. And referring to wiener poopy, my gosh.
My gosh.
Jean has 4 wiener dogs and admits there was a complaint last year about their leavings, but says she's cleaned up every pile since.
We really built that up.
Yeah, he just goes, complaints about their leavings. We're like, leavings. Yeah, I liked our version better.
Me too.
Says she's cleaned up every pile since.
I take my dogs for a walk. I carry a plastic bag with me, and I pick up anything that they do.
Now, Jean just wants her statue back and says she won't press charges.
I hate this guy.
That one's really bad.
I hate
she wants
this
her statue
guy.
back and says she won't press charges. Let me do another one. Take 2. Let me do it. She says and says she won't press charges. How was that? Can I hear that back?
Is there a school for that? Is there some place we don't know about, like broadcasting school where they tell you to do this?
Does it sound like someone's
You have to use your diaphragm.
Someone's entering you, and you're needing to
Leaving.
And she said, "Oh, that's good." Yes.
How long?
Why?
How long is broadcasting school?
It could be 4 years, yes. Or it could be a quick weekend course.
For this guy, it's like a 2 year. It's like the same as, being a sous chef for, the Olive Garden.
The American Culinary Institute.
Can we just hear that last part again with the and says she wants her Jesus statue back.
Bag with me, and I pick up anything that they do.
Now, Jean just wants her statue back and says she won't press charges.
All right, that was worth it.
And says.
Jean just wants her statue back and says she won't press charges if Jesus isn't harmed.
And I thought, my gosh, something like that's going to be safe in your yard.
Why?
It wasn't.
Why would you think that? It's outside.
It wasn't.
It's safe in your house, in your locked garage, in your yard. It's not safe.
No,
it's sitting outside, dummy.
Yeah. Did we take your daughter's leavings to the doctor's office yet?
Where are her leavings?
Oh, you still got her leavings in your hand.
Louis C.K. still has them and says he needs somebody to bring them down to the pediatrician. And says the poopy from the wiener child.
Voice? What is that?
I don't understand what that is.
Who told these people that that's how we like to hear things?
We want to hear the news delivered in a phony, singy voice. And says,
he sounds like a American version of the BBC guys. BBC News.
Oh, they are really weird.
And genocide. Like every story somehow has.
Yes.
And HIV/AIDS.
There was a problem in Baghdad. Another bombing which claimed the lives of hundreds. What kind of inflection is that? Hundreds. Another tragedy that could have been averted.
Let's go to Dan in Boston. Dan.
Hey, good morning. Today I learned that Louis C.K. is actually a Mexican, and the whistles go woo-hoo!
Yeah, we did learn that today. Very nice. Go, Pats, go. All right. I think we could squeeze one more of these weird stories in. They've been piling up around here lately.
It's lunchtime in one of Haiti's most desperate slums. But because of rising food prices...
Haiti. That sounded like an ad. It's lunchtime in one of Haiti's most desperate slums.
Sunny D time.
Think they're going to be eating leavings?
Leavings. Sunny D in Haiti, they open the refrigerator and it's just 5 people with bloody machetes looking at a rump roast or something.
Let's say hi to Mike in Arkansas. Mike?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, Jimmy, how much do hooker leavings cost?
Leavings.
Depends on the gal.
Depends on the freshness.
It's lunchtime in one of Haiti's most desperate slums. But because of rising food prices, some of the poorest can't even afford a daily plate of rice.
They're going to eat that
Instead,
baby?
they're taking desperate measures to fill their bellies. This mother and her toddler now rely on a traditional Haitian remedy for hunger pangs, cookies made of dried yellow dirt. Mud has long been used by pregnant
Oh, my God. The crowd loved that.
By the way, I'm not getting in trouble for playing that boring clip over...
Why would you?
All right.
Because God wanted that played.
There's a commercial here. I think it's a commercial that we're playing here in New York where Mike from Mike and the Mad Dog is talking about the Super Bowl. I guess he's doing a little Super Bowl, like, tidbits or something. I don't even know. But his delivery is like, I don't want to do this. I'm being forced to do this. So here it is.
He's got pizzazz, that guy.
So I've been playing, like, the boring clip under his commercial read.
What happened with the dirt cookies? They sound lovely.
Yeah, let's get
Yellow cookies made from dirt?
Yeah.
Remedy for hunger pangs, cookies made of dried yellow dirt. The mud has long been used by pregnant women and children as an antacid and source of calcium. But now cookies made of dirt, salt, and vegetable shortening have become a regular meal for some. Food prices are up as much as 40% on some Caribbean islands after floods from last year's hurricane season damaged crops. Because of that, Caribbean leaders held an emergency summit to discuss cutting food taxes and coming up with ways to reduce the island's dependence on imports. Haitian doctors say those who rely on the cookies are at risk for malnutrition. And officials warn the dirt can contain deadly parasites or toxins.
This story reminds me. That's why I had to jump in. I was out for sushi the other night, and the rice wasn't as gummy as I like it to be, so my sushi fell apart.
That's really Did you send it back and have it thrown into a garbage pail?
I certainly did. I said, throw this away. No one will want this.
No.
That story reminded me of.
It's worthless.
Have a dirt cookie.
They're eating dirt cookies.
Dirt cookies.
How awful. Don't call them cookies.
No, they're not cookies.
No,
it's dirt.
And it reminds me of when, and it's true, I took my daughter to dinner the other night, and I ordered her a plate of spaghetti and a cheeseburger.
Wow.
In case, because she's fickle.
She doesn't know which one she wants. I understand that.
A bite of each.
If we're going to talk about food, can we play We Are the World or something? I need some music behind this.
She took a bite of burger, a bite of the pasta, and the rest we just chucked in the gutter.
Throw it away.
For the rats. The rats eat better than
exactly
than the Haitians in the city. I bet you the dirt cookies have some leavings, chips in them.
Sure they do.
Leavings.
I gave my dog. I fed my dog fresh beef and vegetables for breakfast this morning. That's true. Fresh beef from a supermarket.
I went to an Italian restaurant here in Manhattan, and it's served what they call family style.
Yeah.
And it's a giant. You get a giant platter of food, and it's just me and my girl, and she doesn't like what I have. Sure. And I don't like what she has. Right. So we each had to get a giant portion, of which you couldn't even tell we had eaten anything out of it, and I was stuffed.
Right.
And then they take it away and throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, no, and you throw it in like hazmat garbage, so it's certain that no other people will eat it.
Right.
It's like a shredder for food.
Yeah, because it's illegal to give that food to anybody.
And the beauty, because we are Americans, that all that beautiful food that's in the dumpsters, we don't let the homeless eat it, so we poison it. They dump actual poison on this delicious food that the homeless would have grabbed and had a nice meal.
Exactly.
We do that because we're Americans.
That's what we've always done.
Jimmy, you got a food story, maybe?
Well, I started with the sushi one. I normally, I don't know. I mean, I like to take a couple of bites out of things and throw it on the floor. And they just say, look, this fell. I'm not paying for it. And then I go home.
Fell. What about the gluttony Super Bowl Sunday? You know, big game on Sunday. The gluttony that's going to be...
chicken wings.
Yep, I'll order a pizza.
About a week ago, I was driving from Louisville, Kentucky to Knoxville, Tennessee. And I stopped at a Kroger's.
Right.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was open. Totally lit up and air conditioned and perfectly, controlled. And there was just about an acre of meat out on the shelf.
Yeah.
And no one was going to ever buy it that night. And the next day it would all be thrown away.
Yeah, of course.
And that Kroger's represents literally millions of supermarkets that just have, in case one guy wants meat at 3 o'clock and wants a square inch of meat, they put an acre out there.
Yeah, it really sucks they got to eat dirt cookies.
And then it all throws... those people have dirt cookies?
I forgot about the dirt cookies.
What's wrong? Why are they eating dirt cookies? There's meat at Kroger's.
If you want to
stupid?
Go back a ways, I remember...
how far is Haiti from Louisville, really?
Yeah.
How hard would that be?
Come on. Just make the swim.
Yeah.
When I was probably a little older than these children that they're talking about that are making dirt cookies, I remember going to Jack in the Box with all my friends at the end of a night of drinking. And we would get a breakfast jacks, they were called.
Right.
But we would get extra ones.
Yeah.
Just so after we eat our fill, we could drive by the Jack in the Box and throw them at the big windows in front.
Food
and just watch them slide down the window.
Yeah.
And would we laugh as that food, that sustenance, was just oozing down the windows.
We have enough food here in this country to do funny things with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know
we have to be told not to play with our food.
Exactly.
That dirt cookie story reminded me. I had a Toll House freshly baked. I had about 8 of them, and I was only going to eat 3. And a couple of them actually had more chips on one side of the cookie than the other.
Oh,
that's awful.
What
That's
a
not
disgrace.
Infuriating.
That's awful.
Hold on, I want to make more room so I could eat.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, how do they deal with the anorexia problem over there? Like, do they have to maybe force them to eat the dirt cookies?
I guess so.
And the bulimia? Like, does that hurt when after you binge on dirt cookies, you have to purge and there's the pebbles that scrape your throat?
Look at the positive side. They don't have those diseases in Haiti.
That's right.
That was...
I went shopping the other night for my kids, and I got a chicken and some lamb chops and beef. And then I ended up not feeling like cooking.
Yeah.
I got takeout every night this week, and all of that food went rotten in my fridge.
Yep. You just got to clean it out, throw it away.
I know, it's a real drag for me. It's
molds.
Yeah.
Everyone understands the message. What we're really trying to say with this bit, and don't misinterpret it, is that this Black History Month, we want to acknowledge that in Haiti they are spoiled.
They're what?
Spoiled.
They're spoiled.
You don't have any food. Have a dirt cookie.
I'd love to have cookies for every meal of the day.
Listen, it's not just dirt too. What did she said? They had vegetable shortening and salt in there.
Something in there. It's delicious.
Sounds great.
Have a dirt cookie, son. You've been good.
In some countries, that's a delicacy. You know when they say that?
Exactly.
In some countries, that's a delicacy. Yeah, because they don't have any actual food.
Because they don't have beef.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Poor countries.
Spit is a delicacy.
Yeah, that's why slugs are a delicacy.
They spit in each other's mouths for food because they got nothing else.
How about, I remember being a small child and my parents getting into a big fight, and my father taking a full plate, a big platter of spaghetti, and just throwing it against the wall and calling my mother an F and a C. And watching the spaghetti ooze down the wall. And it brought tears to my eyes. Not, the waste of food. It was the fact that my parents were probably getting a divorce, and I was devastated.
Well, the people in Haiti would probably happily drink those tears for nourishment now.
Of course, well, add it to these dirt cookies. That's where the salt comes from. Their own tears.
Wonderful snack. Wonderful.
Oh, look, an infected toe. Let me suck on that. I'm thirsty.
I have probably personally poured about 4 million gallons of milk down the drain. Just poured it down the drain.
To feed a nation.
Bought a gallon of milk. This has been repeated 50,000 times in my life. Bought a gallon of milk, didn't even drink a glass of it, made a cappuccino with an eighth of a cup of it, and then let the rest rot, come back home from the road and pour it out.
Right.
How about lunch meat?
Lunch meat? Oh, yeah.
We all get like a pound of ham or turkey or something.
Give me a pound. You know what? Give me a pound, buddy.
You make one sandwich and forget that it's in the fridge, and then right into the garbage.
That's it.
It's like
Swiss
the Bible
cheese
says.
becomes cardboard. Stiffens up on it.
Exactly.
Teach a man to buy cookies. Boy, I screwed up. I've never actually read the Bible, but I just heard it's good.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, we were doing great, so.
No, that's the thing.
Wow.
Give a nation grain and food and rice, and they'll eat for 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
Teach them that the dirt beneath their feet can be cookies, and the whole country will be dead in a week.
You know you can feel it, but you don't want to know. You don't have a spirit and you don't have a soul. And love is the biggest lie that's ever been told. None of it's real, and when you die, it's all over. 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 Seasons bring us new things to think about. I just remembered I'm stupid and should shut my mouth. There's a boy named Nicky Cruz. He likes to shoot up schools. He walks through the classroom with a gun in his hand. There's a boy named Nicky Cruz. He likes to shoot up schools. He walks through the classroom with a gun in his hand. Even if I make it home tonight, we can never trust each other. No flame could ever reignite the spark we shared that summer. Even if I make it home tonight, we can never trust each other. No flame could ever reignite the spark we shared that summer. The spark we shared that summer. The spark we shared that summer. You know you can feel it, but you don't want to know. You don't to be privy to your secret connection. Wondering friends used to burn down things and drive around and smoke lots of weed. Run from the cops on triple C's. Explore and destroy abandoned factories. One day I was running and I ran into a tree. The government wants to kill you. They want to kill me and my friends too. What did I ever do except for a few things? The government wants to kill me. The government wants to kill you too. What did we ever do except for a few things? I don't have cancer yet. I might survive to be 30 or 45. I don't have cancer yet. I might survive to be 30 or 45. After all of my crimes are pardoned, you'll still see me out by the garden. After all of my crimes are still pardoned, you'll still see me out by the garden. After all of my crimes are pardoned, you'll still see me out by the garden. After all of my crimes are pardoned, you'll still see me out by the garden. Because he's Robot Man and he's got a new gun. He's gonna go outside to shoot kids in the sun. That's how we did it back in 91. That's what we did for fun. Because he's Robot Man and I must insist he's got a laser beam cannon attached to his wrist. He's gonna blast your brains apart in the streets. And the cops are gonna come and he's gonna defeat them. I went to robot school to kill corrupt cops and smash their faces. I fell apart and now my pieces scattered to different places. Back in the robotic machine shop, the doctor said I need to make some changes. I've been a part of this world with you throughout the ages. Leave the kids alone. Smash my brains apart, playing a game in the parking lot. Leave my body there to rot, that's what we do for fun. Smash my brains apart, playing a game in the parking lot. Leave my body there to rot, that's what we do for fun. Smash your face apart, cut you up in the parking lot. Leave your body there to rot, that's what we do for fun. Smash your face apart, cut you up in the parking lot. Leave your body there to rot, that's what we do for fun. Robot, the new machine, shipped to kill with a laser beam. I've got what you need to keep your carpet clean. Robot, the new machine, shipped to kill with a laser beam. I've got what you need to keep your carpet clean. Robot, the new machine, shipped to kill with a laser beam. I've got what you need to keep your robot, the new machine, shipped to kill with laser beams. I've got what you need to keep your carpet clean. It's quite apparent he has robot cancer of the brain, but in the end he'll die of robotic old age. That's not a bad way to go when you're thousands of years old. That's not a bad way to die when you're That's not a bad way to go when you're thousands of years old. That's not a bad way to die. Robot machine gun fire, that's what you need. Robot machine gun fire, destroying everything. Robot machine gun fire, that's what you need. Robot machine gun fire, destroying everything. Robot man was walking round the corner just to be your friend. Robot man is a death machine destroyer. Now it's almost time for bed. We gotta go through the forest and try not to get shot. We gotta run, 'cause we're being chased by the cops. We gotta go to that building and get to the top, or else the garbage man will steal all our stuff. Oh no. pencil with a new eraser. Wrote down a new plan for the future. In a world with better computers. He was running down the street and was struck by a driver whose license was expired. Weapon boy knew from the start he'd have to fight his way to the top. That's what he did when he killed that cop on the street, 'cause he was corrupt. Weapon boy knew from the start the mastery of all martial arts. He had every gun and could make every shot. He still had a bullet hole in his heart. can, and that's what he should do. On the night that Robot Man returned with the secret robot plans, he's gonna kill the first person that he can, and that's what he should do. It's the girl with the gun in her hand. It's the girl with the gun in her hand. I like the girl with the gun in her hand, but she's always trying to shoot me and I don't understand. Girl with the gun in her hand. I like the girl with the gun in her hand. It's the girl with the gun in her hand, and she's always trying to shoot me and I don't understand. Why would you shoot at me? I'm just a stupid motherfucking human being. Oh, why would you shoot at me? I'm just a stupid motherfucking human being. Oh, why would you shoot at me? I'm just to show you kill me on the version. Oh, why would you shoot at me? Anytime you want, just to show you kill me on the version. You can shoot me anytime you want, just make sure you kill me on the first shot. You can shoot anytime you want, just kill me anytime you want, just kill me. There's a feeling in the air, I can kill again, oh yeah. What can you do when I'm on the loose? With a machine gun, shoot, shoot, shoot. Weapon boy sleeps in the park sometimes, on different days and different nights. He always gets up and gets to work on time. It's not even odd, he doesn't even try. Weapon boy sleeps in the park sometimes. Yeah, what's it to you? It's not a crime. He can sleep wherever he wants, and if you got a problem, then call the cops. It's the girl with the gun in her hand. It's the girl with the gun in her hand. I like the girl with the gun in her hand. Oh, she's always trying to shoot me and I don't understand. Girl with the gun in her hand. I like the girl I've got some weapons to sell. You can buy some guns and bombs. There's people to kill, yeah. I've got some weapons to sell. You can buy some guns and bombs. There's people to kill, yeah. This is the story of the robots in the sand. We walked away and went to the garden, throwing rocks at the band. That is the story of the robots in the sand. And everyone can go to bed now, peacefully at last. Oh. I'm gonna take over the world. Nobody can stop me now or later, 'cause I can't be controlled. In my back pocket, I got a copy of the news of the world. It's the latest edition, the only one I'm missing. I keep it in a box where the gun's in the kitchen. A big for your butt in my arteries harden. Every time I take a trip down to the garden, everyone must think I'm severely retarded. But all I wanna do is get the shit started. A big for your butt in my arteries harden. Every time I take a trip down to the garden, everyone must think I'm severely retarded. But all I wanna do is get the shit started. A big for your butt in my arteries harden. Every time I take a trip down to the garden, everyone must think I'm severely retarded. But all I wanna do is get the shit started. A big for your butt in my arteries harden. Every time I take a trip down to the garden, everyone must think I'm severely retarded. But all I wanna do is gotta try the little red pills. They'll take you away to a better place. Oh, you've gotta try the little red pills. They'll take you away to a better place. Oh, you've gotta try the little red pills. They'll take you away to a better place. You know you can feel it, but you don't wanna know. You don't have a spirit and you don't have a soul. And love is the biggest lie that's ever been told. None of it's real, and when you die it's all over. 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 Seasons bring us new things to think about. I just remembered I'm stupid and should shut my mouth. There's a boy named Nicky Cruz. He likes to shoot up schools. He walks through the classroom with a gun in his hand. There's a boy named Nicky Cruz. He likes to shoot up schools. He walks through the classroom with a gun in his hand. Even if I make it home tonight, we can never trust each other. No flame could ever reignite the spark we shared that summer. Even if I make it home tonight, we can never trust each other. No flame could ever reignite the spark we shared that summer. 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 I'll be dead before I should because of you. I've got a robot named Machine. I used to take him for gasoline back when people read magazines before they put the microphones in the TVs. Show me your weapon collection. I need a gun and police protection. I got money and the proper complexion to be privy to your secret connections. to shoot kids in the sun. That's how we did it back in 91. That's what we did for fun. Because he's Robot Man, and I must insist he's got a laser beam cannon attached to his wrist. He's gonna blast your brains apart in the streets, and the cops are gonna come and he's gonna defeat them. I went to robot school to kill corrupt cops and smash their faces. I fell apart and now my pieces scattered to different places.